Sorcerer in DC. Chapter 1, SDC 1. And just when I thought the younger generation was hopeless, a voice cackled out in the night. It came through the loudspeaker of a flip phone. You go and pull shit like this. Steal from me. But, hey, I admire talent. Boys, make it quick for their sakes, will you? The phone cut, and the voice of the gunman filled the void. All right. You heard the man, he cocked his gun. Any last words? His words cut through the dull drum of the rain and doused me in fear. I could feel my heart thumping through my ears. My best friend in the world, Eddie, knelt beside me in the rain, bawling his eyes out. Please, we didn't know we were stealing from the Black Mask. Eddie said. You gotta to believe me. The gunman's burly partner backhanded Eddie so hard that his skull snapped against the wet concrete. I flinched, fist bunching up, but I couldn't move, all of my anger and bravado suddenly evaporating. You don't accidentally rob a fucking stash house. Die with some dignity. As Eddie struggled to his feet, my mind wandered back to our earlier conversation. I should have brought the fucking gun. Lit paper as promised, Verbansky, I said to the doughy jock, pulling the freshly printed assignment. Fork over the cash. He looked at me from the corner of his eye and snorted. He didn't have to say it. I'd seen that look in people's eyes hundreds of times. I was a 15-year-old with soft, rounded features, a skinny frame, and I was 5'4". I didn't exactly win the genetic lottery. I would have passed for an anorexic girl if I didn't have some heft to my voice. Run along, nerd, he snorted, snatching the assignment. Be glad I don't kick your ass. He turned back to his group of friends, snickering. I let out a laugh as well and stuffed my hand into my hoodie pocket, wrapping my fist around my lucky knuckle duster. The thing was almost as old as I was, chipped and worn at the edges. I found it on the frozen body of a homeless guy when I was 13, and it has been with me ever since. It was my Ed when Ed wasn't around. Funny you call me a nerd, because I'm only really good for two things, I said to his back. English, and well, fighting, which means I'm not afraid of you, Tubby. The laughing stopped, and a tall, lanky guy elbowed Verbansky in the side. Did you just hear that? He said, his voice barely above a whisper. Verbansky straightened his back and pushed out his chest as he spun around. I had to admit the adjustment upped his intimidation factor. What the fuck did you just call me? What's the matter, Tubby? Ears not working. All that fat. He grabbed a fist full of my shirt before I finished, pulling me in and lifting me until I stood on the tip of my toes. Damn. He might have been an ignoramus, but the dude was strong. When I'm done with you, you'll be eating through a straw. His breath was ripe, and I wrinkled my face. Get a breath mint, you asshole. I rammed my forehead straight into his nose. His head whipped back, blood spraying as he dropped me and stumbled, but Verbansky didn't go down. He clutched his bloody nose, looking up at me in surprise. That surprise quickly gave way to anger. Holy shit. A member of his posse said. I blinked away the pain as he swung at me with murder in his eyes. Barely weaving under it, I pulled out my trusty knuckle duster and threw a shot into his liver. It shut him down immediately, body crumpled from the acute pain. I kicked him in the jaw, putting him flat on his ass as I rifled through his pockets, plucking a crisp $50. His posse had vanished. It was a pleasure doing business with you, I said to the shivering mess before me and walked over to my locker before a teacher appeared. Verbansky might not rat me out, but the rest of his crew. I needed to ditch the evidence, and who better to help me than Ed? I grinned when I saw him, and he shook his head. Great way to start your morning, he said. I handed him my knuckle duster and the cash. Hold this for me, will ya? He slid both down his jeans pocket. Everything set for tonight? Bribe Jenny to distract the delivery boy, he said. Should give us time to slip the sleeping pills inside their miso soup. I nodded. Got the powder last night, and something else in case the pill doesn't take. I showed him a picture of a handgun I purchased from Shady V, one of my oldest contacts in the Narrows. What the hell, Jay, he whispered furiously, putting his considerable bulk between me and any passerby. He towered over me, standing at over 6 feet 2 inches tall and was a good 60 pounds heavier. Anyone else and I would have been concerned, to say the least, but Eddie was Eddie. Right back at you, I whispered back. They're Black Mask's men. You can't seriously expect us to raid their stash house with baseball bats. It's a death sentence. So is getting on the bats' radar if we kill someone, he said. The police might overlook it, but Batman. I rolled my eyes. Prison beats death. Not if that prison is Black Gate or Juvie. Black Mask is connected. They could drag out our torture for months. I made a face. Thanks for that horrible visual, and that's a terrible counterargument. It's always better to have something and need it than the other way around. I'm not trigger happy or anything. All I'm saying is that it's stupid to try to rob 4 dudes with just baseball bats. Don't forget the knuckle duster, Eddie smiled, and I rolled my eyes. He didn't speak for a long moment, but I saw the emotion in his eyes. We'd pulled off dozens of petty jobs before this, but carrying a gun made it all real. The cops won't pull any punches if they catch us with one. Desperation had driven us to steal. While Eddie was looking for a way out, I realized there wasn't, not through school. The system was corrupt, and so was every other person and institution in this damn city. Why play by the rules when no one else did? Even Batman didn't. I don't think I could handle it, Jay, Eddie said, having somebody's blood on my hands. I bought the gun. I'll pull the trigger if it comes down to it. Ed gave me a pointed look, and I sighed. This is going to be a thing, isn't it? Ed folded his arms. Shit. He was as stubborn as an ox. It was his greatest strength and weakness. I could have convinced him with enough time, but the job needed to happen tonight, and he knew what was at stake. His sister was one bad high away from the morgue, and I needed to get out of the house before I smothered Tim in his sleep. He was my foster mom's latest boyfriend and worked for Penguin. I'll double the dose then, I said, opening my locker. Should be strong enough to put a bull to sleep. It was all going to be fine. Probably. Equals. It was not. Please, Eddie pleaded as he peeled himself from the wet ground. His eyes were red from crying, his wet blonde hair matted against his shivering, bloody face. We're just kids. The gunman sneered. Old enough to steal, old enough to die. The muzzle flashed, and the sound was deafening. Blood splattered onto the side of my face. Eddie toppled to the floor, wide-eyed, face soaked in rainwater. A strangled scream ripped from my throat, and my heart sank as I begged, hoped, and prayed that I was somehow hallucinating. That none of this was real. My best friend hadn't just died before my eyes. What I saw next just about convinced me that I was. Conditions met. Direct blood relation to the former holder of the blessing, presence of a metagene, and extreme danger and stress. You've awakened an otherworlder's blessing. Type, Jujutsu Kaisen system. Function, empower user with sorcery techniques they're compatible with and facilitate their growth. Restrictions, requires overwhelming amounts of ambient negative emotions to operate. Requirement met, this world's latent negative energy remains untapped. Stand by to receive your first technique. What the hell is happening? I muttered in utter disbelief. Haven't you been paying attention? The gunman snorted, pressing the gun against my skull. Little shit is too out of it to realize he's about to die, the other man laughed. Just fucking do him already. I'm tired of standing in the rain. My boots are all wet. The other man grunted, but before he could pull the trigger, I spasmed uncontrollably as my mind and body were baptized in information and pain. I crumbled to the floor, too out of it to even scream. Congratulations. You're now a level 1 sorcerer, Grade 3. Your first innate technique is, inverse LV1. What the fuck, the gunman said. Is he epileptic or something? Doesn't matter. Just shoot him. My body reacted on instinct, energy flooding out of me and wrapping around my body. The impact pounded my head into the ground, and my vision swam. The pain was electric, and I was acutely aware of every bit of it. Energy raged inside me as my mind finally caught up to my body, and another strange screen appeared. Inverse level 1, while inverse is activated, strong attacks become weaker and vice versa. Inverse possesses a lower and upper limit of what can be categorized as a strong or weak attack. The level of the technique determines your vitality, cursed energy strength, and reserves. A bullet to the head shattered the technique's current upper limit, but the odd technique still did its job, absorbing most of the power of the hit. A small, distant part of me itched to explore the limits of this strange new power, but most of my attention focused on playing dead. God or whoever was up there had decided to give me a second chance, and I was not about to waste it. You grab the blonde one, the bruiser said. I'll grab the big boy. 10 seconds passed as the gunman grabbed my legs and pulled me to their car. My back was scraped raw on the asphalt, but I bit my tongue and kept mum. Instead, I took that time to review what the blessing called my status. Name, Julius Spencer. Race, metahuman sorcerer. Class, sorcerer level 1, 3rd grade. Techniques, inverse LV1. Health, 350/350. CE, 150/200. SP, 30/40. STR, 15 AGI, 18. PUR, 35 VIT, 26. END, 30 CP, 20. Skills. Cursed Inventory LV1, grants a small storage space in your soul. Summon and store objects corresponding to your current cursed energy pool. Current limit, 2. Meta ability. Enhanced regeneration, heal from wounds, injuries, and fatigue at an accelerated rate. New cells are rapidly generated to replace the dying, granting the user functional immortality. Injury recovery rate, 48 hours maximum for all injuries and diseases. Cursed energy recovery, 50% every hour. Stamina recovery rate, 50% every 15 minutes. The potency of ability is heavily dependent on nutrition. Soon, I was clumsily raised and deposited in the cramped boot of an old car alongside Eddie and driven in the direction of the Gotham River. Chapter 2, SDC-2. The tears came rolling out in white-hot streaks. Mark and Gabe. Those were our killers' names. They spoke casually, bouncing between topics like Gabe's, the gunman's, pregnant girlfriend, Mark's new sound system, and Black Mask's second wind. Siona's had ambitions of running Gotham like the Falcons used to, every racket and crime under one banner. He was determined to get it right this time. His cult was more organized. The old Sionas would have had them leave us there in the rain. I remembered the news stories. I wondered how long it would take Batman to send him away this time. A month? 2. How many people would die in the gang war that would inevitably spring up from the clash between crime bosses? I wasn't holding my breath. As the drive went on, the air in the trunk started to turn. It stank of iron and piss, and it grew harder and harder to distract myself from the rapidly cooling body pressed up against me. Eddie was dead, and his murderers were a few feet away. There was a rush of that strange energy again, in lockstep with my anger. It was blue and smoky at the edges, only growing brighter and bigger. It helped me not think about the blood soaking into my clothes and how much I wanted to skin those bastards. The tears stopped. Cursed energy, I muttered as I watched it play along my fingers. This was what the sudden knowledge in my head called it, and I could do all manner of things with it. The most basic and potent of them involved using my innate technique. However, alien energy and technique were not the only things that made me different. My muscles felt thicker and stronger. I didn't know if it was from this so-called meta gene that I had or the power I inherited from parents I never met, but it made me confident, so confident that I was sure I could make my way out of the trunk and wring both of their necks. I just had to bide my time. I let out a deep breath. The car had to stop eventually. My energy output dipped notably after that thought, shrinking from a roaring flame to a gentle but potent cloak. Emotions. So that's how you work. I tapped into the rage churning deep in my gut and watched my cursed energy spike again before I reined it back in by going to my happy place, the boxing ring. After our first job, learning to fight seemed like the smart thing to do. So, I set aside some of the cash we earned from that score and hired a trainer in the cheapest well-put-together gym I could find. It was there that I met one of my best friends, Artemis. The cursed energy cloaking me dimmed even more, the bulk gathering around my fists. It wasn't perfect by any means, but there was potential. And the system seemed to think so, too. You've learned. Cursed Energy Manipulation Level 1, foundational skill of every jujutsu sorcerer. Allows for finer manipulation of cursed energy using jujutsu sorcery and other important techniques. Increases the efficiency and power of all jujutsu-related skills and techniques over time. Cursed Energy Reinforcement Level 1, achieve active and passive boosts in physical parameters by circulating cursed energy through your body. Active enhancement provides a more pronounced benefit, while passive enhancement occurs naturally over time as you gather more cursed energy and become more proficient in manipulating cursed energy. Current active boost, 15%. Passive boost, 5%. 2 CE per second. All that was left was to lie in wait and practice. See any stones nearby? Gabe the Bruiser asked as the car came to a stop and the engine died. What stones? Mark grunted. Mooks picked it clean, burying bodies. Are you still sure about this spot? It's the boss's pick. Too many bodies. It'll muck up the evidence if there's any left. Mark grunted. Let's get this over with, then. I'll grab the stones. You get the bodies ready. Both men alighted from their car, heading in separate directions. One rounded the car, and the other went searching for a stone. I kicked out when the trunk opened, legs reinforced with cursed energy, as I heard a key slip into the lock of the trunk. It startled the bigger man, unbalancing him long enough for me to leap out and charge him. He swiped at my head as I ducked low, activating inverse. His knuckles rapped against my forehead with no effect, but I got him straight in the jewels with my knuckle duster. I could tell I had shattered them when he let out a long, wilting scream and dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. I pressed my advantage before he could recover, leaping into the air and stomping down on his neck with both legs. I was surprised by my brutality but delighted by the results nonetheless. His neck snapped, and that was when I heard the gunshot. It sent me stumbling forward, pain blossoming from my trapezius. It was like someone took a bat to it, but it felt miles better than getting popped in the head. I flared inverse, immediately shielding myself from the follow-up shots I knew were coming. 3 fast ones rang out. All 3 hit center mass, throwing me this way and that as I scrambled down and around, putting the car between myself and him. Each shot drained 25 cursed energy from my pool. I caught his silhouette through the foggy window before 3 more shots rang out. I ducked before he took off my head. Shit. My heart thundered against my chest, and my body was wired on pure adrenaline. I juked left, threading a line toward the back of the car before doubling back, and it worked. Mark circled the car, gun trained on where I was supposed to be, and began some bullshit speech. I don't care if you're one of those freaks. I'll pump you full of lead until you can't get up. I counted to 3 before I charged him, vaulting over the car. I speared him through the midsection with my shoulder, inverse and reinforcement burning hot. He managed to get 2 shots off during that time. One bruised my ribs, while the other actually made it through my arm. The interval between technique activation had been too slow. I went after his gun hand immediately, flooding my own with cursed energy and tossing his weapon away. Using my offhand, I buried a punch in his gut and then straddled him. He tried twisting and outmaneuvering me, but it was useless. I rained down enhanced punches on him, pouring in as much energy as I could muster into my hands. He let out a surprised scream at the first hit from my brass knuckles, and by the fifth hit, he was gasping for air and clawing at me. A punch to the throat put an end to the resistance, and a violent jerk of his neck ended him. For a long while, I simply sat over his body, shocked that I'd actually won, drained of cursed energy. Congratulations, you've leveled up through intense combat and the use of your jujutsu techniques. +1 in all stats and 2 free points. Through your effort during combat, you've earned the following. +2 vitality. +1 cursed energy. +1 strength. +1 agility. +1 perception. Stealth LV1, evade notice by modifying your steps, actions, and movement strategies. 5% boost to all stealth. Hand-to-hand combat LV1, an all-encompassing skill that covers various martial arts you possess knowledge and proficiency with. 1% boost to learning martial arts, damage, and speed. The notification snapped me out of my reverie, and the effects of the level up were visceral and immediate. I jerked to my feet and groaned as my skin and muscles bubbled, baptized in waves of cursed energy. My various wounds recovered some. I concentrated on the words again as more things slipped into place. The attribute abbreviations made a hell of a lot more sense, and the new skills reminded me of one of those lame video games Ed used to be obsessed with. I couldn't believe I didn't make the connections earlier. Attributes, powers, growth through conflict, it all lined up. I bunched my hands. It would have been perfect for Ed. Letting out a sigh, I slicked back my blonde hair. I needed to move, deal with the bodies, get out of here. My eyes scanned the riverside for potential witnesses in the low light, but we were entirely alone. The slight boost in perception helped a lot with that. We were completely alone out here, just like Gabe and Mark wanted, and it gave me the space and time to dispose of the bodies. My limbs jerked to a slow start, the sudden weight of the murders weighing me down, but I had to move. This moment had been years in the making. I knew what I had to do. Swallowing some air, I gingerly searched the body of my dead assailant. I emptied out his wallet, which had been stuffed with about $1,000, his ID, and a picture of his girlfriend. I returned the picture to where I found it, putting it out of my mind, but the image stuck. I moved to the bruiser, finding 2,000 more, the keys to his apartment, his wallet, phone, and candy, of all things. I also switched out his oversized jacket for my blood-soaked one. It took more effort than I'd care to admit to lift both men and stuff them in the car. I was drenched in sweat by the end of it. The miraculous increase in strength helped a ton. I circled around the back of the car and took one final look at Eddie. My eyes misted. Damn it, Ed, I cursed under my breath. How am I supposed to do any of this without you? Sasha will probably kill me and raise you from the dead so that she can kill you again. With a heavy heart, I shut the trunk. See you on the other side, buddy. I weighed down the car's acceleration with a stone and let it roll into the Gotham River. I stuck around for 5 more minutes, tracking down Mark's pistol, and chucked it into the river as well. Then, I began the lonely walk back home. Chapter 3, SDC 3. I distracted myself with musings about my new abilities, how they worked, and my current limits. I knew I was stronger than I used to be before, but not by much. Reinforcement carried me through most of the river fight. I wondered what Batman's status looked like or the Flash's. He had to have agility at over 10,000. How he hasn't cleaned up Central City yet was a complete mystery to me. For my money, I'd say he was getting kickbacks from the villains. How else could you explain the quarterly battles with the rogues? Stupid name, but the way. If I ever became that big, I'd come up with something cooler, not that I wanted to be some costumed freak. I was more preoccupied with my survival, which was riding on my new system. How much of a boost did each stat gain give, and how did my meta ability fit into all of this? Did accelerated recovery mean faster results at the gym? I hoped it did. By the time the sun rose, I was in front of Sasha's building, playing with my knuckle duster. The bruising on my hands had fully healed, as had the cut on my trapezius and the rest of my body. When I saw her, she was stumbling home from a night of fun. She wore a low-cut dress, and her mascara was runny. I could tell she was high from the size of her pupils. Her walking pace doubled when she spotted me and spoke as I came up behind her. "Don't tell me he sent you to straighten me out." She smelled of booze and cigarette smoke. "How I spend my nights is no one's business. He knows how I put food on the table." "He's just looking out for you," I said automatically. "And I'm not here to give you a lecture. It's about Ed." She froze, then slowly turned around. The color drained from her face when she saw my face. "No," she said firmly. "No. I'm sorry." The words came out strangled and heavy, and she slapped me. I saw it coming, but took it in stride. "You knew what would happen. I told you to stop messing around. You could have stopped him." She tried to slap me again, but I grabbed her hand, pulling her close. "Eddie never did a single thing he didn't want to. And he did what he did for you. I never asked him to. He was tired of watching his sister fall apart before his eyes," I said. "You might not carry a gun, but your work is no safer than his." She glared at me like I'd been the one who did the slapping and pulled back. I released her. "I never want to see you again. I'm sorry." She stalked toward her building entrance, and I cursed. She was grieving, and I shouldn't have been on the offensive. "Sasha!" I called out again. "Get away from me," she yelled. "Please, let's talk about this," I said, following her, but a familiar voice stopped me. "That's far enough, kid." My cursed energy spiked as I froze in mid-step. "Tim," I said through gritted teeth. "What was that asshole doing here?" "Missed you at dinner, Junior." He had a stupid grin plastered across his face when I turned around. He was a larger man, standing well over 6 feet, with a knife scar running down his cheek. My favorite theory of how he got his beauty mark was that one of his girls gave him something to remember her by before he sent her to her death. Everyone in the Narrows knew how he made his money, except for my stepmom for some reason, and it wasn't because he was keeping it from her. She just pretended he wasn't the monster everyone knew he was. He went after the girls who didn't know better and got them to push weight for him. The women got the men hooked, and the girls climbed deeper into debt by snorting their cut and then some. Once Tom got his hands on you, there was only one way out, a body bag. I thought working in a bar owned by one of Penguin's captains would have protected Sasha from his ambitions, but Tim either had more greed than sense, or something had radically changed since last night. "What are you doing here?" I demanded, noting the slightly panicked look on Sasha's face. "You need to go, Jay." "I don't think I will," I insisted. "Shouldn't you be on Candace's couch, eating all of my good cereal?" Tim laughed. "Funny you should say that. She asked me to stop by the grocery store on my way back. Had to get up early enough to catch her. Sasha has been dodging me." He walked over and wrapped his long fingers around her shoulder, and I exercised shocking levels of self-control by not decking him. Besides, it wouldn't have helped with the real problem. Her debt. It was a perfect excuse to recruit her. "How much does she owe?" I asked Tim, and she snapped. I said, "Stay out of it. You've done enough." "Yeah, Jay," Tom laughed, pulling her closer, "stay out of it. Not like you can afford it." "Shouldn't it be that tall retard defending his sister?" he asked, searching the street for Tom. Then, he took the time to look at me. The tears, the dirty clothes, the blood. He whistled. "Looks like I wasn't the only one who had an exciting night. Maybe that friend of yours didn't die for nothing. Watch yourself, asshole." I took a step forward, cursed energy churning in my gut. He raised a brow at the display. I'm going to let that slide because I'm a businessman first. 5,000. That's how much of my coke your dead friend's her sister, snorted. Fuck you, I snarled, curse energy wrapped around my fists, patience thoroughly exhausted. I would have socked him, consequences be damned, if Sasha hadn't stopped me. Don't you dare take another step, Jay, she yelled. I said I'd take care of my shit, and I have every plan to. But for some reason, you can't seem to get that through your fucking head. You think getting your ass kicked by a guy 3 times your size will somehow make up for the fact that you got my brother killed. That's what I thought, she said. Just go home, Jay. I mean it when I said I was done. Her words hollowed me out and cut straight through my anger. I was still on edge after last night, and losing Ed and gaining this new power was making me a lot more emotional than I used to be. Nothing short of killing Tim would make him forget the debt, and beating on him will only make Sasha's life more miserable. Tim's day would come. But it wasn't today. The smart thing to do would be to pay the man. The cursed energy faded. You may be done with me, but I'm not done with you. I promised Ed I'd look after you, and that's what I'm going to do. I pulled the $3,000 I stole from the dead bodies of Mark and Gabe and tossed it at Tom's feet. He made a face, let go of Sasha, and picked up the cash, licking his lips with a grin. He fanned himself with the money. Color me surprised. Maybe that big idiot didn't die for nothing. You've got a week. But I'll be expecting 4,000. 4. I frowned. Of course. Debt goes up by 1,000 every week. Isn't that the standard? He damn well knew it wasn't. He was punishing me and making his plans for her very clear. I glared at him. Well, this has been a productive morning. See you at home. He winked at me, tucked away his money, and disappeared around the corner. Sasha finally spoke, shoving me. You couldn't help yourself, could you? You had no fucking right. Sasha. I muttered, watching her walk away. She shut the door behind her, leaving me alone on the street. I let out a sigh. Tim needs to go. My foster mom was in the kitchen making pancakes when I walked in. Tim, is that you? She called in an animated voice. No, Candace, I said. It's me. Oh, she said, spinning around. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment in one of the better spots in the Narrows. It cost an arm and a leg in rent, but it was much safer than the crowded apartments in the seedier parts of the city. I didn't hear you step out last night, she said. Ed and I had a thing, I muttered as I headed toward my room. Did he get home all right? She asked, and I froze, looking up at her. She wore light makeup and work clothes, and I was a total wreck. Fist red from the punching, face smeared in specks of blood, clothes dirty and halfway dried. What happened? She asked, putting down the ladle she used to mix the batter. She tried touching me, but I held my hand out. She knew how I felt about intimacy. I groaned, the next few lines of conversation playing in my head. Candace was about to chew me out for being a pickpocket and thief, and I was about to point out that she didn't make nearly enough to cover our rising cost of living, our apartment, bills, and all of the many, many things I needed but never came to her about. Her boyfriends weren't the solution either. None of them were as bad as Tim, but she indulged them because of their wallet, and sooner or later, they figured out how much leverage they had on us and tried to abuse it. It was typically up to Ed and me to put them out. She didn't have the stomach for the life. I didn't blame her, but it seemed comical that she relied on it when it was convenient. Do you really want to do this again? I asked. Considering you're packing a bag, yes, she said, folding her arms. No matter how bad things got between us, you've never left. I stopped packing and pulled up one of the floorboards in the corner of my room, breaking out my emergency funds. I only had $4,000 down there. I kept 1,000 to myself and handed Candace the rest. What is this for? She asked. I'd been hoping to have a lot more when I did this, but I suppose it's now or never, I sighed. You need to leave Gotham. Tom is a monster, and it's time you stop pretending he isn't. Candace twisted her lips. I've heard the rumors about him. They're a bit far-fetched, don't you think? No. I don't think they are, I said. He's got his eyes set on Sasha. He's going to whore her out, have her sell coke for him, and feed her until she drops. Candace's face turned white. I introduced them. Ed and I will handle it, and we can't have you in the middle, I said. Things will get ugly. You need to leave. And it has to happen today. She remained silent for a long moment before she spoke. You're actually telling the truth, aren't you? Yeah, I said. I just wished you listened to me 3 months ago when I told you the guy was bad news. You hate everyone I date, what was I supposed to think, she defended. They're all criminal assholes. I huffed. Gordy wasn't, she pointed out, and I waved her off. He was a cop. He's worse. Still. I should stay. I got Sasha into this mess by bringing Tim around. Maybe if I talk to him. No, I cut her off. You may not want to hear this, Mom, but I'm Sasha's best shot. Tim works for the Penguin, who has half of the police department in his pocket, and Batman doesn't take special requests. I'll clear her debt, get her out, and into rehab. Already got a place picked out. She had a complicated look on her face. You only call me Mom when you're really upset. Just what happened last night? Listen to me, just this once, I pleaded. Whatever trouble you're in, she said, kneeling to my level, we can figure it out together. We really can't, I said. Please. I squeezed her hand, and she nodded reluctantly. I handed her a phone. Call the number there if you need me, I said. And take care. She hugged me. I know you think I'm a terrible mother, but I really do love you. I know, Candace, I muttered. I left home after a shower, a change of clothes, and a heavy lump in my throat. I crushed my old phone, snapped the SIM card, and pulled out a new one. I dialed a phone number I knew by heart, Artemis's. It was only a matter of time before Black Mask called Gabe and Mark and figured out something had happened to them. He would want revenge, and Candace and Sasha were obvious pressure points he could use to force me into the open. And while I'd love to get Sasha out of Dodge, I had the feeling she wouldn't give me the time of day until I handled Tim. I had 1 week before Tim's deadline, which was enough time to learn my new abilities and devise a plan to defeat Black Mask. Putting the fucker in the ground would probably take much longer, but a plan was a start. The call went through, and Artemis picked up. What do you want? She asked. That's the first thing you say to me, seriously. We haven't talked in weeks. And you only call when you want something. I scoffed. Don't act like you're not the same. Fair enough, she said. But still haven't answered the question. Meet me at Lowe's when school gets out, I said. What did you do now? She asked. Just meet me there, I huffed, and she cut the call. Chapter 4, SDC 4. Bonus chapter, I want to keep the momentum going. Really appreciate the love and attention the story is getting. Share, leave reviews, and post with your power stones. Extra chappy if we hit 500 stones before the end of the week. Artemis's gloved fist slammed into the side of my face with no impact. I flinched unconsciously, and my cursed energy dipped. She shuffled back across the sparring ring with an impressed look. We were at Lowe's, an MMA gym near Artemis's place. I know you like to pretend like you're tough, Jay. But I didn't actually expect you to just stand there and take it in the jaw when you asked me to punch you. I could have concussed you. No, you literally couldn't, I said rather glibly, and she rolled her eyes. I know you skip most of your bio classes, but people get concussed if you hit them in the head hard enough. That's what I'm trying to tell you, I said slowly. I don't exactly classify as that anymore. As what? Human, she raised a brow, and I went on. Something happened last night. Yeah, I can tell with that far-off look in your eyes and your bloody nails, she said smoothly, and my eyes darted down to my fingers. Damn it. I didn't get all the blood out. She saw through me in an instant. This was one of the reasons I was hesitant to come to her. She didn't advertise it, but I knew she was an assassin in training or the kid of a vigilante. Her skill exceeded the standard for a competitive martial artist or hobbyist. Something drove her, and I was sure it was dark, but I trusted her. Artemis has covered for me more times than I can count, given Ed and my advice and contacts, and taught us a thing or two about poison, knife work, and fighting. I've also known her for almost 3 years and have seen her be loyal to her sister when she shouldn't have been. I found out the hard way I was bulletproof. Her eyes went wide. You got shot. Wait, is that why Ed isn't here? Her expression dramatically shifted, and she covered her mouth when she saw my face. I couldn't hide the grief. The job went south, I said with a shaky voice. I'm so sorry, Jay. I need time to figure things out, I said. My limits, my issues with my mom. More than anything else, I just need a friend right now. Her lips curled into a smile. You came to the right place then. Her leg whipped out lightning fast, and I barely got my hands up right channeling reinforcement. The kick moved me back some. Not so durable after all, she laughed. Just promise me you'll talk to me before you try to kill whoever got Ed. Who said anything about murder? She gave me a flat look. Give me a week at the very least. Funny you should say that. That's exactly how much time I planned on spending on this side of town. Black Mask's POV. I called Gabriel's cell but received a message that it had been switched off for the 3rd time in a row. Mark was no different. Ha. The safe house was still secure, so they hadn't run off with the money, and my contact and the GCPD said they hadn't dragged in anybody fitting their description either. They couldn't have skipped town, too. Gabe was going nowhere without the pregnant nurse he saw on the side. And Mark had a good nest egg in the form of a property in one of those yuppie parts of town. He was really proud of it. So, the kids got them. They had to have. My lips stretched underneath my mask as my heart rate spiked. I wonder who pulled the trigger. My money was on the short one. He had that 1,000-yard stare. It'd certainly make for an interesting story. I snapped my fingers. Get in here, I called out, and 2 men walked in. They stood over 6 feet tall, dressed in all black, and wore the mask that all members of the cult wore. They were my elites, men who stood out not only for their military history but also for their devotion to the cause. Gabe and Mark haven't checked in yet. Find out what's keeping them. And if they're dead, Sir John, a gruff, tattooed man, asked. Then put a bounty on the boys who stole from me last night and haul them in before the police do, I commanded. I want to hear how they got the jump on 2 of my best men. Julius's POV. Artemis. I'm not so sure this is a good idea, I said as I stood before one of those ball machines at a batting range. She dragged us to the cages at the stadium and bribed the local operator to promptly fuck off. Gotham was never a baseball town, so the place was typically empty, especially during the off-season. Her reasoning for placing me in here without protective gear? Test the upper limit of my technique with baseballs flying at my face at speeds reaching over 100 miles per hour. Of course, it is, Artemis said from behind the machine where she was finicking with the setting. You've taken a bullet, and that's only at least 1/10 as fast. I thought you were going to ease me into it. This is easing you into it. We'll start well under 100 miles per hour and work our way up. And besides, the ball will bounce off. We need to figure out your various limits minus luck and gradually work our way up because whoever you're going after definitely has guns. I grumbled but nodded. She smiled. You need to stop doubting me and trust the process. We can buy those donuts that you like when we're done. I huffed. If you think you can bribe me with The ball came at me so fast that I barely saw it travel. I tapped inverse, but not before I flinched. It bounced off without much fanfare, most of the momentum stolen from it. That was 80, she shouted, and I yelled at her. What the hell? Surprise. That's the name of the game. Training isn't very useful if you can't use it in the real world. And in the real world, you don't get any warning. I realized, squaring up. Now you're getting it. My technique flashed as the second ball connected, flying even faster. It slammed into my chest and fell, most of the inertia stolen. I blinked. I hadn't picked up on that last night. You noticed it too, huh? She called. So, the hits are definitely not getting deflected, just absorbed with no effect on you. Mostly, I said. There's a power threshold. Would have been surprised if there wasn't. Most powers work that way. There's gotta be a weakness. What about Superman? I spoke. What's his weakness? Probably a nuke or people from his personal life, she hummed. I doubt getting either would be easy. Considering what he does, do you even think he has people? I asked. He has to, she replied. That much power without any checks or people in your life to keep you grounded. Recipe for disaster. It was a warning if I'd ever heard one, but nothing I had to worry about just yet. A third ball came, and a fourth and a fifth. 90, she yelled. Got a good feel for your baseline. But if you're going to be getting in fights, I need to know what we're working with physically. You'll be disappointed. My meta ability doesn't give me superhuman strength or anything. My stamina and regeneration are the real stars. Don't count yourself out just yet, she said. You can hold that enhancement hell of a lot longer than you can hold the impact nullification thing, which is blatantly unfair if you ask me. That additional strength could help you in fights once you learn proper martial arts technique. What's wrong with my technique? I said, standing up a bit straighter. How do I put this delicately? It sucks. Hey. Another ball came faster than before, and I activated inverse. A second, third, fourth, and fifth ball followed, each slowly ramping up at speed until they came at a pitch so fast and frequent that I didn't dare take down my cursed technique. I broke just after the 15th shot, not because I ran out of cursed energy, though I only had about 50 left, but because my mind couldn't take any more. I had the beginnings of a headache, and I rubbed my forehead. You good? I gave her a thumbs up. Case in point, she said with a small grin. She was enjoying herself a bit too much. Last time we sparred, you held your strength enhancement for 5 whole minutes before you needed a break. Still, it's kind of crazy you can take 15 shots to the body without so much as a scratch on you. Your damage nullification thing is kind of insane. Inverse, I said in between breaths. I'm calling the damage nullification inverse, and the strength boost, reinforcement. Been thinking about that for a while, have you? I gave her a middle finger. Everybody is a critic. It's my power. I can call it whatever I want. Fair enough, she shrugged. So, how well do you think inverse will stand up against bullets or arrows? You want to turn me into a pincushion now? I groaned. You asked for this, she pointed out, and I waved at her. Sorry. This is just all kind of still new to me, I admitted. I still had trouble adjusting to my new superhuman status, even with screens, meta ability, and powers as constant reminders. However, I was determined to overcome this hurdle and make this new power mine. It presented an opportunity most could only dream of. We could try jumping off a rooftop, I said slowly as the headache subsided. Worst case scenario, I test how effective my healing is. Best case, I would have practiced a way out of a dicey situation if I'm ever on an apartment building rooftop. Artemis chuckled. Slow your roll now. Let's start with some exercises first, Artemis bit into her donut on the seats of the bleachers as she went over my performance, and I lapped up oxygen. The little she-devil almost killed me. Super solid fundamentals, reinforced or not, but still very human, well, except for the stamina thing. You recover freaky quickly. Give it a bit more time, and you'll put most Olympians to shame. I grunted in appreciation. I had done hundreds of push-ups, squats, sprints, jumps, and even hit the weights at some point, shattering PRs like glass. It was far from what better-fed, professionally trained bodybuilders or athletes could achieve, but it was nothing to scoff at. My efforts gained me a single point in every stat except vitality. Name, Julius Spencer. Race, metahuman sorcerer. Class, sorcerer level 2, 3rd grade. Techniques, inverse LV1. Health, 290/290. CE, 150/230. SP, 10/310. STR, 18 AGI, 21. PUR, 38 VIT, 29. END, 31 CP, 23. Free points, 2. I'd recommend tons of meditation and heavy bag work to practice reinforcement. Weights, jogging, and sprints for your endurance and body. We already know how to train your inverse, as you call it. We'll also be sparring a lot because your martial art is. Don't say it. I held up a hand, wiping the sweat from my brow. This regimen of yours got me feeling like some kind of varsity athlete. Except your coach is not getting paid, she grumbled, and I laughed awkwardly. You take IOUs? She stared at me long and hard. Just promise me you won't die, Jay. That's all the payment I want. I swallowed and nodded. Chapter 5, SDC 5. As it turned out, sparring wasn't any easier against a trained opponent, even with superpowers. Artemis slithered forward the moment the fight started and, in a blink, planted her feet on my chest and flipped, landing gracefully. I remained rooted in place thanks to inverse and rushed forward on my own, fist cocked back, coated in cursed energy. I swung, and she twitched her head, dodging. Exploiting the opening, she dug into my gut with a whip-fast punch that chained into a second and a third. Reinforcement blunted the first hit and inverse nullified the follow-up hits. I swung downward on the fourth punch, hand snatching her wrist, and I pulled and punched. She flowed into the hit and jabbed at my eyes with 2 fingers. I dropped a level with a shift of my knees, taking the jab to the forehead instead of the eyes. I pulled her in, slinging her over my shoulder, and flung her onto the mat, but she somehow landed on all fours like some kind of super cat. Now that was just some bullshit. Fuck it. Let's see how she handles a full-on charge. I flexed my limited control of cursed energy, pushing it below my waist and into my legs. I exploded forward, instantly closing the distance between us, but somehow, Artemis had taken off before I had. Her run transitioned into a slide halfway through, which broke my momentum. I tried to slow down but stumbled instead. One leg crossed over the other, but Artemis' legs clipped mine before I went down. I activated inverse just before contact, and it was a hellish mistake. What should have been a love tap shattered my shin and ankle. A gut-wrenching scream ripped out of me before I went down, and my health dipped by 20%. The description of inverse flashed in my vision before everything went black. While inverse is activated, strong attacks become weaker and vice versa. Inverse possesses a lower and upper limit of what can be categorized as a strong or weak attack. The level of the technique determines both, as does your vitality, cursed energy strength, and reserves. I woke up with a groan in the motel room I rented, with a healed leg and a shattered pride. I'd expected the ass-whopping, but to be tripped into unconsciousness was a new low. Artemis was cycling through the channel on my shitty motel TV, pizza sitting on the table, half-eaten. She seemed happy as a clam. I bet the entire fight hadn't even winded her. Ugh. I muttered, looking down at my leg. She'd splintered the break and bandaged it, allowing it to heal correctly. Most of the bruising was already gone. You're finally awake, she sat up. Thank God. I was afraid I might have given you brain damage in addition to kicking your ass. I gave her the middle finger. Want some pizza? She gestured to the box. Figured you might have been hungry after all that healing. My stomach twisted as the smell hit me. I could eat, I said, grabbing half a slice and shoving it down my throat. What? Artemis watched me with an amused smirk. I'm a growing meta. I needed the calories. She watched me scarf down slice after slice with a look I couldn't quite place. Want to tell me how I shattered your fibula by tripping you? She asked. We had a 10-second staring contest before I finally answered. It's the cost of my invulnerability. Gunshots feel like love taps while actual love taps make you feel like you've been run over by a car. Inverse. The name makes a lot of sense now. Essentially, yeah. That's terrifying, Artemis said quietly, but also kind of fair. I mean healing, a strength boost, and invulnerability. I was starting to think you were Superman's distant cousin. Could be, I shrugged. Would have to meet my dad's family to know for sure. I don't see it, Artemis said, leaning in. Facial structure is all different. Heat rose to my cheeks, and I shoved away her face. Obviously, you have to dial back your use of inverse. You're gambling in every fight until you can get the timing just right. Because if you slip up once during a street brawl, or get caught by a stray jab, it could be game over, I muttered, falling back into my pillow, suddenly feeling very human. The incident had snapped me out of whatever high I'd been riding since I got my new abilities. My meta ability seemed almost necessary to even use the curse technique. I took comfort in the fact that it would help me recover from the many training wounds I expected to receive while training with Artemis. I turned to her. Thanks for looking after me. Your mom is probably pissed I've got you out so late again. She is, she said, but not as much as my dad. But then again, I like him that way. I gulped, suddenly questioning this week-long boot camp we had planned. I wasn't afraid of many things, okay, that's not true, but on top of the very short list was Mr. Croc. He was right there up next to Batman and the Joker. All it had taken was watching one sparring session between him and his daughter to put the fear of God in me. Compared to him, Artemis was a saint. Hope you kept my name out of it. Her lips twisted into a devious smile, and I shuddered. All he knows is that I've been spending more time with a friend who happens to be a boy. Crap. Not funny, Art. If your dad kills me, I'll come back from the dead to haunt your actual boyfriend. 5 days later. I laid into the heavy bag with a grim determination and controlled breath, reinforcement wrapped around me. I had my training bag to the side, stuffed with turkey sandwiches and water bottles. After hours of training and the subsequent healing cycle, I couldn't get food in me fast enough. Oftentimes, I ended up with a pudgy gut that quickly deflated. It wasn't pretty, but it got the job done. Artemis called it a dirty bulk, and said something about ending up fat, but I was more occupied with getting stronger so that I could hold my own in a fight. All my stats went up by 3 points at least, even perception, and I had better control over my cursed energy. We've also started practicing with compound bows, and I've even jumped down a few buildings despite Artemis's warnings. She was right, of course. I shattered my fibula and femur and fractured my skull multiple times during training, but it had all been worth it. Inverse went up a level, as did cursed energy reinforcement and manipulation. The difference was night and day. Inverse had a more manageable lower and upper threshold, and I didn't take as much damage from a botched activation. The technique also took less time and energy to summon. The same could be said for cursed energy reinforcement. Curse energy reinforcement level 2, achieve active and passive boosts in physical parameters by circulating cursed energy through your body. Active enhancement provides a more pronounced benefit, while passive enhancement occurs naturally over time as you gather more cursed energy and become more proficient in manipulating curse energy. Current active boost, 25%. Passive boost, 10%. 2 CE per second. It was where the growth was the most obvious, but I appreciated cursed energy's manipulation the most. It made my entire combat style possible, switching inverse on and off while I used reinforcement. However, after a week of practice, the level increase in hand-to-hand combat felt the most earned. Hand-to-hand combat LV2, an all-encompassing skill that covers various martial arts you possess knowledge and proficiency with. 5% boost to learning martial arts, damage, and speed. Every dig to the gut, judo throw, and kick felt worth it. I'd still not managed to beat Artemis once, but I was getting closer, and it was more than enough for what I needed. Help Sasha and put Tim in his place. As for Black Mask, I'd done away with the delusion that I could take him alone, but I wasn't throwing in the towel either. I just needed to attack the problem from a different angle. Artemis was waiting for me by the entrance of Lowe's when I finished my session, leaning against the doorframe. Dipping out before tonight's spar, she asked. It's Sasha. Been a while since I heard from her. She's not taking my calls, even the ones from payphones around the city. I'm afraid something's wrong. You think he got to her? Her expression softened. Maybe, I said, she could just be on a bender. Has happened before, she said, moving out of the way to let me pass. Call me if you need me. You've got a pair of spandexes I don't know about. I chuckled. You'd be surprised, she said with a wink, and I gingerly stepped past her, eyes lingering longer than they should. My trip back to the Narrows was a short and oddly emotional one. I rode in the cab in silence with my hood down, my eyes scanning over the various places Eddie and I used to visit. The cab dropped me off a few blocks from my neighborhood, and I headed over to Sasha's, slipping into her building. I helped myself into her apartment using the spare key Eddie gave me, and it was a mess. It was like a hurricane blew through here, or more accurately, some kind of party. The kitchen counter had several day-old cake, moldy food, unwashed Tupperware, and half-empty bottles of vodka and beer sitting on it. A greeting card put the final piece in place. Sorry for your loss. Marge. Fuck. Eddie's wake. I missed it. My heart sank. Probably happened while I was training. I pocketed the card and swung by Eddie's room next. It was the only part of the house that remained untouched. In the corner was his football gear. A dirty hamper sat by his closet, and above his bed was a poster of some supermodel that I always teased him about. In a basket beside his bed was what Eddie affectionately referred to as his arsenal. Baseball bats, pipes, and old rope. I hefted his favorite bat and gave it a practice swing. It was solid aluminum. Sturdy as a rock. It was the last thing his mom bought him before she disappeared. That was 5 years ago now. He only brought it on special jobs. I vanished into cursed inventory, a small smile at the corner of my lips. It was another one of my hidden cards and had as much potential as inverse if I played things just right. It grew with my cursed energy base and could be used for all manners of mischief and creative fighting. Smuggling, arms dealing, the sky was the limit. I shook my head, shoving aside those thoughts for now, feeling up the card in my pocket. Marge might know something. It was almost 7, so I had half an hour before she had to be at the nightclub opposite Vinny's Lounge. It was where Sasha worked. I knew her in passing, only sharing brief conversations occasionally, but she seemed decent enough. Smart too. Her place was a couple blocks down. Several lingering eyes followed me as I walked. More than once, I tensed up, breathing a little faster, but my cursed energy remained tucked tight underneath my skin, where it should be. Something was clearly up, and I had a nagging feeling I knew what it was. Chapter 6, SD6. My knocks were slow and patient, and Marge answered after the 5th, peeking through the keyhole. What do you fucking want? It's my night off. I'm trying to get some shut-eye. Oh shit. It's you. Her voice softened immediately, and she spoke with some hesitation. You shouldn't be here, or anywhere near Gotham for that matter. Why? You heard something? I asked, and the door opened. Marge wore a robe, loose pants, and bunny flip-flops. She dragged me into her apartment and looked each way before the door shut. "Didn't you hear? Someone working for Black Mask put a bounty on you. 10 grand to anyone who's seen you or Eddie." Ah, shit. I'd expected a reaction, but not this. He was serious. The Narrows wasn't safe. Hell, most of Gotham wasn't safe. As far as they knew, I was out of town until tonight. "Then I'm sorry for turning up here and putting you out like this," I said. "Call them after I leave. Tell them everything we talk about. Don't risk it." "Didn't plan to," Marge said immediately, folding her arms. I blinked, again surprised by her brusqueness. But then again, I'd have done the same if I were in her shoes. "Haven't heard from Sasha in a while. Do you know where she is?" She adjusted her robe. "She took her brother's death hard. Crawled into an even deeper hole with that slimeball Tom. He came to collect her a few nights ago. The last anyone saw her was at Vinny's." My heart sank. Of course. How could I have not seen this coming? I massaged the bridge of my nose. Marge looked at me for a time before she spoke. "Want my advice, kid? Get out of town. I know you feel for her, I do too, but you can't help someone who doesn't want your help. You got your whole life ahead of you. Start fresh. You don't need the heat." The cold, calculating part of me understood that she was, of course, right. But I also knew I'd never get a good night's rest if I didn't see this through. "Thanks for the help, Marge." I nodded at her and then departed, taking the back door to her building. My next stop was Vinny's. I stole a bike off the corner and pedaled in the general direction of the club with my hoodie up, and my mind spinning. Halfway to my destination, I came to an uncomfortable realization: I needed Artemis for recon. Stepping into Vinny's by myself was asking for trouble. It didn't matter that the club technically belonged to Penguin, Black Mask's arch-rival. He was likely to pawn me off for a favor, kill me to spite him, or use me if he ever found out what I could do. Still, I was hesitant to send her into the lion's den. Artemis was no angel, but she lived where she lived for a reason. Her mom wasn't my biggest fan, and her father thought training me was a waste of her talents, his words directly. This was going to make things a whole lot worse. Yet, it had to happen. I was tucked in an alleyway a few blocks from the club when I grabbed my cell phone, but something caught my eye and stopped me before I dialed her number. It was a well-dressed man drunkenly talking down a group of 4 trying to rob him of his car. I snorted. He should have known better than to come into the Narrows dressed like that, driving a luxury car without protection. But the strange thing was, he looked unbothered by the thugs. I'd argue he was comfortable even. He had scars in the form of tally marks like the type prisoners would cross out on walls to count time, but his tallies had nothing to do with time served. The man had bleach-white hair, a crooked nose, and a wiry and thin build. By all counts, he had the bearings of a man who could handle himself in a street fight, but I suppose skill didn't matter much when you're drunk and surrounded by 4 guys with no weapon in an empty parking lot. "Come on," the man drawled, leaning into the side of his sedan, "you're ruining my buzz. Used to be a man could get drunk in relative safety. Not with clothes and a car like that, you can't," the lead man laughed, cracking his knuckles. "It's the only time that caped freak isn't trolling around looking for someone to punch," a lanky man holding a knife chimed in. "Just make this easy on yourself and empty your pockets," the biggest of the group said. "You don't have to end up with a hole in your gut." The man laughed. "I'd have to be blackout drunk to lose to bottom feeders like you." "Have it your way then," the first man snarled and stabbed at him. That turned out to be a mistake. As if on instinct, the man stepped to the left just before the knife made contact. His hand snapped around the wrist of the offender, and he twisted while lashing out with a kick to the second attacker. He ate a boot to the chin, putting him on his ass. "Ah!" The first man bellowed like he'd been the one kicked as his wrist snapped, and the knife slid out of his arms. The drunk man's demeanor transformed as soon as he touched the blade. The grin on his face was chilling. He swiped, slicing up the face of the biggest of them before moving to the third thug, who charged him and tried to stab him in the gut. He stepped back in time while the fourth man seemed to be rooting in his back trousers for something. As soon as I saw the silver flash, I knew it was a gun. The stone was already in the air before I realized I'd thrown it. It bonked the potential gunner in the head, and he spun around, eyes wide when they met mine. He was a balding 30-something with a tank top on, dirty jeans, and bags under his eyes. "You little shit." He aimed and let a rip. I juked, but not in time. Inverse flashed on just before I stepped back into the alley, and a bullet bounced off my side. Fuck. I breathed. 1 second slower, and I'd been dealing with a collapsing lung. "I know I winged you, boy. Stay nice and still, and I won't have to drag your dead body to Black Mask when I collect your bounty." Of course, he knew. My luck. But then again, wasn't this what I trained for? There was a way through this. I just had to be innovative. "Alright," I called over. "I like breathing." He grinned. "Everybody's a hero until there's a gun involved," he laughed, and I peeked over the corner. The drunk man was sloppier than when the fight started, but he was holding his own against 3 of them well enough, mostly with threats by swiping his knife. "Let me see your hands," the gunman yelled as they paced right over, and I obliged, throwing one hand up. "Show me the other hand, or I shoot." "I can't," I called back. "You got me in the side. Don't try to be smart, and I won't have to shoot you." He hurried up, rounding the corner, and took a cursed energy-infused brass knuckle to the chest. He dropped with a wheeze and aimed at me. The bullet fired, and inverse flashed on. The bullet slid off my forearm, and I stomped him into the ground with a kick, reducing him to a coughing, scrambling mess. I kicked his gun away the first chance I got. He looked up at me, surprised. It was the last thing he saw before my enhanced fist slapped into his jaw, bouncing his head off the sidewalk. "Jeb," someone screamed. I looked up and immediately saw the biggest of the bunch running straight at me. Oh hell. I stuck my hand behind me and produced a bat, filling her with energy as I took several cautionary steps back. Chapter 7, SD7. Sorry for the late upload. There was a death in the family. Chapter 7. The large man grabbed at me surprisingly fast, but I slipped back, barely avoiding him. I swung, my bat covered in cursed energy reinforcement. It slid just past the large man's approaching fist but connected to his jaw, stunning him. I resisted the urge to use inverse and potentially complicate the fight. He bowled me over and let out a triumphant roar as he grabbed me by the neck and hoisted me up. My back was on fire, and my airway was rapidly shutting down, but I still had the presence of mind to send the bat away and nail the son of a bitch in his hurt face with an enhanced fist to the eye. He dropped me and started swinging, and precise activation of inverse kept the worst of the injuries at bay. More blows came, but I threw more of my own, dishing out as much as I received until suddenly, he was off me. His neck jerked back, and a knife opened his throat with gusto, bathing me and part of the alley in red. I scrambled back, trembling and wet, distancing myself from this new enemy. My cursed energy bucked against me, but I found my groove eventually. I squared up, ready for a fight. A surge of cursed energy hit me a second later as I leveled up, healing my injuries and clearing up my puffed-up eyes enough to spot the face of my new murderous benefactor. It was the drunk man. He stood over the body of the giant with a chilling smile on his face. "You're not half bad," he said as he ripped open his sleeve and cut 3 straight lines into a small patch of his forearm. It was the only part of his arm that wasn't covered in those tally scars. More marks were visible on his skin through the tears in his suit and shirt. It dawned on me pretty quickly after that. I was standing in front of a serial killer. He threw the knife straight at me, and I caught it instinctively. Next time, You might want to keep one of those handy when you show up to a street fight. I gulped. You're Victor Zsasz. In the flesh. He gave a small bow. The infamous serial killer. Wasn't he locked up in Arkham like 4 years ago? That's what Batman and Gotham PD want you to think, he smirked. Most of my work was actually mercenary. Why are you telling me all this? I said shakily, and his smile grew only wider. Well, you asked, and because I recognize a kindred spirit when I see one. Taking down 2 black masks top enforcers and disappearing their bodies, he whistled. Not bad for a squirt. Shit. Does everybody know? He shrugged. Just heard it when I was in the bar. Interesting stuff. If you don't get yourself killed, you might actually get the big man's attention. I'm not a killer, I insisted, and he looked straight at me. It took everything in me not to wince at his stare. Might be better if you are, he said. It'll keep the rabble away at least. Zsasz pulled a handkerchief from his breast pocket and started wiping off what little of the blood he could. It did not help much. His suit was drenched in the stuff. Just as he was about to leave, I called out to him, and he turned around slowly. I pulled my phone from my pocket and showed him a picture of Sasha and Ed. Did you see her on the inside? I asked, but his eyes were glued on Ed. The friend who's missing, he hummed. I take it he's dead. I gave a grim nod, and he flashed me a pointy smile. Didn't see her, but if I had to bet money, she's probably dead too or just about. There's a bounty out on you, and she never reached out. You do the math. No. I growled, my cursed energy flaring. Victor's eyes widened slightly, and his lips curled into a nastier grin. Did he sense that? He grabbed me by the shoulder. Yes. Get angry, and stay angry. It'll make what you have to do that much easier. My breathing grew harsh and ragged as I looked away. Did anger make killing easy the first time around? Yes. But did it drive me to kill Mark and Gabe? Partly. Killing them was my only way out that night, and I'd have shanked the bruiser that was on me a few minutes ago if I had a knife in my inventory. I had no idea what this meant for my future. But one thing was clear, I was hurtling towards a crossroads, and I had to decide the type of man I wanted to be before someone else made that choice for me. I clutched the knife hard and met eyes once more with Zsasz. Then I slid over to the next picture, which was of Tim. A friend told me he has her. Did you see him in there? Zsasz gave me a small nod as if he had approved before answering. No, but I can find out. Zsasz returned from the bar with an eager look and a fresh suit. He tossed me a sweatshirt, which I accepted with some confusion before he began to speak. Turns out, your friend Tim broke the cardinal rule. Never bite the hands that feeds. What did he do? I asked. He's been undercutting his kilos. Practically selling sugar and baking powder to Vinny's regulars. Went under the radar until somebody from a posh side of town tasted his cut. Oh shit, I muttered. It was not all that surprising. Sounded like something Tim would do. He's not at his place, Zsasz hummed. It's been ransacked and emptied out. Penguin wants his head on a spike. And B probably figures he can get out of the hole he dug by offering me up, I said slowly, assessing his motivations. Would be my next move, Zsasz smirked, then stuck his hand in his coat pocket and handed me the gun that asshole had shot me with. He was dead also, a victim of Zsasz's psychotic rampage. Even standing so close to him seemed like a risk, but I felt I understood Zsasz, at least partly. There was a method to his madness, and I was in his good graces for now. Just in case, he winked and turned away. Good luck hunting. I spent nearly 2 hours combing through all of Tim's usual haunts, bars, restaurants, and liquor stores. I even checked out his apartment. Near midnight, I talked towards the last place I'd ever expected Tim to go, my building. But the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. Maybe he'd not choose my apartment exactly, but some apartments hadn't been rented out in weeks. My apartment must have been torn apart and overanalyzed by this point, and no one was coming here looking for me, at least not until today. Hiding in plain sight was stupid enough that it might just work. I found a fat man posted on the sidewalk opposite my building and went up the fire escape instead. No doubt one of Black Mask's men or another idiot trying his luck. On the third floor, I saw movement before something shattered the window. Inverse activated just before the hammer slammed into me. I desperately clung to the fire escape ladder and looked inside after blinking the glass from my eyes. The apartment was mostly dark, and a silhouette stared at me. There was terror in his eyes. Chapter 8, SDC 8. I leaped into the building before my attacker recovered. It was Tim, and he was ready for me when I stepped into the apartment, gun pointed. "How the hell did you do that?" "Do what?" I asked, eyeing him up and down. His hands were shaking. I took a step forward, and he took one back. "Don't move a muscle, you little shit," he said. "You and that bitch have cost me enough." "Where is she?" I demanded, and he grinned. "Oh, she's tucked away nice and tight, doped out of her mind, just the way she likes it," he said, some confidence slipping into his voice. The bitch held out longer than I expected. Smashed her phone when I demanded she call you, refused to give up your new cell number. I would have gone harder if I didn't have a Russian buyer lined up to acquire her. Why any asshole would pay $5,000 for a whore is beyond me, but hey, money is money. He laughed, then licked his lips. "Now that you're here though, I might just keep her around, take another run at this town from the other side. I hear Black Mask has a real hard-on for you." "So, she's in the apartment with you then," I said in a monotone voice that physically unsettled Tom. I pulled out the brass knuckles I'd taken to store in my front pocket and slipped them on. "I'll enjoy beating the answer out of you." "You do see the gun I'm holding, right?" he asked as I stalked towards him. "If you could have risked killing me, you would have pulled the trigger instead of using a hammer. And even if you could, you can't stop me." He fired the gun, blasting the vase beside me, and I pressed on with inverse active, unflinching. I charged him when I was close enough, and he frantically fired at me. All 5 bullets bounced off my skin as I decked him in the face hard with reinforcement and a brass knuckle. It sent him crashing into a cabinet to the side, his jaw dislocated, and his teeth went flying. I dragged him and flipped him over my shoulder, slamming him to the ground. He let out a strangled gasp, but his finger never left the trigger of his gun. He fired into my open palm, blasting a hole through when Inverse was down. My cry of pain was drowned out by my adrenaline and sheer anger. I ripped the gun from his hand, flinging it across the room, and his knee dug into my side, startling me, but reinforcement kept me steady and focused enough to wail on him. He tried maneuvering and blocking my blows, but reaching level 2 in cursed energy reinforcement meant I was 50% stronger when enhanced. The blows only stopped when he was a wheezing, sputtering mess, and still, I wasn't satisfied. I stopped, for Sasha's sake, though. Time was running out. Somebody must have heard us by now, and I still needed to find Sasha. And as much as I wanted to punish Tom, this was hardly the time. I produced a knife and pressed it against his dick. "Talk or I'll cut it off." He spat out blood and groaned, and I pushed. "You can't." "Can't I?" "I don't have the time to cut the answers out of you and get her to safety. But I'll kill you and move the fuck on if I have to. And they say your mother was the crazy one." I pushed harder, shearing through the fabric and nicking his thigh. "Fuck. All right. All right. She's in the bathroom." I vanished the knife and punched him hard in the groin. It took the wind straight out of him as I slowly eased away. Despite nursing a groin injury, Tim pounced the first opportunity he got. He snatched my wounded hand, pressing hard, squeezing it, and shoving me away as he scrambled for the gun. He didn't reach it before I took a cursed energy reinforced bat to his back, swatting him into the ground. Cursed energy took to object surprisingly well. I even had a theory that it somehow improved their integrity. My knuckle duster had never felt so solid. Tim let out a wet gurgle as he scraped and turned, hands stretched out, wheezing for what I assumed was mercy, but I was fresh out. I went for his jaw his time around, whacking him so hard his eyes rolled to the back of his head. Then, I stuffed his mouth and swung at his kneecap with full force with cursed reinforcement. That's for my mom. His kneecap snapped like a twig, and I moved to the other, swinging again with grim satisfaction. And that's for Sasha. His screams were muffled through the rags, which somehow pissed me off even more. I came close to saying fuck it and going to town on his head. He would have fucking deserved it. But killing the son of a bitch would have been the best thing for him, not me. It would put me on Batman's radar if the massacres as enacted hadn't already. No, there were better uses for him. Sasha was barely lucid when I found her, and I wrapped her up in a tight hug and draped my jacket on her when I plucked her out of the tub and cut the ropes. Her eyes were red from crying, and her face was all swollen, but I held myself back from doing something I'd regret. Eddie. She muttered as I set her down in the living room and placed a call to Marge after bandaging my wounded arm with cloth. Sasha could not travel, so getting her out through the fire escape was out of the question. Besides, I couldn't carry Tim with me. I called Marge, who was happy to help. She was more surprised that I'd gotten myself pinched or worse. I had her call in a tip to my motel location. It should have some of my clothes, a few groceries, and most of my training gear, nothing that couldn't be replaced. It also guaranteed that Marge didn't get in trouble trying to save me. After a tense minute of waiting by the door with the gun pointed, I spied a car pull up in front of the apartment, and 5 men wearing masks milled out of the building. The tip worked. I exhaled as they drove off, finally letting myself take in the apartment. Tom had been living out of this place for a while. There were wrappers of half-eaten takeout, water bottles, and clothes spread out to form a makeshift bed roll. His go-bag was the pillow. In it, he had nearly a kilo of cocaine, 5,000 in cash, which I pocketed, a concerning amount of body spray, and his personal phone, which he'd been dumb enough to keep unlocked. All of his contacts were in here. Marge sent a cabbie friend of hers to pick us up, and I left Tom gagged in the bathroom, tied up in the same style he left Sasha after I cleared the room of all evidence of my presence, including the bullets that bounced off me and the one stuck in the wall. I also got rid of the bone, teeth, muscle, and blood I could find, though I suspected a team of forensic analysts could piece together what happened here easily enough. When we got to Sasha's building, Marge was waiting for us. She helped her into bed and gave me a grateful nod as I left. Maybe you're not half bad, kid. She had no idea. I pulled out Tim's phone and opened the voice recorder as I perched myself near the back door of an empty office building. When I was certain I was alone, I called up the Iceberg Lounge on my way to a motel near Lowe's. Iceberg Lounge, Clara speaking. Tell your boss I have his rat, and I'm willing to give up his location for the right price. Get off the phone before I really call the boss, Clara warned. Why don't you do just that? I'm sure Penguin would appreciate having Tim and his cocaine back. Shit. You're actually serious, she said. You have him. How? Gratuitous amount of violence and cunning, I said. So, are you going to call the boss or not? She sighed. It's your funeral. There was a stretch of silence before someone spoke, and Penguin's voice was exactly as I remembered it from his real estate ads. Nasally, condescending and self-satisfied. You're that kid Black Mask at tearing the Narrows apart looking for, aren't you? How did you guess? Don't insult me boy, it's my job to know things, he said. Clara said you have something for me. I want to strike a deal. I have Tom tucked away somewhere safe along with a key of your cocaine. In exchange for both, I want you and the rest of your people to leave me in peace. He laughed. You certainly aren't shy. Explains why Mask is so interested, but you still have a thing or two to learn about leverage, kid. I think I have plenty, I said. Tom was conducting business with the Russians behind your back. Did you know that? He also planned to jump ship to Mask's crew with inside knowledge of how your business worked. Penguin snorted. Of course, I knew about the Russian connection, and Black Mask can have him. If you think I haven't reworked my entire system since that snake betrayed me, then you're not as bright as I thought you were. In the 3 days that you learned of his betrayal. Doubtful. There was a stretch of silence before he spoke, and I breathed a little easier. Not bad at all, he said. But I want something else. I'm not going to pay you for protection if that's what you're asking. He laughed. Meet with me at the Iceberg Lounge tomorrow at 9 p.m., he said, and I blinked in surprise. I'd expected a lot of things. Threats? A prompt dismissal, but not this. He was obviously trying to recruit me, but I was curious about his reasoning. Why? I asked. You made Mask bleed. That hasn't happened since the Batman hauled him away all those years ago, he said. He wants you dead, and I want him out of the way. Sounds like we can help each other. I don't work for free, I said offhandedly, unsure where I was going with this. Was I really trying to be hired by a crime lord? Penguin laughed. Nobody in this town does. And now the address. I gave him the directions to Tom, and he laughed once again. The phone cut and I stopped the recorder and sat in the alley for a long while, slowly coming to terms with what I'd agreed to. It wasn't the smartest idea to get tangled with a gang boss, but the Penguin had everything I needed to pull off the takedown. Money, influence, and the means to actually protect the people I care about, Artemis, Sasha, and Candace. But could I trust him? Fuck no. I trusted Batman more with this takedown. He might be inefficient, but at least he'd get Black Mask off the streets. It was the rehabilitating / no-killing thing I had a problem with. I spared Tom to save my soul, but I had no problem bloodying it to kill that asshole Sionis. The police were naturally a worse choice than Batman. Even if I could trust Gordon, the police chief, word would get back to Penguin and Sionis as soon as the file landed on the DA's table. Sad as it was to say, Penguin was my best chance of dismantling Black Mask's empire the way I saw fit. What happened to me after Sionis was on the ground was another entirely different matter. I had a feeling all the blackmail tapes and pictures in the world wouldn't protect me, but it paid to be cautious. I just might have to kill 2 crime lords instead of 1. I'm going to need to be a hell of a lot stronger. I took one last look at my status before I dragged myself to the nearest motel near Lowe's. It was firmly in his district, as was Artemis's home. Name, Julius Spencer. Race, metahuman sorcerer. Class, sorcerer level 3, 3rd grade. Techniques, inverse LV2. Health, 340/340. CE, 180/270. SP, 340/340. STR, 23 AGI, 26. PUR, 41 VIT, 34. END, 34 CP, 27. Free points, 4. Techniques. Inverse LV2. Skills. Cursed Energy Reinforcement LV2. Stealth LV2. Martial Arts LV2. Cursed Inventory LV1. Meta Ability. Enhanced Regeneration. Chapter 9, SDC 9. What's the point of having a phone if you never use the damn thing? Artemis yelled as she stormed into my motel room as I bandaged my hands. Oh my God. What happened? She reached for it, and I pulled back. It's going to be good as new tomorrow morning. I walked past her, shut the door, and looked out the window. And I'm sorry for not calling. A few things happened that I'd rather not say on the phone. A text would have been enough, she huffed, folding her arms. Well, out with it. You're bossy. Anyone ever tell you that? I said, pulling off my shirt and tossing it in a garbage bag. I caught her staring. I would have been flattered if I wasn't so out of it. Just tell me already. Alright. Alright. I settled into my bed. The Sasha situation got a bit complicated. Tom was waiting on me, and things got physical between us. Suffice to say, he'll be eating out of a straw. I also got protection for Sasha and me, in Penguin's territory at least. But in exchange, I have to help him take down Black Mask. Her eyes went wide. Are you out of your mind? Penguin is even more dangerous than Black Mask. The police haven't touched him in 12 years, even Batman hasn't put him away. That's no accident. He's the boogeyman. I get it. But he's the only person who wants Black Mask dead as much as I do. And what will you do when he eventually hangs you out to dry? I'll have tape, video, and everything else in between ready for the police when they scoop us up. You really think it's that simple? She asked. No, I admitted, not unless I give them evidence too big to sweep under the rug. The lie came easily. He'll see you coming from a mile away, Artemis pointed out. Maybe, I shrugged. But it won't matter. It's not like he can get his hands on the evidence unless I want him to. The gun I stole from Tim appeared and disappeared in a flash. That won't stop an animal like Cobblepot, she said. I stood up from the bed. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Art. Next thing I know, you'll tell me to drop this Black Mask thing. Her silence was deafening. Then why did you agree to fucking train me? You know why, Artemis said. It was a favor to a friend. You have potential, Jay. She walked over to the bed and sat beside me. But you're way in over your head. Ed wouldn't want this for you. She tried touching my hand, but I pulled back, standing up. What would you know about what Ed wanted? He would have liked not to die a dog's death. He would have liked for me to look after his sister. That fucker Black Mask laughed as he gave the order to execute us while I impotently watched. If my powers had come in a minute faster, I choked and took a steadying breath before continuing. I'm going to take down that smarmy prick if it's the last thing I do. And I'll gladly do it with or without your help. You've gone above and beyond, and I'll totally understand if you need to pull out now. Artemis shot me a deadpan look. Do you really think you'll get rid of me that easy? Now sit down. And let's come up with a plan that doesn't end up with you dead. Fucking Gotham, the case detective said to his partner as I walked onto the scene. When it rains, it pours. The bodies of 4 dead thugs lay strewn on the floor, their necks opened in a very specific fashion. Captain Gordon, his partner Raya straightened when she saw me. Coroner says you wanted to see it before they moved the bodies. It says, all right. The alley was empty, uniformed cops forming a perimeter wide enough to keep away the lookers. Should we loop him in on this? Raya asked quietly, earning a look from her partner. You're a detective for fuck's sake, Kenny sighed. Where's your pride? Can't cry for the bad at the first sign of trouble. He's got bigger fish to fry. Kenny was harsh, but he had a point. While Batman was undeniably effective, he also made every case he was personally involved with a nightmare to litigate. One step out of place, and they could call for a mistrial. Still, considering the body count that the psychopath racked last time he was free, I was more than willing to bite the bullet. 24 hours, and we light up the signal. I think we should make the call tonight, Sasha insisted, and I raised a brow. I think Zaz might be grooming somebody to become like him. My eyes went wide, and Kenny's expression mirrored mine. Where's this coming from? He demanded. You know something I don't. I know how you feel about the Batman. I didn't want to bother you with my theories. Kenny's face was starting to turn red. And it's okay to bother the fucking commissioner. Chew out your partner in your own time, I said, then turned to Raya. Why are you convinced we might have a mini serial killer on our hands? One of my informants saw the whole thing go down. Apparently, Zaz was being ambushed, and the boy came to his rescue. He managed to take down a single thug before he was overwhelmed himself. Zaz rescued the boy and killed their attackers. That's the basis of your hunch? Kenny scoffed. Kid could have just been a good Samaritan who got in over his head. I would have agreed too, Raya continued, if he weren't for two other factors. Zaz gave him the knife he committed the murder with, and he's the kid Black Mask is hunting. That's a lot of coincidences, I said, rubbing my rough chin, and you know how I feel about those. The kid might not be a criminal mastermind, but he's not innocent either. Good job, Raya. The lead is worth pursuing, but holding out like that on your partner makes me think you don't trust him, which makes me wonder if there's something else you're not telling me. Raya blanched and shook her head. Not at all, sir. I was just trying to avoid another fight. It is your job to fight, piss each other off, and do your jobs anyways, I lectured. This is Gotham. If you can't take a little heat, you won't survive. I could see the shiver in Raya's body as she matched my gaze and gave me a firm nod. She was a transfer from Denver. She did good work but was stuck with a sexist captain who undermined her at every turn. I hired her on the spot, and I'm glad to have someone bright-eyed enough to move here in the first place. Then, I turned to her partner, Kenny. The department bulldog. He wasn't the most pleasant man to work with, but damn it if he couldn't work a case. Stop being a dick to your partner. He blinked in surprise and then cracked a smile, giving me a military salute. Yes, sir. I turned around, having had just about enough of both of them. With the gang war on the horizon, this was the last thing we needed. The crime rate was steadily rising. Are you going to call him? She asked just before I left the alley. See you back at the office, Detective Raya. Chapter 10, SDC 10. I arrived at the club from the back entrance and was greeted by Clara. She was a short Asian lady dressed in a tight black dress that hid nothing, and she scanned me like I was a piece of meat. You're scrawnier than I imagined, she commented. That's why they never see me coming, I grinned. She made a face. That's cute, but don't say that in front of the boss. The excitement drained from my face. What was wrong with what I said? It was a decent comeback. I'll keep that in mind. She held the door open for me to enter, and I was led through a series of interconnected hallways lit with blue lighting. I arrived at a large, metal-reinforced double door with the insignia of the Iceberg Lounge at the center. Two burly men waited out front. Clara spun around without much a word, and the men eyed me up and down just like Clara had. Arms out, kid, the bigger of the pair ordered, starting towards me. He was especially rough, swatting at my hands and slapping my legs, searching for some type of weapon. He's clean, he said to his partner, eyes never leaving me. You see something you like, big guy? I asked, looking him straight in the eyes. I knew a bully when I saw one. And I hated bullies. He'd probably heard about me and was itching to put me in my place. Although I had a reputation to protect, I ultimately knew we wouldn't come to blows, at least not in front of his boss's office. Or maybe I was wrong. The big guy bared his teeth and raised a hand, but his partner stopped him. Come on, the boss man is waiting on him. He stood there for another long second before finally letting me through and opening the door to the Penguin's office. They came in after me, and Oswald waved me down to one of the 3 plush chairs in front of his massive desk, which, like the rest of his office, was in a white and black motif. Everything was. The plants, the paintings, the walls, and even the aquarium on the far wall. He was really going overboard with this white and black motif. He needed to fire his decorator. Slipping my hand into my pocket, I summoned my cell phone, and the recorder app had already opened and hit record. Penguin had his head buried in a stack of thick documents and stayed that way for a few seconds before he finally looked up, then tilted his head slightly as if surprised. His eyes lingered on my healed hand briefly, setting off alarm bells. Had Tom told him about the injury? Given how much bone, muscle, and blood had been sent flying through the apartment, it wouldn't have been that difficult to confirm Tim's story. I could have missed something. Of course, Art and I planned for that. With the way Tim spoke about you, you'd think you were the devil. Oswald's voice was sharp and nasal, his face leathery, and his teeth crooked but white, every bit as intimidating as I remembered from the commercials. I shrugged, trying to play off my fear. Well, he was an asshole. And I had been completely out of my mind with rage then. Crippling him was better on my conscience than killing him. I was beginning to wonder if that was the right call. Can't say I disagree, he said, steepling his hands together. I'm assuming those men masked had execute your friend received the same treatment. Can't confirm or deny, I shrugged, and the Penguin smirked. I know what sort of man you are, and that's why I think job would be perfect for someone of your talents. There it is. He knew something or at least suspected it, and that meant I could be more aggressive with my negotiations. It was just a question of how aggressive I wanted to be. I'd like you to do what you failed to do the first time around. Rob Black Mask, he said, strike his collection houses and drug factories. Ruin him like he has you. My brows hiked up. I'd expected as much but assumed he'd tease it, not go straight for the jugular. But fine by me. You can't expect me to take on his operation by myself. Nor am I expecting you to, he said automatically. We start small. Stash houses, drug meets, and soldiers. Then we move up. Dismantle his organization piece by piece, I said. It was the best-case scenario for me. I get to help out Gotham, take out future competition, and level up. But it was like I said on the phone, I didn't work for free. And my compensation? The satisfaction of butchering the man who killed your friend isn't enough, he asked. Not nearly, I said, crossing my legs. Ha! Tim described you as an emotional lad, he said. Though you come across as more practical up close. What can I say, revenge doesn't pay the bills. He laughed, his lips twisting into a shark-like grin, and my face slowly started to mirror his. Penguin was a bastard through and through, but a rich one nonetheless. Stories abound about his rise. How he betrayed the Falcons, took over their properties, and rose from the ashes. Suppose he was seated in my chair right now, blessed with the talents I had. What sort of deal would he broker? I want 15% of Black Mask's assets. Penguin paused, then let out an uproarious laugh. The second guard joined in, while the one with a hate boner for me spoke up. Why don't you ask for the moon while you're at it? You're lucky the boss man let you keep your head at all. Now Henry, he raised a finger. The boy speaks out of turn, but he gets an A for ambition. He, of course, shouldn't risk life and limb without some kind of compensation. 5,000 a week till the end of our enterprise should be sufficient. Now, on to the details, he said with a finality. Yeah, that won't work for me, I said, cutting the Penguin off before he continued to speak. You got a death wish, kid? Henry barked, stepping forward. Do you? I roared back, turning to face him. This was a good time as any to test just how much Penguin knew about my abilities. He would either let his baboon attack me or he'd hold him back because he had a gauge of my abilities. It's quite fine, Henry, Penguin spoke up, stopping the bruiser in his tracks. The boy has leverage. Let's see if he knows how to use it. What do you want? I swallowed. Black Mask is worth millions, and I'm about to start a very public campaign against him with limited help from your organization. I will be the distraction he obsesses about while you destroy. Before this is over, I expect Batman, the Commissioner, and at least one major supervillain to be after me. I think I deserve a little more than chump change. His money is tied up in real estate, bank accounts, and stocks. All of which will be likely unsensible until Black Mask is in the ground. And I'm sure you can buy me out whenever you please and transfer asset ownership when you work it all out. Penguin steepled his hand and stared at me for a long moment. I will offer you a single establishment valued under $250,000. In this economy, that might as well be a hole in the wall. And it's $250,000 more than you currently have, he said, and you seem to forget you're just one boy. You've been extremely lucky so far, but you're still a child. Luck has nothing to do with it, I said. And you must have talked to Tim. You have some idea what I can do? I do, he said. I have dozens of metas on a speed dial who will work for a fraction of what you're asking for. I'm thinking I should go lower. How does $20,000 flat sum sound? None of those metas have a personal vendetta against Black Mask, and nobody has a power set quite like mine. What can you do exactly? Penguin asked, leaning forward. I'll gladly show you, I said. And it's a target I think you'd appreciate. The old stash house my partner and I failed to rob. Penguin's lips quirked into a smile. Bold. But you do know that Black Mask has since upgraded his security since your attack. The doors have been reinforced, the men are more heavily armed, and all food is made in-house. You're not getting in through the front door. Fuck me. Black Mask was thorough, but I was in a row. I could figure this out. I just had to think outside the box. Not a problem. You're certainly confident. Confident enough to make a bet. What do you have in mind? I bet you I could tear down that stash house on the first try without help. I just need 2 weeks of prep time. And if I succeed, you give me a property or business valued at over $1 million from Black Mask's take, a $10,000 weekly stipend, and 50% of all cash recovered in all raid operations I'm involved in the future. Penguin cackled. All right. 2 weeks, and you get no help from outsiders. But if you fail, you're mine, kid. You work for me, now and forever. Can you handle that? I ground my teeth. This was probably stupid as all hell, but I couldn't back down now, not when I'd come this far. Pushing for such a fat compensation package was greedy, but I had bills to pay. Sasha needed rehab, and I needed a new apartment and gear. I wanted to walk away from this with something in my pocket when everything went belly up. The plan was to take over both of their assets, but getting a contingency plan was just good business. And how do I know you won't try to force me to work for you even if I succeed? I asked. You're a big, tough, meta, Henry said, folding his arms. We are the ones who should be afraid. He was right. He didn't just know it. The knife in the back was coming. I just wanted to get the most out of the relationship before the fighting started. So, what's it going to be, kid? Penguin asked. I'm thinking of something out of state for the property, I said with a confident smile. An apartment building, maybe. I guess I'll see you in 2 weeks. Chapter 11, SDC 11. Artemis and I navigated through the darkness, hopping from rooftop to rooftop. Like everything else, she was better at it than me, but I had inverse on my side, a growing pool of curse energy, and a bone-deep hunger driving me forward. The pressure was on now, and I was eager to perform. It helped me pick up a scream that should have been outside of earshot. You hear that? I asked, darting in the direction of the sound. No. But since you're off on your own again. What other choice do I have? Artemis said. It was hard to miss the bite in her voice. She's been understandably frosty since I told her about the deal nearly 2 hours ago. She's just around the corner, I said, landing on an air conditioning unit and dismounting before we came to an open street with flickering light and a group of 3 cornering a blonde woman dressed in red with an expensive-looking watch on her wrist and a diamond necklace. What kind of idiot comes to the Narrows with this much ice? It's like she's looking for trouble. How do you want to play this? Artemis asked, surprising me quite a bit. She wasn't usually so diplomatic, one guess why she suddenly changed. I'll take point, and you support me from behind. Copy, she nodded, pulling her bow off her back and settling into a crouch. With the help of inverse, I landed on the street with a soundless thud, pulled out a ski mask I had stuffed in the pocket of my hoodie, and slipped it on. The woman looked tipsy and clutched her handbag as she tried and failed to distance herself from the thugs. Her heels didn't help much. She had her phone out and was about to dial 911 when they pounced. The biggest of the bunch had slick, shiny hair and snatched her by the wrist, yanking her close. "Let me go. Right after you empty your pockets, precious," the second man said. He was tall and lanky, with big circles under his eyes. "It's a fake," she screeched as Lanky yanked off her necklace. "Nice try," Lanky said with a wicked grin that slowly twisted into a frown as he took a long look at the necklace. Lanky grabbed her watch hand and scratched it with a knife he produced. "Fucking poser," he screeched, tossing her hand to the side. Finally, he went for her purse, rummaging through it, producing a few crumpled bills. "You got less money than I have. I'm so sorry." "Shut it." Lanky snapped. "I can't believe this shit." The third man grabbed her by the chin with a hungry look. "We can't let her go. She's seen our face, but it'll be a shame to walk away without something." She spat at him, and he licked his lips. "I like it when they fight." "Okay. I've seen enough." All pretense of stealth went out the window as I burst forward, legs pumping with reinforcement. The distance between us vanished in an instant. Creepy turned around just in time to take a punch to the jaw, shattering it and dropping him. My elbow whipped out, nailing Lanky in the stomach. He sputtered back, his hand reaching for a weapon in his pants. He didn't reach it before I jammed him in the throat with one hand and grabbed his hand with the second. From there, finishing him off with a knuckle duster to the face was easy. He collapsed just in time for me to dodge a stab to the liver from Creepy. "If you think I'm going to let some snot-nosed," I put an end to his shitty monologue by catching his knife with my bare hands and socking him in the face. He went stumbling, and I followed with a front kick to the chest. His eyes rolled back as soon as he hit the ground, and my head finally snapped back to the girl in slick hair, who was holding her hostage. "Who do you work for? Batman or Black Mask?" Slick Hair demanded, gun pressed into the small of the girl's back. She was shaking in his hands, tears flowing. "Please," she pleaded. "I can't die. I came here on a dare. Please, Dot. Stop talking." Slick Hair hissed, wrapping his hands tighter around the girl. "One more step I'll shoot." I hesitated for a brief moment before stepping forward. "Like I fucking care," I snorted. "Do you really think Black Mask had no one watching his territory?" "Shit." Slick Hair cursed as he flung the girl to the side and opened fire. 2 shots slipped off my inversed body before an arrow to the shoulder interrupted his attacks. My hand clamped on the barrel of his gun before he tried anything else and vanished it, replacing it with the bat in my inventory. He looked startled, staring at the bat in his hand before I clocked him in the face, ripping the weapon away from him. A swing to the neck brought him down to his knees, and a final strike knocked him out cold. I shouldered the bat. "That wasn't half bad." "Tell that to the scared girl," Artemis responded, stepping out of the shadow. I spun around, just in time to see the girl I rescued round a corner. "Ah shit," I muttered. She probably called 911 by now. Not that it'll do her much good in a neighborhood like this. She'd left her heels and diamond necklace behind. I dropped down to pick the ladder, only to receive judging looks from Artemis. "What? I need it more than she does." "This was a shit show," she said. "That girl could have died because you chose to have a dick measuring contest with Slick Hair instead of controlling the situation." "You call him Slick Hair too?" I chirped up. "He used a disturbing amount of gel." "Focus, Jay." Artemis snapped. "This is hardly the time nor place." "Agreed," I frowned, but for the record I controlled the situation. Getting that guy's gun on me was the only way she was making it out of the situation alive. She wouldn't be in that situation to begin with if you didn't go charging in. I could have taken him down with a single shot and given her the best chance of making it out of there untouched. "You said I should take the lead, and that's what I did. Would you have preferred I let Creepy cop a feel?" "Obviously not," Artemis said, but it's you acting without thinking that got us into this mess to begin with. Ah. So, you're finally ready to talk about the deal? What could have possessed you to agree to that bet? It's an unnecessary risk. I live in a motel, and Sasha is finally sober enough to get into rehab. I'll hardly say it was unnecessary. He would have paid me peanuts if I hadn't spoken up. And in case you've not been paying attention, what he later agreed to wasn't that much better either. Is that what it all comes down to for you, money? Is it worth risking everything? I won't lose, I said. Not if I keep up this pace, not if you help me. What will you do when something inevitably goes wrong, and he comes after your family? I'll cross that bridge when I get there, I said. But tonight, we have a job to do and some scouting. I think you'll be pleased by what I came up with for the job. Artemis shook her head. You know how I feel about your plans. I grinned. You love them. She scoffed as she produced a rope from her bag. We tied up the unconscious men and moved on to our next group. Chapter 12, SDC 12. My leg scythed low, sweeping a thug off his feet. While he was in midair, I kicked, sending him crashing into the hard wall and knocking him out. Nothing personal, dude, I said. Wrong place, wrong time. I think that was the last one, I said, wiping some of the sweat off my brow. I'd been a long night of fighting and ass-kicking, and all of my stats had gotten a workout. This crime-fighting thing wasn't for the faint of heart. Artemis left a while ago, just before midnight. Her mom was cool with her staying out late, but not that cool. Congratulations, you've reached level 5. +1 to all stats and +2 to free stats. You've learned the technique, curtain LV1. Information flooded my mind like it had all those weeks ago, and my knees wobbled. Strange sing-song words churned in my mind, and it took a surprising amount of impulse not to recite them. This was hardly the time or place. I ducked into the shadow, trying to get distance from the scene of the fight. Name, Julius Spencer. Race, metahuman sorcerer. Class, sorcerer level 5, 3rd grade. Techniques, inverse LV2. Health, 370/370. CE, 20/310. SP, 67/380. STR, 27 AG, 30. PUR, 45 VIT, 37. END, 38 CP, 31. Free points, 8. My stats were coming along well enough. I'd be over 50 with a few more level ups and fights. My rough math put Olympians on that level. Everybody else sat somewhere below that. My mouth nearly watered, imagining how much harder reinforcement would hit with stats that reached that high. I'd be actually superhuman. I wouldn't be an impressive one by any means, but I'd be a start. I took several turns and scaled a few fences, pushing until I arrived at the entrance of Shady's place. I knocked on the back window of his shop in the signature pattern he'd dictated. There were movements and clicks until the barred window eased open, and I came face to face with an old acquaintance. Hello, Slim. Slim's dark eyes scanned me up and down before darting into the alley. Rot night? Better now than I'm seeing you, I grinned. It's been a while. Not long enough. You trying to get us both killed turning up like this? Shady was a small man in his late 20s with a lazy eye and a calculating edge. He'd been in the Narrows longer than most and had seen it all, villains rise and fall, the crazy years with Batman and Joker at each other's throats, and the thousands who suffered in the wake of the conflicts. You would have turned me in for the reward if I called ahead, I said. And getting you face to face gives us both time to make money before you bring Black Mask into all this. The consideration is appreciated, he said. Of course, I nodded. I'd expect the same. Well then, Slim said. On with it. What do you want? Smoke grenades. 2 of them. I know you're always trying to unload your military shit, so don't even bother denying it. Slim cracked a smile. Know me too well. $2,000 per grenade. Oh, come on. I protested. You've had some of those grenades since I was in grade school. And your presence here is putting my business in real danger. Consider the bump in pricing as a tariff. Besides, I know you wouldn't be here if you weren't desperate. Trying to gouge a man while he's down, I harumphed. It's just good business. I produced a wad of cash. Only budgeted for the original price. There's $2,000 in my hand. Shady shook his head. No deal. I gnashed my teeth, eyes nervously searching the alley. And I don't suppose you take IOUs? I asked. You know I'm good for it. You are, aren't you? Slim said. Wouldn't have put money on you lasting through the week, but yet here you are 2 weeks later without a scratch on you. I'm scrappier than I look, I said. You definitely are, he said. And against my better judgment, I'm willing to take a risk on you. He produced his empty palm, and I gingerly deposited the cash, a bit confused. The window crate came loose, and he handed me 2 cases. A small wooden one with straws and another black one. What you asked for and more. My eyes bulged when I opened the corner of the wooden crate. They were dusty grenades. 3 of them. Why? I asked. Because Black Mask is looking to put me out of business, he said. And because you will owe me a favor. Some of the color bled from my face. Don't worry. It's nothing too dangerous. It's a deal I'm putting together. I think you'll like it, if you last long enough, Shady said with a sinister smile. Now off you go, he waved. It's time I called Black Mask. I used my new inventory space to store old grenades and shouldered my bat as I swapped out one of my 2 free slots for the smoke grenades. The conversation with Shady left me thoroughly spooked. I knew the notoriety would come eventually. I didn't just expect it to be this soon. People were taking notice, and soon, Black Mask and Penguin wouldn't be the only players I had to worry about. It was time I sat down with Sasha again. She needed to leave for her sake and mine. Channeling cursed energy, I shot forward, navigating the quiet streets of the Narrows, threading a familiar path. It was one I'd used for years back when my neighborhood wasn't so dangerous. Back when there wasn't a bullseye on me. Stealth has reached LV2. The notification pulled me from my reverie long enough to finally notice that I was being followed. It was a group of masked men led by 2 large brutes. They reminded me of Mark and Gabe in all the worst ways. Shit. I switched directions, leading them near the entertainment districts. Clubs and restaurants were open, music was blaring, and it was easy to slip into an alley and finally recite the incantation that had been burning a hole in my head for minutes. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. My index and middle fingers twisted as cursed energy sprung up from me and shot into the air. Slowly, a blackish film poured from the epicenter, settling into a brackish dome that hid everything it covered from the outside world's view. And not too soon, too. My pursuers flanked me. 2 men appeared from each end of the alley, rapidly converging to find nothing standing there. I could have sworn, a muffled voice said. It belonged to one of the 2 fridges of men pursuing me. He was bald and had a neck tattoo peeking out of his shirt. The other was blonde with a more even voice. You think he went up? Could probably swing it if the call-ins are to believed. And you said it'd be easy, he snorted. No. I said he was an idiot for coming back to the Narrows, Blondie insisted. And I stand by that. Whatever. Baldy looked up again. Catching him won't be boring at the very least. Blondie grunted. Alright, move out. He's probably already gone. My heart was thumping with equal parts fear and excitement as they emptied of the alley. I had another shiny tool to play with and just learned about hand signs. I was just scratching the surface of what a jujutsu sorcerer is, and I couldn't wait to learn more. Chapter 13, SDC 13. I crouched low, tucked behind an air conditioning unit on a rooftop opposite Marge's place, waiting for Sasha and Marge to exit the building. The Narrows were too hot for me to sit on my ass and wait for my enemies to make a move. Sasha would crash with Candace until I could pull enough cash to get her into rehab. Mom would be glad for the company, she was still beating herself up over the Tim mess. My phone rang. "She won't come out," Marge said. "She's hysterical." "Shit. Hand the phone over." There was a scream and a crash, and the line went dead. Marge. Sasha. Not today of all days. I bolted upright, vaulting over the air conditioning unit. Reinforcements surged through me as I leaped off the building, spiking in verse just before impact. What should have been a catastrophic crash onto the fire escape became a dull thud. Scaling the stairs two at a time, I reached Marge's floor and knocked on the window. Screams echoed from inside. Before I did anything drastic, like punching through the glass, I tested the latch. To my surprise, it was unlocked. I slipped inside, turning a corner just in time for Marge to launch a kick straight at my crotch. Thankfully, Inverse saved me from getting gelded. "Jesus, Marge. I'm scared for the guy that tries to rob you." "Julius." She clutched her chest. "How the hell did you get in here? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Your window was open." "Shit. Sasha must have left it unlocked. We're on the top floor. How the hell did you get up the fire escape so fast?" She looked exhausted, bags under her eyes, makeup runny. "Probably just back from work." "What was that noise earlier?" I asked. "Sasha locked herself in the bathroom. She keeps saying she won't abandon her brother again. She's crying, Julius." I clenched my jaw. "Let me talk to her." Marge led me down the hall. I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, hearing quiet sobs. "Sasha." I called softly. "Go away," she screamed. "I'm not leaving. Not until you talk to me." "Why would I want to talk to you?" she spat. "You're a monster. You destroyed my family. Tim hurt me because of you." The words hit like a hammer to my chest. But this wasn't about me. It was about her. And Marge. And the plan. "Do you think I don't kick myself every night for what happened to Ed?" My voice came out unexpectedly raw, and my hands curled into fists. "Ed wanted us to hit the target unharmed. If I'd pushed harder earlier that day, had the fight like I was supposed to, then maybe he'd still be alive. Maybe you wouldn't hate me. Maybe he could be here taking care of you instead of me. But I made him a promise, and I'm not about to fail you a second time. You need help, Sasha. Let me get you somewhere safe." Silence. Then, a choked sob. "I remember the night Mom left. I was 15. Ed had just come back from school, and we curled up on the couch all night, eating ice cream and watching a marathon of Megan on my shitty laptop. I swore to myself I'd take care of him. Do better than our deadbeat parents. I broke my promise before the month was over. I didn't have many options as a 15-year-old dropout, and I had to do a lot of things I'm not proud of. I lost sight of Eddie trying to drown out the pain. You might have taught him how to steal, but I drove him to it. I didn't correct her. Help me keep the last promise I made to Eddie. Sasha, please open the door." "No. I won't leave him," she insisted in a weak voice. "Not after everything. I don't even know where he's buried." "I do," I said. "I'll take you to him before we leave the city. Promise?" "Cross my heart." Another long pause. Then, the door clicked open. Sasha stood there, eyes red, cheeks puffy. She looked skinnier than before. Probably hadn't been eating. My breath caught. "You look better, Sasha." She collapsed into my arms, clinging to me, sobbing. When she pulled away, she disappeared into a room to gather her things. Marge's gaze burned into the back of my neck. "That's even more impressive than the window thing," she murmured, sipping from a coffee cup. She was inconsolable. "Guess it took the right messenger. Where are you off to?" I glanced toward Sasha's room. "Better if you don't know." "Took a page out of your book. Called your cab guy, Farouk. He was quiet the first time. Figured he was good." She nodded. "Farouk's a favorite with the girls." 10 minutes later, Sasha emerged, cleaned up and dressed in Marge's hoodie. She adjusted the sleeves over her hands as she climbed into the cab. Her face was a mix of exhaustion and something close to hope, a look I hadn't seen in a long time. We had a quiet vigil by Gotham River. Her cries echoed into the night, and I stood there, stoic, tears rolling down my cheek. Farouk waited in the car while we mourned. I plucked a bundle of cash from my socks and peeled off a few $100 bills for Farouk's trouble. Most of it was to make him forget our faces. He dropped us off some distance away from the bus station, and after handing her the rest of my cash and a burner phone with my number and Candace's preloaded, I put her on a bus bound out of town. Sasha hesitated before she went up the steps. "Swear you'll get him a proper grave. Swear on Eddie's name." Sasha clutched her phone, nodded, and climbed into the bus. As it vanished behind a wall of fog and city lights, the weight in my chest lifted. I was glad I did that right. The rest was left to Sasha. I could only hope she had enough self-control to get on the next bus like she was supposed to. With my hands stuffed inside my hoodie, I turned around, and it was then I saw him, someone peeping from behind a corner. My breathing turned rough, and my cursed energy churned. Fuck. Chapter 14, SDC 14. They were waiting for me. I saw the mask too late. A barrel-chested man emerged from the darkness, his clothes screaming bad guy. His shaved head gleamed under a nearby street lamp. Another man stepped forward, leaning casually against the wall. He was thinner, more muscular, with a full head of hair. His cold eyes bore into me, calculating, gauging. 2 hired guns flanked them, stationed up and down the street in casual attire. Their shifting postures and darting eyes gave them away. 4 against 1. Bad odds. Worse, they had the advantage of experience. Sure, I had strength, but I was still learning to use it. "Julius," Baldy drawled. "Been looking for you." I didn't answer. My brain was already working, mapping the street. Too many variables. Too many ways this could go wrong. I should have been more vigilant. More careful. Blondie sighed, pushing off the wall. "Don't make this harder than it has to be." I ran. We were on the same side of the street, and they were a dozen steps away, but I was confident. Baldy lunged with surprising speed, fingers grazing my hoodie before I twisted away. A gun cocked behind me, but no shot. They wanted me alive. That was good. The city blurred as I spiked reinforcement. My feet hit the pavement too hard, too fast. My body wasn't fully mine, it was stronger and faster but untested under extreme conditions. I misjudged a turn and slammed into a newspaper stand, barely keeping my balance. The 2 hired guns fell behind, but Blondie and Baldy kept pace, cutting off angles and driving me toward a dead end. I leaped onto a stack of old pallets, miscalculated, and nearly slipped. Baldy's hand grazed my ankle. I transitioned into a roll, putting the pallet between us. I came up surprisingly well and sped off as the burly man cursed. Rooftops. That was my only out. I spotted a neon sign flickering over a corner store, low enough to grab. "Now or never. You've jumped down 3-story buildings. You can handle light parkour." I veered left, planted a foot on the wall, and launched. My hands caught metal, momentum swinging me upward and over the ledge. I landed too hard. My roll was off, but my system thought it was good enough. You've learned acrobatics LV1. Increased control and speed when attempting acrobatics. Current boost, 10%. And then. A crack. Fire licked my side. A grazing shot. Warm blood seeped through my hoodie. Fuck. They weren't playing anymore. Fine. I kept running, ignoring the sting. My body rapidly adjusted to the new skill, but at this speed, it still felt like too much, too fast, too reckless. I cleared the next jump with a comforting grace, then the one after that, but it wasn't enough. They cornered me again on a rooftop 2 blocks away. I skidded to a stop, breath ragged. Baldy grinned, gun raised. Blondie flanked my right, cutting off escape. The hired muscles hauled themselves up behind me. Told you it'd be fun, didn't I? Baldy said to Blondie. My shoulders sagged, half relieved to catch my breath, half playing up my weakness. Blondie shot Baldy a side eye but didn't respond. Baldy laughed. I bolted for the edge. Blondie cursed and fired a crippling shot. It slid off my shoulder with a timely application of inverse as I went over. I hit the side of the opposite building hard, inverse still burning. Pushing off, I dropped 2 stories, landing steadily on my feet. I flipped the asshole mercenaries off with a grin before I ran. And Artemis said practicing the jumps wouldn't come in handy. I took off, threading through the interconnected maze of streets around the bus station before finally slowing, trying to fade into the droning crowd. Doubling back was risky, but it'd be the last place they'd expect. Then I saw him. Baldy smiled at me through the shifting sea of people. My stomach dropped. I turned, Blondie was at the opposite end. The hired guns stood at my 12 and 6 o'clock. Gotta say, Baldy called out, his voice carrying over the street noise, for someone with such a reputation, you're pretty chicken shit. Blondie snorted, but her eyes never left me. It's clearly mostly luck. No time to argue. No time to think. I took off, cutting through a group of tourists and ducking into an alley before they could lock me in completely. If they wanted a chase, I'd give them one, on my own terms. Can't track an enemy you can't see. I hit the alley wall running, reinforcement surging through my legs. My hands scraped against rusted balcony railings, hauling me up fast. My muscles burned, but I didn't stop. I scaled the rooftop and vanished behind curtain. It worked last time. Disappearing should buy me some time. I crouched, listening, heart hammering. I could wait. Stay here. Disappear. They'd be none the wiser. But I'd have to deal with them again at a time and place I couldn't afford. What if they tracked me to my motel? Or came to the gym? Or found me in the middle of a fight? The smart thing to do was kill them. There were no real alternatives. I couldn't pawn them off like I did Tom. I didn't have the time, privacy, or confidence to subdue all 4 of them, and even then, Penguin might not come for them. This was Mask's territory. But there was a finality to killing a second time. I swallowed. No more pretense of innocence. No more denying what I really was. My fist tightened. I was firmly on Batman's naughty list now. Artemis would take it badly. Don't get me started on the bounty spike and police attention. But all of that was inconsequential. I made a promise. The night by the river came back to me clearer than ever. Candace. Sasha. They couldn't be found. I exhaled slowly, forcing the hesitation down as I slipped my brass knuckles from my jeans. Cursed energy filled the weathered metal. Baldy climbed up the other side of the building, smirking. Come on now, Julius. I know. I didn't hesitate. One swing. All my strength. Cursed energy pulsed through me. His throat crunched. Cartilage exploded. He crumpled before the pain registered, the gun slipping from his hand. I caught it mid-air, shocked. Just like that, Baldy was dead. By this point, Blondie and the rest of the mercenaries had joined us on the roof. The mercenary leader reacted fast, pivoting and aiming. I was too slow. His bullet hit me center mass. My heart skipped. Inverse turned the shot into a love tap. He wasn't so lucky. My bullet caved in his chest. Blondie staggered back, blinking at the hole in his ribs. He sucked in a sharp breath as if to speak, then his legs gave out. I fired at the second mercenary. He stumbled back over the edge, falling to his death. The last mercenary panicked, hands shaking as he raised his gun. He managed a single wild shot. I twisted out of the way, the bullet whizzing past my ear. Too late. I pulled the trigger. His head snapped back, wide eyes filled with terror. They lay there for 5 whole seconds before it hit me. The blood, the death, the reality of it all. The horror came in a crippling wave that spread down to my shaking hands. And just as suddenly as it came, it was gone. My breath steadied. My pulse evened. I wiped the guns clean, took the ammo, and checked their wallets. Cash. Useless IDs. A folded photograph of my face. I pocketed it all. I dropped curtain and melted into the night, before the police or more of Mask's men came knocking. Chapter 15, SDC 15. The bus rumbled over Gotham's cracked streets, its engine growling like a caged animal. Night bled into dawn, the first light creeping over the horizon, veiled by a thin crest of clouds. I hunched deeper into my hoodie, shoving my hands into my pockets, chasing whatever warmth I could find. My phone buzzed. Artemis. I hesitated, then answered. Yeah. Her voice was sharp. You hear about the bodies in Black Mask's territory? Gotham PD was quick with it. It must be on the news already. I kept my voice neutral. No. Should I have? A long pause. It was messy. Yeah, I remembered. I could still see it when I closed my eyes, blood pooling in the moonlight, bodies scattered across a concrete rooftop. My stomach twisted. Didn't see a thing. You sure? She didn't believe me. Not entirely. And I didn't blame her. My decision-making skills left a lot to be desired. But in this case, I hadn't gone looking for trouble. It had found me. They were Black Mask's personal grunts. They had guns, and I had a choice, kill or be killed. Their deaths were justified. Then why did I find it so hard to be straight with her? She might say she was ride or die, but I knew die was very much the line in the sand for her. It was the reason I held off telling her about the real reason for the bounty. No doubt she'd heard about it, but she hadn't brought it up. If I had to guess, I'd say she didn't believe I had that kind of darkness in me. That I couldn't be a killer. Artemis could give me the benefit of the doubt once, but twice. I let the silence stretch before I spoke. Yeah. I'm sure. She sighed. Stay low, Julius. Black Mask doesn't take this kind of thing lightly. Heading out of the city now. Might not be back for a while. Taking a field trip. Yeah. Slim turned me down, so I got to get my explosive elsewhere. I got some contacts in Bloodhaven. Just, be careful, she said, concern slipping into her voice. Aren't I always? Silence. Call me when you get there. I cut the call. For a long moment, I just sat there, staring at my reflection. Why did I even bother? She'd learn the truth eventually. The police probably already knew it was me. But what else did I expect? I'd started a bloody crusade against my friend's murderer. This was always going to happen. The only thing to do now was to concentrate on leveling up. Yesterday's efforts hadn't gone unrewarded. No level-ups, sadly, but agility went up by 1. The system apparently thought last night's fight wasn't challenging enough, and on some level, I concurred. I'd shot well past the stage of hobbyists and even amateur fighters. Me from this week would kick me from last week's ass without breaking a sweat. And sparring with Artemis was not going to cut it, nor was it safe, for her. I needed a real challenge. That was why I was headed to Poison Ivy's territory. Ivy's turf wasn't like the rest of Gotham. Most gangs ran their patches with muscle, guns, and fear. Ivy didn't need any of that. Her kingdom was a living thing, breathing, pulsing, growing. Every patch of green overflowed, and every house had a potted plant or vine crawling up its walls. The trees were thick and ancient, their roots cracking pavement. Her influence was most pronounced in abandoned properties, which served as dens for her operatives. Vines and greenery choked those buildings. The air here was different, thick, rich with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers. I adjusted my hoodie, keeping my hands in my pockets as I moved toward an empty park not too far from one of those abandoned buildings. Ivy had mellowed out in recent years. She wasn't burning down factories or turning city officials into fertilizer anymore. But everyone still feared her, even the bosses, and for good reason. She could enthrall the strongest-willed with a single kiss and had taken on some of the heaviest hitters of the Justice League by herself. The only reason she didn't have a bigger territory was because she didn't care to. For now, at least. The gangs called her the Green Queen. Ivy had rules. Follow them, and you could exist in her world. Break them, and you disappeared. Like the other bosses, she didn't tolerate crime, she controlled it, better than Penguin or the Falcons ever did. You wanted to run a racket in her domain. You paid her. You wanted protection. You followed her laws. Why wasn't this place teeming with opportunistic murderers, thieves, and criminal masterminds? Poison Ivy's rules were a bit excessive. No harming the plants. No harming kids, women, the elderly, or people who took care of their plants. Matter of fact, only corporations and certain age groups of people were fair game, and even then, some crimes were off the table. It was next to impossible to make a profit here without working for Ivy. One of the few money makers that remained open to pretty much anybody was the underground fighting pits, which was why I was here. No one knew exactly where they were. The cops couldn't find them, no bodies ever turned up, and yet, they thrived. Everyone in the know whispered about them, the freaks and monsters that fought for sport, for survival, for power. And if I wanted to get stronger, if I wanted to reach higher than third grade before next week, this was my best shot. I hung around the park for nearly an hour before they came for me. I heard them before I saw them. They clung to the shrubbery, moving without creating more than a scuff and tear here and there. If I didn't have better perception, they might have caught me off guard. A woman stepped onto the path ahead of me, flanked by two others. She was tall and lean, her dark hair braided close to her scalp. A jagged scar ran from her bottom lip to her chin, and she chewed the end of a matchstick like it owed her money. Her eyes swept over me, unimpressed. Lost, kid? I kept my hands in my pockets. Looking for a fight. The guy on her left snorted. He was built like a slab of stone, arms crossed over his chest, a vine tattoo crawling up his neck. Yeah. You and every other idiot looking to make a name for themselves. The other one, a wiry man with too many rings on his fingers, tilted his head. You a cop? His voice was raspy, like he smoked too much or swallowed glass for fun. The woman sucked on her teeth. Nah. Not with that posture. She gestured toward me with her chin. You don't move like one either. You move like someone who thinks they're a big deal. I shrugged. Big enough. You know about Queen Ivy's rules about the unaffiliated loitering near her territory. No, I answered honestly. I'll leave the park if you want me to, but it won't change my mission. She hummed. Too late to run now. She turned to the big guy. Break him. He grinned. I didn't wait for him to make the first move. Against a faster opponent, this might have been a problem, but I bet Rocky here was slower than me. I popped him in the face, reinforced fist slapping against the side of his jaw with enough force to whip his head sideways. He lunged, and I sidestepped, pivoting sharply, and drove an elbow into his ribs. He grunted but didn't slow. His hand lashed out again, fingers grazing my hoodie before I twisted away. It was like I said, slow, but he likely hit like a truck. Best make sure he never touches me. He swung again. I dropped low, planting my hands and sweeping his legs out from under him. He hit the dirt with a heavy thud. Before he could roll, I was on him. A quick jab to the throat, enough to stun. Then, a knee to the gut. His breath left him in a wheeze, and I stepped back, letting him curl onto his side. Silence. The woman whistled, long and low. Well, damn. Ring fingers muttered, shit, that was quick. The big guy groaned. I hate fast ones. The woman folded her arms. Alright, kid. You're not all talk. I exhaled slowly, raising my fists. So, do we need to continue this? She studied me for a beat, then reached into her jacket, pulling out a strip of dark green cloth. You still want in? She tossed it to me. Then you go in blind. I caught the cloth. Seriously? She smirked. Ivy's orders. No one knows the way unless they're part of the family. I weighed my options. This was the only way. Fine. A few minutes later, I was in the back of a van, blindfolded, heading deep into Poison Ivy's territory. Somewhere ahead, the underground pits waited. Chapter 16, SDC 16. The first thing I noticed was the voices. It was like standing downtown in the middle of rush hour, except there were no car horns or the stink of exhaust. The pit smelled like nothing I'd ever experienced, earthy, fresh, alive. It was nothing like the Gotham I knew, nothing like the smoke-choked, piss-soaked streets above. The air carried something almost unnatural. Not in a bad way, but in a way that made the hairs on the back of my neck rise, like I was walking through the lungs of something ancient, something that breathed. I was led down a series of winding roads with someone's hand on my shoulder as a guide. I caught far-off snickers of fresh meat and another cocky dipshit. Eventually, we came to a stop. When the mask came off, I was in a luxurious room. The office was nothing like I expected. The walls were dark polished wood carved with intricate designs, the scent of aged oak thick in the air. A massive wooden desk dominated the center, its surface smooth and unyielding. Behind it sat a woman with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, her presence sharp as a blade. A bookshelf lined one wall, stocked with old tomes and small artifacts, some decorative, some likely not. I could tell instantly. This woman was the real deal. She studied me, a smirk playing across her lips, fingers tapping lightly against the desk. Julius. Her voice was smooth. I've been hearing your name float around lately. I met her gaze, keeping my face neutral. Good things, I hope. Interesting things. She leaned forward, elbows on her desk. Some say you're a street rat with more bite than sense. Others say you're a fighter who doesn't know when to stay down. I kept my eyes on her, neither confirming nor denying it. What do you say? She asked, tilting her head slightly. I hesitated. A test. I say I get back up when I fall, I said finally. And I don't stop until I get what I want. Her eyes gleamed with approval. Good. She leaned back, fingers interlocking. Your spirit will serve you well here. All of my fighters hit hard. With the baying crowd outside, I wondered just how many fighters she had. Was this some kind of Roman Colosseum type deal, or was I looking at something bigger? Impressive setup you've got, I said, glancing around. Didn't expect something this grand. She chuckled. Gotham underestimates Queen Ivy. Always has. They only see what she was, not what she has become. Her smile sharpened. But she built this. She grew this. And here, in her world, nature is stronger than steel and stone. The reverence in her voice was unmistakable. I was beginning to understand why you never heard of infighting among Ivy's ranks. The power was only half the equation. They respected her. She was the queen of a kingdom above and beneath the surface. I wondered how far her influence truly reached. Maybe I'd gotten into business with the wrong Gotham boss. She must have caught something in my expression because her lips stretched even wider. Starting to wonder if you made a mistake. No. I took a breath, forcing myself to relax. Just adjusting my expectations. Her laugh was soft but knowing. Good. Now, let's see if you can live up to mine. Sally, she called, looking past me. Make sure he understands the rules. Sally smirked at me. Come on, rookie. I followed Sally past a pair of twisted wooden doors, and the space opened up into something that shouldn't have been possible. It was a city. A damn city beneath Gotham. That answered my earlier question. Roads twisted and curved, organic and winding like veins, leading into structures made entirely of wood, earth, and vines. Soft, bioluminescent light pulsed from the walls, casting a greenish glow over the entire place. I pulled air into my lungs, clean and fresh, like a forest untouched by pollution, by mankind. I stopped walking, eyes sweeping over the impossible view. I caught Sally staring and tried to snuff out the surprise in my eyes. Sally snorted. Take it in, rookie. Doesn't matter how tough you are, everyone's got that look the first time they see it. My mind raced, trying to wrap itself around the scale of this. Jesus. Ivy pulled this off. Suddenly, the title Queen Ivy seemed more appropriate. She built all this. I muttered. She didn't just build it, Sally said, a note of pride in her voice. She willed it. Every root, every vine, every structure, it all answers to her. I exhaled slowly. How have the government or Batman not torn this place down already? Sally smirked. Because they can't find it. She started walking away. No one can. The Queen made sure of that. I frowned. How? Wouldn't you like to know? Even with Ivy's powers, she couldn't stop people like Superman, who could reportedly see through walls. But the way Sally said it, so certain, so absolute, told me I wouldn't be getting a deeper explanation. It also told me Ivy was even more impressive than I was giving her credit for. I let it go for now and kept moving. As we walked, I saw more of the underground. There were rows and rows of rooms with people coming in and out of them. Fighters warmed up in open-air sparring rings. People sat around an open-aired mess hall, and a scant few hung around bars and restaurants built into living trees. Everything you see is free to use for fighters. Well, except the restaurants and the weapon stalls. Those cost you money. How? Why? Because the Queen doesn't want you distracted. We got viewers all over the world, you know, she said, marching toward the city center. The fighting arena was what I expected. An actual coliseum. It was obviously smaller than the real thing, and people milled out of it by the hundreds. Your job is to win fights, make money, and if you're feeling adventurous, take bets on yourself and others. And what's the catch? Something about the phrasing didn't seem right. She smirked. Don't lose. What? Don't lose more than 2 matches in a row, or you become a spectator. I raised a brow. And I'm guessing the spectators pay for everything? She tapped her nose. Now you're getting it. I nodded. That seemed fair enough. All fighters get free emergency care, too, she added. Since, you know, Ivy doesn't want corpses stinkin' up the place. We got closer to the arena, and I noticed it was equal parts twisted roots and stone. The energy from the crowd was palpable. The screen hanging from one of the entrances seemed so out of place that I was almost certain my eyes were playing tricks on me. They displayed the upcoming fights. Sally turned to me. "One last thing." She pulled a wooden mask from a nearby stall and handed it to me. "For anonymity," she said. "These fights end up all over the dark web. You never know who's watching." The mask was unbelievably light and porous enough for me to see and breathe clearly through. "Just hold it to your face, and it wraps around it," she explained. "You gotta pull it by the jaw to make it let go." "I take it Ivy made this?" I said, looking at the mask with some awe. She gave me a flat look as an answer. Chapter 17, SDC 17. Breakfast at Wayne Manor was always weird. It had the normal bits: eggs, toast, coffee, a world-class butler fussing over whether or not we were getting enough nutrients, but the conversation. Well, most families didn't spend their mornings talking about gang wars, vigilante justice, and blood-stained rooftops. I casually flipped open the newspaper I'd brought to the table and slid it toward Bruce. "So, did you see this yet?" Bruce, dressed in a plain black t-shirt, didn't even look up from his tablet. "I saw it." "And?" He took a sip of coffee. "It's speculation." I tapped the headline with my fork. "Gang war on the horizon." Underneath was a grainy shot of a rooftop covered in black masks, dead enforcers. "Speculation, huh?" I echoed. "You sure it has nothing to do with that Julius Spencer kid Black Mask has a bounty on?" Bruce's fingers stilled for half a second before resuming. I smirked. "Gotcha. I mean, think about it," I continued, leaning forward. "We know his best friend disappeared, probably dead. We know Black Mask went after him personally. He's been connected to at least one crime scene with 4 dead, and witnesses around the bus stop said they saw a couple of guys chasing a kid that matched his description. 5 minutes later, they're all wiped out. It's not speculation, Bruce. It was self-defense at best and retaliation at worst." Bruce exhaled slowly, setting his coffee down. "You hacked into the back computer again." I didn't deny it, spearing a sausage and chomping down on it. "You should really tighten security," I said. "I will." I froze mid-chew. "Wait, what?" "Starting today." Oh snap. He's serious. I haven't even gotten to my pitch yet. I carefully set my fork down. "Okay, let's not do anything drastic." Bruce raised an eyebrow. "Just saying," I continued, trying to backpedal, "if you shared more, I wouldn't have to go looking. I'm your sidekick." "Let me sidekick. You've got bigger fish to fry, especially this week, than this Julius guy. Let me track him down for you." "No." Alfred, who'd finished setting down the fruit basket, placed a fresh cup of tea at his seat at the table with a loud clink, and Bruce glanced up. "Master Dick might be a bit forward, but he does have a point." I grinned. "Best butler ever." "Lex Luthor arrives in Gotham today," Alfred continued, and Bruce's jaw tightened. "I was there when Superman warned him that Luthor had set his sights on Gotham. Luthor told the news he was coming to lobby for a green energy contract, but everyone knew that Luthor didn't care about the environment. I was a cover for something else. I should probably point out that you're still healing from that back injury after the whole Killer Croc debacle," I added, taking a slow sip of my orange juice. Bruce finally looked at me. "They're still analyzing DNA found at the scene, but if they're right, Julius Spencer gunned down 4 men on a rooftop and escaped without a scratch. Since he has no formal training, he's likely enhanced or not working alone. You're not ready for him." "Come on," I said. "What's the alternative? He could get himself killed, or worse, kill more people in the meantime. He's not on any of the city's CCTV either. The kid just up and vanished. If he weren't the tiniest bit terrifying, I'd be impressed. You are not ready." Bruce's eyes bore into me. The piss-your-pants Batman stare had made many a villain and thug fold, but I'd gotten so many times over the years that I was immune. Well, mostly. Then when will I be ready? I asked Bruce, some heat leaking into my voice. You're supposed to take me to the League headquarters in a month. It's a solo tracking mission. I've done it hundreds of times before with supervision and a few times without at your order. One more won't make a difference. Bruce stayed quiet and unflinching the entire time I talked. I could have spoken more carefully, but it was the right call. Bruce knew it. He was just holding me back. I looked at Alfred for backup, but he seemed far more occupied with his breakfast. Traitor. Bruce finally spoke just before I started making ill-advised empty threats about going off on my own. You will maintain a distance of 100 yards at all times. You will not engage him under any circumstance, and you will flee at the first sign of trouble. The patronizing instruction nearly overshadowed the joy of receiving a yes. I pumped my fist under the table but still scoffed. What was I? 9 again? I'd been doing this for 4 years. I've tracked high-risk targets before. And the orders are clear, Bruce said. Working with the League comes with more risk and responsibility, and that requires precision. Hacking into computers and disobeying orders won't fly. What if I see him attack someone? I asked, testily. Call it in, and I'll decide. I wanted to point out that I'd have seconds at most to react when something like that happened, but Bruce didn't look like he was in the mood. I should be happy that I'd squeezed out the yes from the famously cagey Dark Knight. This was another test, even if he hadn't said as much, and I understand why it needed to happen. The world's eyes were on the League, meaning every win and loss was magnified. If I screwed up, Bruce couldn't cover for me, not with the government or the affected parties. Being a Leaguer was as much about politics as it was about superheroics. And I needed to prove I could cut it or risk staying a sidekick forever. I finally took another bite of my sausage, and Batman returned to reading his tablet. The meat went down uneasy. You've come too far to back down now. Won't let you down, I said, flashing Bruce a smile. Scout's honor. He didn't look convinced. A burst of static crackled from the arena speakers, followed by a squealing giggle that sent the crowd into a frenzy. The giant screen above the entrance flickered, revealing the last person I expected, dressed in a colorful red and black suit. Harley Quinn. Afternoon, Yasicos and degenerates. The whole damn place erupted, cheers, stomping, whistles. The very walls shook with the energy of the crowd. Then came her voice again, playful and sharp as a knife. I hope you got your drinks topped off and your bets placed, 'cause it's battle royale time. She paused, letting the anticipation build. All fresh meat, report to the arena for the fight of your life. That's you, Sally said, nudging me, but I couldn't get over the fact that Harley Quinn was the announcer. Even if I thought Bloody Royale was a bit tacky and worrying. Harley Quinn is your announcer. So. She allowed to do her own thing. Can't be stuck with Joker her entire career, Sally huffed, and I strangely agreed. It didn't make this whole situation any less weird, though. So, you going in or chickening out? I blinked, thrown off by the sudden question. What's the pot for the first fight? 2,000 for the winners, she grinned. I tried to keep a straight face. That was generous. Guess I better get in there, then, I said, slipping on my mask. It adhered to my face just like Sally said it would. I'd tell you good luck, but don't look like you need it. Any advice? Fight like your life depends on it. Just 'cause Ivy don't like death doesn't mean you're safe. Solid advice. Head over to the big guys with the scary guns near the fighting area. They should already know about you. That wasn't surprising, considering how much time had passed since I met Sally. Welp, that covers everything, she said, hands on her belt as she spun around. I got good money riding on you. Don't croak. Odd girl. As soon as she was out of sight, I brought up my status screen. It was time to use some of my free stats. I came here to level up and grind, but I couldn't do that if I didn't survive the first round. I had 8 stat points to play with and 6 categories that could use love, but I focused on my strengths, agility, perception, and cursed energy. I split them evenly, with perception getting the short end. I had well over 40 in it, damn exceptional for most humans. The other stats needed it more. Name, Julius Spencer. Race, metahuman sorcerer. Class, sorcerer level 5, 3rd grade. Techniques, inverse LV2. Health, 370/370. CE, 350/350. SP, 380/380. STR, 27 AGA, 35. PUR, 47 VIT, 37. END, 38 CP, 35. Free points, 0. As Sally promised, the guards waved me through when I approached the stage, joining the 50-something others waiting in the sand. Chapter 18, SDC 18. Rules are simple. 60 of you go in, 30 come out. Harley's voice blared over the loudspeakers as she strutted onto the sand, a group of armed guards trailing behind her. Scratch, fight, kick, slice, anything's on the table, long as it ain't a gun. But then again, we don't let ya in here with M. Her eyes swept the crowd, lingering here and there. Course, no killin' if you can help it. She shrugged. But these things happen. Soon as that buzzer goes off, start rippin' and tearin'. She was escorted out of the arena and settled into a high perch. 10 seconds passed, which I spent sizing up my enemies. 6 out of every 10 fighters wore the same standard issue wooden mask as I. More than a few were looking in my direction. I was smaller than most, unfortunately, my stat boosts hadn't come with a much-needed growth spurt. Some fighters stood out. A girl in a grinning mask and dark green kimono, twirling a pair of sais like she was born with them. An old head, scarred, wiry, clad in a wife-beater and combat boots. He had the stance of someone who had seen real fights, likely military. And then there was him. Victor Zash. I almost missed him in the crowd. He was dressed sharp in a white dress shirt, sleeves rolled up to expose his signature tally marks, charcoal trousers, and polished Oxfords. We locked eyes. He grinned. Long time no see. Ah, fuck. The buzzer screeched. Chaos erupted. A man lunged at me with a club, hunger in his eyes. I met him head-on, ducking beneath his swing and driving my knuckle-duster-clad fist into his jaw. I flared in verse at the moment of impact. His body crumpled, unconscious, before he hit the ground. I exhaled, feeling absolutely nothing from the exchange. It was a small experiment to check if inverse could be used offensively. As evidenced by my first KO, the answer was a resounding yes. How effective was it versus reinforcement was another matter entirely. The crowd roared, curses, commands, cheers blending into a frenzied cacophony that made my head pound. Movement. I twisted just as a hand clamped onto my shoulder. I seized the wrist and wrung it like it owed me money. The attacker screamed. I silenced him with a sharp blow to the face, just before a human freight train tackled me to the sand. A fist swung down, aiming to cave my skull in. I flared reinforcement, met his arm with my knee, and countered with a punch that sent his head snapping back. Seizing the moment, I wrapped my leg around his neck and rolled, using his weight against him. A bat crashed into my back. Inverse flared just in time, dulling the blow. I squeezed my leg muscles, tightening the choke as I finished off the first attacker. A second strike, wild and desperate, came at me from behind. I dropped inverse as a precaution, uncertain of its speed or effectiveness, and twisted aside, but not before the blade kissed my side. Sharp pain. 30 health points down. Not great. The wielder, a blonde girl with a manic grin, saw the blood and got greedy. She charged. A front kick knocked the air from her lungs. A stomp to the chest kept her down. When I looked up, the frenzied brawling had died down, and fighters took stock. Those left standing now eyed each other with wary calculation. The old head was untouched. So was Girl. Zash, too, of course. They hadn't just dropped bodies, they'd bled them. There were only 31 of us left. A skinhead eyed my wound and stepped forward, twirling his hunting knife between his fingers, likely deeming me prey. He'd only take one step before his throat exploded open. Blood sprayed. He crumpled, gurgling. The crowd lost it. My breath hitched. Eyes darting around the arena. How? When? I recognized the knife jutting from his neck on a second pass, and I swallowed, my eyes snapping up to Zash, who was baring his teeth in a smile that was far too wide. He's mine, he announced, voice smooth, eyes alight with something hungry. The crowd fed off it, and murmurs followed. Harley whistled from her perch. What an endin'. Ain't lost a step, huh, Zash. What were they feed in Blackgate? Zash didn't respond. He didn't need to. Harley spread her arms. Looks like there's some history there. Hopefully, our boy here makes it through the next round. I know the audience is dying to see how this plays out. Artemis POV. The apartment was quiet when I woke up, the weight of the silence abated slightly by the hum of my fan and the distant sirens outside. I pushed off my blanket, stretched, and made my way to the kitchen. I measured flour, cracked eggs, poured milk, and sprinkled in other ingredients while my mind caught up to my tired body. I had a late night. Cooking was second nature, much like fighting. It helped me think. And Mom used to love it whenever she was around. But that had changed since the accident. I rinsed off a pan and set the stove on low as my mind drifted to last night's argument. Mom had not been happy when she saw the bow. At first, she thought Julius was just a boy I was seeing, but when I told her he was just a friend who needed help, she was livid. You think you're different, she had said, her voice tight, fists clenching the edges of her armrest. You think you won't get sucked in? That's what I thought, too. Her words were like a punch to the gut. Mom rarely spoke about her past, so whenever she did, I knew she was really mad. Dad was the opposite. He twisted the knife every chance, reminding Jade and me of just how talented Mom was. You're toddlers compared to her. His words echoed from our last sparring match. My wrists grew cold each time I visited the memory. He even readily admitted that she was better than he, where it counted. That was no small feat for a man with an ego as large as his. Mom's fears were understandable, but I knew where the lines were. I'm not you, Mom, I said, coldly. And Julius is not Dad. He's been there for me. I can't just turn my back on him. He's not a monster like Dad. Mom shrank back, staring at me in surprise like I'd slapped her. They usually aren't in the beginning, she said with a tense silence. My love for your father pushed me to take jobs I shouldn't have and to take responsibilities for his mistakes. You may have the best of intentions, and so might he, but that won't count for much when the bill comes due. Someone will have to pay, and my dear, I hope it's not you. I know what I'm doing, I said, folding my arms. I pray you do. We stood there for a long time before I muscled my bow and stomped off to my room. Standing at the stove, I realized I could have probably handled that better. I flipped over the pancake with a sigh. The scent of butter and vanilla filled the small kitchen, but it did nothing to soothe my guilt. She just wanted to protect me, and her instincts about Julius were not entirely off the mark. He still hadn't opened up about what happened that night. I knew bits and pieces and tried not to push too hard, but after the news from last night and our call, I always knew he was a bit bloodthirsty, but I didn't actually think he'd go through with it. Maybe it was self-defense, the quiet voice in my mind said. Even if it was, he went out looking for trouble last night, and he found it. Maybe if I hadn't left earlier. No. I shook my head. I'll reserve judgment until I actually talk to him face to face. He won't lie to my face, I think. I worked through several batches of pancakes, piling them up high, until my nervous eyes darted toward Mom's room. She hadn't come out yet. I knew she was awake. She always got up before 8. Was she giving me the cold shoulder? It wasn't her style. She liked you to see the disappointment on her face. I should check in on her. Click. The front door opened. I turned, genuinely surprised, but expecting Mom nonetheless. Instead, a man wheeled her inside, gripping the chair like he owned it. My breath caught in my throat. My entire body locked up, and the ladle nearly slipped from my hand. It was Dad. He looked the same as he always had. Broad shoulders, sharp jawline, eyes that could burn through you. But it was my mother's face that had my stomach in knots. Her expression was unreadable, like she had already resigned herself to whatever was about to happen. And behind them, stepping inside like she belonged there, was my sister. She didn't even spare me a glance. What? My voice cracked. What are you doing here? Jade looked up with a knowing smile. What's the matter, Artemis? You look like you've seen a ghost. Chapter 19, SDC 19. I swallowed down the knot in my throat and gripped the tray a little tighter. The fine china rattled against the silver, betraying my nerves. I forced myself to take a breath. Just get in, set it down, and get out, that was the plan. The rumors about Black Mask had never been kind. I'd heard stories before I joined, stories about what he did to people who failed him, who disappointed him. And now, I was the one delivering bad news. 4 of his best men were dead, all killed by some uppity teenager on a rooftop with their own guns. I hardly believed the paper even after I read it, but the Gotham Gazette was nothing if not reliable. It was what the criminal elements of Gotham both loved and hated about it the most. When you leaked something damaging about your enemy or they fucked up big, you could always count on the Gazette to make a spectacle out of it. I stepped inside the penthouse, dreading the minutes to come. But the sight of him made me pause. He had a smile on his very human face. When Batman attacked the cult last time, the rumors said he'd mutilated his face, disfiguring it into a blackened, skeletal abomination. Yet, here before me stood one of the most handsome men I'd ever laid eyes on. He had deep green eyes, a square jaw, and charcoal black hair. Dressed in a crisp, expensive suit, the kind you'd expect on a man of his stature, he sat near the window at a sleek, dark table, the morning sun painting the room in shades of gold. He caught my stare, which had lingered far too long. Well? You going to stand there all morning? I nearly jumped, my hands tightening around the tray. Sorry, sir. I hurried forward and set it down before him, careful not to spill anything. My fingers trembled as I took a step back, waiting for his reaction. For an agonizing moment, he simply ate, ignoring the paper. Toast. Sausage. Coffee. A methodical, deliberate pace. I watched, frozen in place, my stomach twisting into knots. He hadn't opened the newspaper yet. That was the moment I feared most, the moment he'd learn what happened to his bounty hunters, the moment he'd lash out, and I'd be his closest target. I wasn't ready to die. Then, it happened. He finally unfolded the paper, his sharp eyes scanning the front page. I braced myself, my fingers curling into fists to steady my shaking hands. I could already see it in my mind, his fists slamming against the table, his voice booming with fury, his face twisting into something monstrous. Maybe he'd spare me the pain and just shoot me. Maybe he'd do much worse. But none of that happened. Instead, his lips quirked into a smile. Not bad. Not bad at all. He took another bite of toast. You're not upset? The question slipped out before I could stop it, and I immediately regretted it. His head tilted slightly, as if noticing me for the first time. Quite the opposite. I'm relieved, actually. My mouth went dry. Relieved? Wouldn't be satisfying if he were weak. He cut into a sausage with slow, deliberate pressure. If some two-bit thug could take him down, he wouldn't be worth my time. It took me a second to realize whom he meant, the one responsible for killing his men. Forgive me for being forward, I started hesitantly, but, wouldn't it be safer to just kill him? He shook his head. Where's the excitement in that? I swallowed. I knew from reputation that Black Mask had certain appetites, but why let somebody as dangerous as Julius walk free? Why let him become an even bigger threat? He must have seen my confusion because his lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. Most of the hunt is the chase, Tula. He twirled his knife between his fingers before driving it down into the table. You can't just point a rifle at the elk and pull the trigger. You gotta tease it a little, fire a warning shot. Let it think it has a chance. He leaned back, his chair creaking slightly. Sure, you risk it getting away. But that's the thrill of it, isn't it? The kill is sweeter that way. I nodded numbly. My stomach was still in knots as I carted the tray out of his room. There was talk among the lower members of the cult that Black Mask might have lost his edge, but now I'd seen why the older members believed. In a business where people decapitated first and asked questions later, I was glad to have a master capable of both. We were led into a corridor when the fighting was done. It opened up to rest rooms, a medical center, and a food bar. I chose the med bay for obvious reasons. It was tended to by a young woman in her early 20s. She was clearly a nurse or a medical student of some kind, but I knew better than to ask. Ivy had a pair of guards stationed nearby, all wearing the same tattoos I had seen on the burly guy I'd taken apart before coming in, something to do with ranks, perhaps. She didn't seem as guarded as the others, though. As she pulled the remnants of my cut apart, which had already clotted over and was healing, she looked up in surprise. Your meta ability is potent, she said, lightly touching my side. But I wouldn't push my luck in the upcoming rounds. I wasn't surprised that she could tell with one look, but her directness caught me off guard. It's why we're here, isn't it? To risk our lives and earn money? I asked, trying to play off my nervousness. I don't even know why I bother, she said automatically as she reached for a bottle of alcohol, dipped a cleaning cloth in it, and began cleaning the wound. None of you listen to me. I winced. So, you know about metas? How did you figure that out? She asked. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. She spread a white cloth over my wound and slowly began bandaging me. But I figure you'd have to know something about us if you work here. Fewer meta comes in than you think, she said. And I'm typically not the one who sees them, that's Dr. Strange's wheelhouse, but I've picked up a few things over the years. She looked up, and our eyes met. Up close, she was breathtaking. You had a question. I read somewhere online that meta abilities grow over time, but no one has come up with a conclusive reason as to why. Some think it's age, others stress, and a few believe it's like exercise, if you work at it, it grows. Some have even suggested chemical enhancements. My stamina and cursed energy regeneration heavily relied on my meta ability. It hadn't let me down yet, but I'd hardly pushed it. I needed more regeneration for when I inevitably made a deadly mistake with inverse. Sure, each level in the technique helped with the backlash, but one mistake could cost me everything. If I had a chance to grow my meta ability, I owed it to myself to chase that lead. Failing that, I'd have to figure out some way to learn to heal with curse energy or learn a first aid skill to maybe boost my regeneration. It was anyone's guess if that would actually work. While I ranted mentally, the doctor's expression only grew more troubled. Stay away from anybody peddling enhancements, she said firmly. Metabiology is not an exact science. There's no predicting what will give you the breakthrough you're looking for. But as a start, I recommend stressing your regeneration, assuming it's your primary ability. New stimuli could teach your body to heal itself more efficiently, though I advise you against proceeding without a physician present. So, poisons, blunt force trauma, bullet wounds. All very dangerous. She cut me off, her face scandalized. You could bleed out in seconds. But? She hesitated. But it should help you explore your limits safely. It's certainly better than injecting yourself with some foreign cocktail that would most certainly kill you. I flashed her a grin. Thanks, Doc. Hopping off the chair, I heard Harley's voice blare over the loudspeakers. Now for a special treat, an exhibition match between two of our heaviest hitters, Dr. Phosphorus and the reigning meta-champ, Blockbuster. Let's see if the egghead can give everyone's favorite brute a real challenge. That sounded interesting. I'm off. Thanks for the patch-up, Doc. Avery, she replied. There was a look of expectation in her eyes. Right. It was customary to return the favor. I would tell you my name. But you wear a mask for a reason, she completed. Take care, Immortal. I hope you don't die out there. Immortal? I scoffed. I hardly was. That's a jinx if I ever heard one. Stick to patching people up, Doc. Her soft chuckle drifted behind me as I re-entered the corridor. That was the easiest conversation I'd had in weeks. It was a nice change of pace. Chapter 20, SDC 20. Seeing Blockbuster fight was a wake-up call I didn't know I needed. I always had some vague idea of how powerful metahumans were, but the exhibition match between Dr. Phosphorus and Blockbuster made it brutally clear. And I was nowhere ready for a conflict on that level. The fight started well enough. Blockbuster was a mountain of a man, standing well over 8 feet tall, with biceps larger than 2 watermelons and fingers as thick as sausages. He trundled into the arena, his head held low, blinking against the bright overhead lights. Harley cooed in the background. Aw. The big guy's a real homebody. He's still not used to the lights and the glam of the big stage. And that was when Phosphorus struck. Free hit? Don't mind if I do. He landed a blow hard enough to rock the giant back, leaving a burning welt on Blockbuster's face. The strange man had irradiated skin that cast dark shadows over his skeleton, making him look like he was wearing an over-the-top Halloween costume, but far more terrifying. He wore a lab coat, formal trousers, and dress shoes. But what stood out most was his face. His blackened skull gave him a perpetual grin, a hunch reinforced by the tone of his voice. He sounded like he was having way too much fun. That hurt, Blockbuster said slowly, a frown emerging. Glowing man bad. Blockbuster hurt glowing man. That's what I'm talking about, the irradiated man cackled. Bring it on, hide. Blockbuster swiped at Phosphorus. The doctor hopped back, flinging a ball of green fire. It struck the giant's forearm just before it connected with Phosphorus's chest, sending him flying. Phosphorus flipped mid-air, laughing as he landed gracefully, only to immediately fall on his ass. Blockbuster's fist came down seconds later, but the doctor twisted, sand exploding beside him. He grabbed the massive arm with a manic grin, his hand humming with a green glow as it melted flesh. Blockbuster howled but didn't shrink back. Instead, he leaned into it, his second hand snapping down onto Phosphorus's arm. He twisted, freeing his injured hand, and growled. Blockbuster mad. Down Phosphorus went in an explosion of sand. Up, then down again. Another explosion. It happened 3 more times before Blockbuster yelped and let go. Phosphorus's body skipped across the arena, coming to a painful stop with a groan. His clothes went up in flames as he rose, the earth blackening around him. There goes another pair, he sighed. I'm going through these faster than underwear. But since I'm naked, might as well commit. Showtime. He charged Blockbuster, laughter bubbling from his throat as he moved at a speed far exceeding my enhanced abilities. Blockbuster hesitated at Phosphorus's sudden boldness, and it cost him. His swing came too slow, allowing the doctor to duck into his guard and carve a chunk out of the giant's chest with a swipe. 3 more strikes followed, all precise, all delivered in the moments between dodging wild strikes. Then, in a surprising feat of guile, Blockbuster fainted. Phosphorus hopped left prematurely, and the giant hammered him down with a double fist before he could recover. The doctor crashed to his knees but retaliated immediately, his body flaring radiation green, melting the giant's forearms to the bone. In a Herculean feat of willpower, Blockbuster raised his arms again and drove them down, hammering Phosphorus deep into the dirt. Before the doctor could recover, the giant kicked a mound of sand over him and stomped down. Again. And again. And again. Each stomp hit harder than the last until the entire arena was shaking. He didn't stop until Phosphorus stopped twitching. Then, with a grunt, Blockbuster grabbed Phosphorus's limp body and hurled him across the arena. The wooden border wall exploded on impact with a loud crack. Ow! Phosphorus's voice rang out, shocking the audience as much as it did Blockbuster. How the hell is he still alive? The giant recovered quickly though, baring his teeth. He took one shaky step forward, then collapsed to one knee. Blockbuster tired, he grunted. We'll make glowing man pay when he recovers. Won't hear me complaining, Phosphorus muttered, both hands shooting up in surrender. I raised an eyebrow at the display, wondering if I could survive a fight with either of them. 2 hits from Blockbuster would probably shatter in verse. Dr. Phosphorus could probably manage it with 1 concentrated attack. Probably best to stick to street thugs and small-time assholes for now. Well, there you have it. Harley announced. Another challenger bites to dust, though it came at a price. Looks like our champion's gonna be out of commission for a few days. Cheers and boos erupted from the audience. Most were pissed that Phosphorus surrendered, but a scant few were happy that the big guy survived. Quit your bellyaching, Harley said. The doc here'll fill in the meantime if he's up for it. Open exhibition, just like the good old days. Harley looked Phosphorus's way. The skeleton man shrugged. Why not? Could use the money. The following matches were less explosive but just as brutal. The first fight featured Psy Girl, whose stage name was Cheshire. Her opponent was some no-name guy in SWAT gear, complete with the helmet, bulletproof vest, and riot gear helmet. His weapon of choice was an extendable baton. He was either a really stupid cop or had a very unfortunate fashion sense. That's really not going to inspire a lot of mercy. Why he'd chosen to fight looking like that was beyond me. His fighter name was Bolt, and I quickly learned why. He was fast, faster than even me. But that didn't help him against Cheshire. She moved like her namesake, an agile predator, and toyed with him. Cheshire would parry with one hand, feint with a knee, and strike with a stab, then reverse the combination or pull out a different set altogether. She was a specter, entirely unreadable. She moved with no rhyme or reason, body blurring in a complicated chain of movements that resulted in Bolt leaking like a bloody fountain. Taking the fight to the ground didn't make a difference. By the end, she had crippled the man, bruised his larynx so badly he couldn't surrender, and was about to kill him when she suddenly stopped. She ripped off his helmet, exposing his petrified face to the world before she sheathed her weapon. Fight me dressed like that again, and I'll kill you, she said, flinging his helmet to the wayside as she walked off the stage. Killer performance as always, Cheshire. Harley hooted. And Bolt? You really should have known better than showing up in pig gear. Welp, a month or 2 of bedrest will make sure you never forget. The crowd lapped it up. 2 more fights came and went, neither as brutal as Cheshire's. Soon, my number was up. My opponent? The old military guy. He gave me the same uneasy feeling Cheshire did. An old saying came to mind, beware of an old man in a profession where men usually die young. Chapter 21, SDC 21. My opponent was waiting for me when I entered the arena. My muscles tensed at the sight of him, well over 6 feet tall, clad in a sleeveless button-up shirt, loose camo pants, and steel-toed boots. His imposing frame was further enhanced by a featureless wooden mask. His head inclined slightly as he looked down at me in a manner I was all too familiar with, condescension. I didn't need to see his eyes to recognize it. My fists clenched as anger pulsed through me, but weeks of fighting under Artemis' guidance had taught me that rage wasn't the most reliable source of strength. This wasn't an action movie. I had to be methodical. I rolled my shoulders, loosening up as Harley's voice blared in the background. Next round is between two first-timers. A real David versus Goliath fight. On the right corner, we got Han, an ex-military, no-nonsense, close-quarters specialist. And on the left, we got Mr. Negative. He's light as a wisp, but he sure can take a beating. Let's see what wins out, experience or endurance. The bell rang. Han just stood there, watching. First and last warning, kid. Back down now, or I'll break you. I think I'll take my chances, I said, flaring reinforcement. My muscles thrummed as energy flooded every fiber, forming a thin layer of cursed energy around me. He moved like silver, lightning quick for most, but not for me. I slipped through his jab and countered, only for him to brush it aside. A knee slammed into my side, emptying my lungs. Before I could recover, the next blow came, whip fast. It cracked against my inverse jaw. My hand locked around his wrist, pulling him into a judo throw. He twisted mid-air, reversing my throw, nearly trapping me in an armbar. My knuckle duster crashed against his wrist. He let go on instinct. I scrambled back, just in time to catch a flying knee to the face. Inverse activated a split second before contact, saving me. Still, I stumbled, whipping forward with a lightning jab. Han brushed it aside and took several cautious steps back, circling me. You're not as useless as you look. And maybe you're all talk. I charged, pouring more cursed energy into reinforcement. The distance vanished. I was inches from his face when he shifted. I flowed into a kick, but he leaned back just enough to let it pass. A kick to my knee came before I recovered. Inverse absorbed the impact, but it was just the opening move. His knee wrapped around my neck, applying pressure as we tilted backward. We crashed into the dirt, his leg closing off my airway. Sharp pain crushed my throat and split my head, a brutal reminder of what happened when I took low-impact hits while my technique was on. I nearly blacked out. Inverse shut off automatically, allowing Han to tighten his grip. My lungs screamed. My hands pounded his hamstrings, brutalizing them, but he gave me no quarter. Surrender, you foolish boy. Fuck you. I would have rasped it if I had any air left. Spots clouded my vision. I had seconds, if that. Cursed energy shifted, gathering around my neck, reinforcing my throat, buying me more time. I flooded my limbs and lifted. We shot into the air. His head snapped up in surprise. Then we crashed. Again. And again. And once more, until he finally let go. Han rolled away, groaning. My breath came in wheezes, but I still punted him in the stomach before he could rise. He rolled too late and came up guarded. My airway, though damaged, felt better with every breath. So did my stamina. Time was my ally in this fight. Han likely saw it differently. He switched stances, fists bunching up, ready to break what must have looked like a weakened opponent. I played my part well. I turtled up, keeping my eyes on his legs like Artemis taught me. I dodged what I could with sharp body movements and footwork. What I couldn't, I endured, sometimes with inverse, sometimes with reinforcement. He focused on my head, neck, and chest, weak points, while I focused on his patterns. I threw back jabs and kicks whenever an opening appeared, which was rare. I understood his patterns. Breaking them was another thing entirely. Twice, Han lured me in, switched his entire style, and punished me ruthlessly. The first time, I countered his knee feint into a front kick combo. My arms locked around his leg, ready to sweep him, when his other leg shot forward, folding me in half. I barely got inverse up in time to eat a flying kick to the face. The second time, he got me to the ground and locked in a textbook armbar. It took hammering his left knee with cursed energy and a knuckle duster to make him let go, but not before he twisted, breaking my arm. I sucked my teeth as I rose, willing myself not to scream. Seeing Han bloody and limping helped a great deal with pain management. I was battered, down to my last 100 CE, but I couldn't fight the grin spreading across my face. I saw a path to victory. I just had to bait him. Deviating from my defensive stance, I threw one of his own attacks at him, a feinted jab into a leg kick. I aimed at his strong leg. He stepped back, putting pressure on his weak one. Pouncing on the weakness, I followed up with a hook, but my injured hand flopped uselessly. The smallest grin quirked Han's lips as he stepped forward with a roundhouse kick to my weak limb. I moved before the blow landed. Inverse blunted the pain, and my ironclad fist rocked his jaw. Blood and spittle flew as he lolled. I stuck to him, delivering a straight hook to the liver, making him double over. My forehead crashed into his nose, reinforced by cursed energy and inverse. His legs buckled, and I finished him off with a brutal kick to the face. He flew back, body splayed. The crowd roared. Talk about last-minute reversals. Mr. Negative just knocked out Han. Harley shrieked. Cursed energy flooded my body, strengthening it, healing some of my bruises. Negative. Negative. The crowd chanted. I barely heard them over the pounding in my ears. I exhaled sharply and threw up my good arm. The chanting only grew louder. My eyes panned to Han's crumpled body. Blood soaked his wooden mask. His breathing was shallow, labored. I could have killed him with that last hit, but he could have done the same with those throat strikes and haymakers. All things considered, the proud prick got off easy. The ass-kicking he gave me had been worth it, though. I just leveled up. Name, Julius Spencer. Race, metahuman sorcerer. Class, sorcerer level 6, 3rd grade. Techniques, inverse LV2. Health, 120/400. CE, 82/380. SP, 198/400. STR, 29 AGI, 37. PUR, 48 VIT, 40. END, 40 CP, 38. Free points, 2. Hand-to-hand combat has reached LV3, all-encompassing skill that covers various martial arts you possess knowledge and proficiency with. 15% boost to learning martial arts, damage, and speed. Cursed energy manipulation has reached LV3, foundational skill of every jujutsu sorcerer. Allows for finer manipulation of curse energy while using jujutsu sorcery and other important techniques. Increases the efficiency and power of all jujutsu-related skills and techniques over time. Cursed energy reinforcement has reached LV3, Curse energy reinforcement level 1, achieve active and passive boost in physical parameters by circulating cursed energy through your body. Active enhancement provides a more pronounced benefit, while passive enhancement occurs naturally over time as you gather more cursed energy and become more proficient in manipulating curse energy. Current active boost, 45%. Passive boost, 15%. 2 CE per second. Oh. Things just got interesting. I spat a bloody phlegm to the side. All in all, it wasn't a bad fight. Chapter 22, SDC 22. Please leave a review. Breakfast with Dad and Jade was like pulling teeth without anesthetic, except all of the screams were happening on the inside. It was written all over everybody's face except Dad's. Jade hid her anger and insecurities under her smarmy barbs and one-liners, but Dad was a brick wall. You could never tell if you were one moment away from a rare compliment or another sparring lesson. How long has it been since we've all been at the table like this? Dad asked in a monotone voice. He was met by pin-drop silence. He looked over to Mom, who avoided his gaze, while Jade methodically cut into her pancake and slid a chunk into her mouth. Not bad, little sister, she broke the silence. You've improved. You get a lot of practice when your older sister abandons you, I said, taking a sip of orange juice. Jade didn't so much as flinch, dipping another forkful of pancake in syrup and biting down. Haven't the slightest idea what you mean, she said. My grip around my fork tightened. I remember that night she reappeared after months of absence and asked me to feed her. She promised she'd replace what she ate. She knew what Dad would do to me, but she disappeared anyway. I hadn't seen her since that night, and Dad beat me until I pissed blood. My fist slammed onto the table before I could catch myself, and I stared straight at him. Lawrence Kroc, the man who raised me. The greatest source of pain and trauma in my life. Artemis? Mom called in her soft voice. What the hell is going on? I demanded, my gaze sweeping the table. Are we just going to sit here and pretend like we're one big happy family? Well, you didn't last long at all, Jade said, cutting into more pancakes. Your mother and I have been speaking, he began. Since when? It was pretty well established how they felt about each other. It was a miracle they were in the same room at all. And what's she doing here? I pointed at Jade, who still ignored me. We're running a job together for a big client, Lawrence said evenly. It will help me get my hands on a serum that will help your mother walk again. My rage was there 1 second and gone the next. That's not possible? Jade asked, finally looking up. In a world of alien supermen, metahumans, and magic, you really think a cure is that outlandish? When you put it like that. I looked directly at Mom and saw a spark of something there, hope mixed with understandable concern. It is the least I could do for Paula, Lawrence declared with a hint of emotion on his ageless face. She lost 5 years because of me. I'd like to give her her life back. I gritted my teeth. Stop talking as if there's something wrong with her. Mom is fine just the way she is. But she could be perfect, Lawrence pressed. I've had to be rehabilitated 3 times during my career, and the months I spent in a wheelchair were some of the worst of my life. She's been in that chair for 5 years. He gestured to Mom like she wasn't there, and she didn't fight him. Don't limit your mother because of your pride. Pride? I huffed. You can't just come in here and... Artemis, Mom called softly. They're here because they're going forward with the mission and would like your help. I blinked. Me, why? Just thought you'd be happy to put all that training to use, Jade said. Not like you do much except hang out with that idiot boyfriend of yours and go to school. My cheeks flushed red. You've been spying on me. Jade rolled her eyes. Please. Watching paint dry is more stimulating than your love life. Ugh. She made me want to throttle her. Artemis, Dad called, his voice with the slightest edge. This is what is right for your mother. It's what you're trained for. His eyes bore into mine. Will you join us? My heart fluttered. I knew Mom wanted this just as much as Lawrence and Jade did. With the childhood we had, it should have taken an act of God to get Jade and Dad in a room together. And I suppose this was what this was. But then I remembered the conversation I had with Mom last night. Her words rang in my ears. Price to pay. They were both ready to pay it, but was I? Was Mom? She'd remained withdrawn the entire time we spoke, perhaps more content with just watching than participating as her fate was decided. I'd always hated it when I was younger. And I wasn't about to do the same to Mom. What do you want, Mom? I asked. Dad and Jade have been going on about what's right, but neither has asked you what you actually wanted. Mom looked up, her expression complicated. "I just want you to be safe," she said after a long while. Of course, she did. She'd be a hypocrite otherwise. But I could never forgive myself if I didn't hear my father out at least, even though I was pretty certain he and Jade were working an angle I couldn't see. I muffled a grunt as Avery reset my shoulder and popped it into a sling. "What did I say about coming back here injured?" Avery asked, a tight frown on her perfect face. "Maybe I couldn't stay away." I grinned at her, though she couldn't see it clearly. She lowered an overhead light to take a closer look at my neck wounds and battered chest, which was already healing. "Or maybe you got in the ring with a fighter who's been fighting longer than you've been alive and got your ass kicked," she retorted. "You watched my match, huh?" I asked, glancing at her. Her eyes remained on my injuries. "I feel bad for the patients who went untreated just because you wanted to watch me fight." Avery didn't react. "I was on break, and the fights can be entertaining, even if I don't approve of them. At least tell me you made some money." "I don't speculate," she said, finally looking up into my mask. There was a beat of silence before she continued. "Can you take off your shirt? I'd like to fully assess the extent of your injuries, maybe get a few scans. You could have internal bleeding. I'm not sure how your mutation would handle that." "I should be fine," I said as I pulled off my shirt. "But if it'd give you peace of mind, I'll show you, Doc." She sucked in a sharp breath when she saw my upper body. I was pretty jacked now. My biceps were easily twice their size when all of this started, and my abs had freakish definition. I needed more calories. All this fighting and regeneration was burning through my fat reserves like a bonfire. Avery's eyes lingered slightly before she gingerly pressed against my wounds. My body was covered in them. "Looks like mostly superficial bruising," she said. "But I'd recommend taking it easy for a day while your shoulder heals." "Sounds perfect," I said, slipping my shirt back on. "I've got a day till my next fight. Might as well explore." "Try the restaurants," she suggested. "They make the best dishes in Gotham." I made a face. "I'll take your word for it. Maybe you can show me your favorite ones." "Oh." Avery tucked her hair behind her ear and, money. She'd spent an entire day training me, a day she could have used running errands, scouting fighters, or taking personal time. There was another angle. I just didn't know what it was yet. Maybe it was recruitment. Maybe it was something darker. But I didn't let fear stop me from appreciating the opportunity. Or the gifts. If Ivy really wanted me, she'd get me one way or another. And even if they figured out how inverse worked, I still had a few tricks up my sleeve. I tried calling Artemis before bed, only to realize there was no cell reception down here. Of course, there wasn't. What was available, though, was an uplink to Ivy's fight catalog. They ran a tournament parallel to ours, giving one set of fighters a day off while the others competed. The evening exhibitions, though. Those were invite-only. Reserved for the best of the best. Metas and humans who had proven themselves time and time again. Blockbuster had plenty of fights in there. They all seemed to end the same way, with some poor schmuck getting flattened. Phosphorus was on the rise too, eating up every second of attention he could get. He even convinced Harley to let anyone challenge him. A few fighters took him up on the offer. They all walked away with fresh burns and radiation poisoning. I made a second mental note: stay the hell away from the exhibitions. The publicity wasn't worth it. Neither was the risk. Artemis's POV. Jade and Lawrence went over the details of the plan on the drive to school. The target was a meta from Ivy's kingdom with impressive regenerative properties. If Lawrence was to be believed, his tissue samples might be the last ingredient LexCorp needed to finish a cutting-edge regenerative serum that could cure just about anything. Naturally, I didn't think he was telling me the full story, but Jade didn't contradict him, so I let things be for now. The main hurdle we faced, aside from the consent of the meta in question, was Ivy's rules. Break them in her territory, and she'd know. And she would come for you. Her gangs weren't the main thing to worry about, the plants were. There were rumors of airborne spores placed strategically throughout her kingdom. It was also common knowledge that Ivy could charm just about anybody with her pheromones. Every plant, fern, mushroom, vegetable, was also a weapon in waiting. The paranoia would kill you long before Ivy even struck. We needed a way to get to him without the Queen ever finding out, and Lawrence already had a solution. We just have to apply external pressure, Lawrence said, slowing the car as we pulled up in front of the school. Leverage whatever relationships he has to get him to the surface faster. How? I asked carefully. Fake an emergency call from his girlfriend, tell him he won a lottery, it doesn't matter, Jade said. I'll handle it. I didn't like how vague she was being. And you promise nobody will get hurt? I asked, catching her reflection in the rearview mirror as she buffed her nails. I like breathing, she countered. We all know what happens if Ivy catches us. I swallowed hard. And where do I fit into all of this? I asked. You're on perimeter watch, Lawrence said. If everything goes smoothly, this will be a simple exchange, cash for genetic material. Our target is greedy and, frankly, not the brightest, so he should take the deal. But if Ivy gets wind of it, or if Batman shows up, we'll need someone to provide cover and sound the alarm. You could be the difference between success and failure, Artemis. It's a huge responsibility. No pressure, Jade added. I put on a strong face, but I couldn't shake the twisting feeling in my stomach. Even after they drove off, the unease lingered. I checked my messages. Still nothing from Julius. I frowned. His judgment might be shit when it came to his own problems, but he was annoyingly insightful when it came to other people's problems. I chewed my lip as I stepped through the school doors. I guess I was like that, too. Julius would probably tell me to do my own homework. Forget that this could help my mom. Forget that Jade was back. Something about this job wasn't right. Lawrence and Jade were being way too vague about this Mark Desmond guy among other things. And I needed to know why. Chapter 24, SDC 24. Julius's POV. My third underground fight was my hardest so far. My opponent was a burly South American guy covered in tattoos, wielding a maul half my height. There was a hunger in his eyes I recognized. I saw it every time I looked in the mirror. His name was Ghost, and he charged when Harley rang the bell. No posturing. No threats. I spread my stance, tugging lightly at my black pants, which contrasted with my white mask. My compression shirts were black too. In another life, I would have liked to lean into the Mr. Negative bit and made my pants white for a better color profile, but my future work demanded something utilitarian. The maul came down fast. I raised my forearm, stealing its momentum with a flash of inverse, and twisted, yanking hard. Flashing reinforcement at maximum burn, I drove my fist into his striking hand, ripping the weapon from him. He retaliated instantly, his knee slamming into my raised one. I swung his maul at half speed, letting him dodge and create space that rapidly closed when he attacked again. The maul whipped out, my reinforcement flaring as I countered his hook. With a grunt and flex, I reversed the swing, smashing Ghost in the face and sending him stumbling. I tossed the oversized weapon aside. This is the part where I warn you, I said. You've got no shot, not that I won't enjoy kicking your ass. You talk too much, he said, exploding forward with a shoulder charge. I sidestepped and leaned back as his follow-up strike skimmed past me. My leg snapped out, cursed energy crackling through my foot as I struck the outside of his thigh. He tipped to the side and ate sand. I followed through, cursed energy surging my leg to my hand, and I palmed him hard in the chest, burying him deeper in the sand. I pulled back, expecting the fight to be over. Ghost snatched my wrist. Hell no. I'd been down this road before with Old Man Han, and I wasn't about to let it happen again. I cracked him in the jaw, once, twice, thrice, but he held on, catching my free hand on the third hit. I reared my head back, flooding my mask and skull with cursed energy, then drove my forehead into his nose. Crunch. Amazingly, he still didn't let go, his grip vice-like. A second headbutt finally broke his hold. I stumbled back, vision doubling, legs shaky. I barely registered ghost clawing for me. I ducked, my vision already clearing, though my head still throbbed like hell. My meta ability was doing its job. He took 2 more desperate swipes before I drilled a push kick into his right knee, the same one I'd attacked earlier, and finished him with a roundhouse to the neck. He dropped like a sack of flour and sprung back up in 2 seconds flat. The roar from the crowd was deafening. Harley lost her shit. Holy crap. Looks like Mr. Negative has met his match. Can Ghost turn this around? Or is he just punishing himself? Ghost's expression didn't change. The blood leaking from his nose had drenched his tank top, but he staggered forward with the same undaunted look. You need to stop, I warned. Before you do real damage to your body. You think I'm afraid of pain, he seethed. I've lived with it all my life. Somebody got hurt. She went still, and I pulled back, looking up at her. My face must have said enough because I saw the understanding creep in, slow and bitter. She held me tighter. This isn't on you. I knew Lawrence was up to no good when he showed up at my PT. She cradled my face. Tell me everything. I closed my eyes and did as she asked. The night replayed in my mind, especially the bit at the end. Earlier that night. The alley stank of oil and blood. My vision was swimming, blurry and edged with red, but I found my bow easily enough. He stood there. The doctor. His hands were tucked into his bloody lab coat, calm like this was just another shift at the ER. The streetlight reflected off his round glasses. You move, and I shoot, I said. No, you won't, he replied smoothly. You have a concussion, and you don't have the stomach for killing. I adjusted my stance, ignoring the throbbing in my head. He must have heard me argue with Dad and Jade. These arrows bind, not kill. They'll keep you tied up long enough for the police to scoop you up. His smile endured, like I hadn't just made a threat. Rather sophisticated for someone so gullible, he said. Where were you taking Mark Desmond? I snapped. Answer me. Right attitude. Wrong question. Quit stalling, I growled. If you insist, I'll save us both the time then, he said. Consider this, why take Desmond at all? If your father's goal was justice for his employer, why not administer it? Why keep him alive? My grip eased on my bow as I blinked in thought. Then it clicked, and the doctor's eyes glinted with amusement. They want to make more of him, I whispered. Jade had lied to me. He nodded slowly, approving. I knew you could do it. Shut up. I snarled, firing my shot. I just about had enough of him. Someone was probably close, the police or Ivy's people. Either way, they'd find the jackass bound up and laying in the street. The doctor dodged, to my utter surprise. A shot rang out, and the wall next to my head exploded, raising a plume of dust and brick. My heart skipped a beat. Roland was on his feet, gun trained on me. He fired again, and I leaped, straight into a dumpster, knocking the breath out of me and sending fresh waves of pain traveling up and down my body. It gave me the clarity I needed to dodge the next few shots. I scrambled up a fire escape, loosing a grappling arrow toward the opposite roof. I heard people shouting below. I didn't wait, zipping up and over the ledge. I escaped, I said quietly. Barely. I don't know where they took him. I don't even know if the cure is real. Mom's hand trembled where it rested on mine. Oh, it is. Your father left a cryptic message about the mission being complete. Apparently, payment is waiting for me somewhere called Nanda Parbat. I've never heard of it. I frowned and looked into her eyes. Mom, you're not thinking about taking the cure, are you? Never, she said, her voice steely. Your father and I differ widely in our approach, even when we were both active. The ends do not always justify the means. I let out a long breath. I felt a confusing mix of relief, guilt, and pride. I have to fix this, I said. I have to find Jade, Dad, and Mark. He might be dangerous, but no one deserves to be experimented on. Whoever bankrolled this has to be a major player. They might even be in the private sector. I need help. I might have to go to the League. Mom was quiet for a long moment. Do what you think you must. But don't forget, there's always a price. Julius's POV. The relief I felt leaving Ivy's domain didn't last long, and in a moment of weakness, I considered the League's offer. Then, I reminded myself that they were just a bigger, well-dressed-up version of Penguin or Mask. I could always get out from under Penguin's thumb through force or negotiation. But these shadow guys scared me. I couldn't see their scope or limits, and I had a feeling that taking their help would mean a lifetime of arena fights and brutal assassinations. I much more preferred killing on my own terms. Still, it sucked shifting back to survival mode. Once again, I was at the mercy of Gotham. Alone. Hunted. And paranoid. But not unprotected. I had fewer levels than I'd hoped for after the fight pits, but I was far more powerful than I could have imagined. Powerful enough to take down a reinforced safe house. But was it enough to survive everything else the city had in store for me? I guess I'd find out soon enough. But first, I had to do some creative space management. My cursed inventory technique had a higher weight threshold since I unlocked it several weeks ago, 150 pounds per slot, to be exact. It was just limited by the pesky rules of the technique, one new item for every 100 points in cursed energy. In a year, maybe I could afford to be less conscious about what went where. But for now, I had to be deliberate. I dropped all my gear in a dark alley and cast curtain before I started sorting. The grenades and smoke bombs were up first. No need for both containers. I dumped the wooden crate that held the grenades and stuffed them into the foam-lined plastic case that came with the smoke bombs. I freed up my third slot by cramming my recorder into the large case with all of my new weapons. It was a bit of a squeeze, but I also got in the new clothes, cash, guns, and magazines. Unsurprisingly, the case flew past the weight limit, so I had to switch to my weighted combat boots and throw on a slash-resistant hoodie and leather jacket. The air was nippy tonight. I appreciated the extra layers. After all that shuffling, I had one slot free. My new brass knuckles went in there, which was a bit of a surprise, but I shrugged it off, figuring they were designed as a pair or something. With that squared away, I took to the rooftops, leaping from building to building with precise use of cursed energy. It was far more economical than constant reinforcement. I used curtain twice. Once to sneak past a police officer. The second was when I hotwired a motorcycle. It gave me the cover I needed to escape Ivy's territory and reach an impound lot just outside the Narrows. I parked the bike way off the road before clearing the fence with a single jump. What I came for sat at the very edge, undisturbed. A heavy-duty van. Why did I need it? To smash through whatever bullshit defenses Black Mask had put up, of course. I might be strong now, but I wasn't ripped through reinforced steel bars strong. I grinned. This was going to be fun. Chapter 32, SDC 32. I slept on a rooftop a few blocks from Artemis's place. Concrete didn't make for the best bedding, but back cramps or long-term concerns weren't really a factor when you regenerate from pretty much everything. The air was sharp up here, sitting on the edge. I had a good vantage point of the skyline. The pristine towers of Gotham were breathtaking, a far different sight from what I was used to. After a week of hard training, bashing skulls, and subterfuge, I was ready to talk to the only real friend I had left, even if the content of our conversation might change everything. Pulling my phone from my open travel bag, I called her. She picked up. "How've you been, Art?" I greeted her with a chipper smile I didn't quite feel. "Really? After a week of radio silence, that's what you're going with?" "There was no cell service in the fighting pits," I shrugged. "Called you as soon as I could." "Wait, fighting pits?" she asked, caught off guard. "That was your mystery road trip?" "Yup. Turned out pretty productive. I'm on top of that old factory near your house. Come with coffee and donuts, and I'll tell you all about it." "Ugh. You're really gonna make me drag myself out of bed and stand in line for coffee and donuts?" I would have gone myself if it wouldn't draw attention from CGPD, and God knows who else. She muttered something under her breath. "I'll be there in 10. The call cut off abruptly. I sat there for a moment, wondering if I could have handled that better. Probably. But I wasn't one to dwell, especially not with Artemis. I got up and turned to something more pragmatic: exercise. I was strong enough for more complicated calisthenics like pistol squats, planche push-ups, and handstand push-ups. With my stats, they were a breeze, but still hard enough to break a sweat by the time Artemis showed up. She had a paper bag in one hand, a cup holder in the other, and a slightly impressed look on her face. "You've gotten a lot better." "So I have." I flipped over, dismounting from my handstand. I couldn't help but notice her gait. She was slower than usual and favored her right side. She looked like me minutes after a hard fight, when the healing hadn't quite wiped everything away yet. I met her halfway, took the bag from her, and steadied her arm as she climbed the last few steps of the ladder. "I kind of feel guilty now," I winced. "Training accident?" "Not ready to talk about that yet," she said with a small grunt as she sat beside me. "You're lucky I like you," she smiled. She smelled like hazelnut coffee and trouble. The hug caught me off guard. She just leaned in and held on. I didn't pull away. Artemis told me everything, about the kidnapping plot disguised as a meeting, about the inevitable backstab, and Blockbuster's fate. My jaw dropped when she described the figures she encountered and the burly man behind it all. What I found most interesting was the existence of the actual cure, and Artemis's mother refusing to accept it. On some level, I got where Sportsmaster was coming from. It was a chance to set things right. In his own twisted way, he meant well. But Mrs. Croc knew the cost of accepting his gift. It would have sent the wrong message, that she was okay with his methods. I didn't share my thoughts with Artemis. She was too raw. No telling how that conversation would go. "I'm sorry. You deserved better than him." She gave a half-hearted shrug. "With a father like Lawrence," I added, "I'm almost glad I never met mine." Her laugh was brittle. "That's morbid." "It's true. Apparently, my father disappeared from Gotham just before I was born. The only thing he ever gave me was my cursed technique and the system. I wondered if there was more he could have taught me. Screens were nice, but nothing beat the real thing." I looked over at Artemis. Her eyes were red, rimmed with sleeplessness and pain. "When you're ready, I'll help you find Mark Desmond. And your family too." She nodded. "Thanks." Then her tone shifted, lightened, maybe even teasing. "So, you're a pit fighter now?" I let out a long-suffering sigh. "I almost wish I never told you." It was my turn to tell stories while we sipped cold coffee and ate donuts. I sped through my time in Ivy's domain, its scale, the fantastical nature of it all, the fights. She nodded along, giving me one of her unreadable looks, until I got to the part about Zash. "You're lying," she said flatly. I shrugged. "It's true. I really beat Zash doped up on venom." She looked me up and down. "How?" I tried not to take offense. I was very different from the last time she saw me. "Would I lie to you?" "Yes," she answered without hesitation. My stomach flipped. How about a demonstration, then? I said with a grin. I try to boop your nose, and you try to stop me. She made a face. You know I hate when you do that. All the more reason for you to stop me. She turned toward me, arms folded, eyes narrowed. I smiled and tapped into my cursed energy. The difference was immediate. My effective agility jumped from 41 to 75. My hand blurred forward before she could react. Her eyes widened as my fingers settled on the tip of her button nose. With a smug smile, I pulled it back just as quickly. What? That's how I beat Zash, I said, grinning. He literally didn't see me coming. She stared at me like I'd grown horns. You actually did it, didn't you? Yeah, I muttered. I had that same reaction when it happened, too. She laughed. Maybe going underground wasn't such a bad move, considering all the crap happening up here. My smile faded. Yeah, I murmured. Maybe. So, are you headed back? She asked suddenly. I looked at her, surprised. She shrugged. It's the smart thing to do. Aren't you popular down there now that you've beaten a serial killer? I can't go back, I said slowly. I don't think they'll let me leave again. Who's they? She asked. I told her about the League. The League of Shadows? Her panic was immediate. I raised a brow. You know them. Jade and Sportsmaster are contractors for them. They're bad news, Julius. Kidnapping, assassinations, weapons trafficking, terrorism. They've been around forever, and they're everywhere. I swallowed. Then it's a good thing I said no. She nodded but frowned. You might be done with them, but they're not done with you. Be careful. Aren't I always? She gave me a flat look that slowly turned meaningful. Did you kill those people on the rooftop? What? The League doesn't recruit just anybody. Skills and powers are a plus, but they look for a certain edge. People who can follow through. Killers, I muttered. Another puzzle piece clicked into place. That's why you think they approached me? She nodded. I'm not trying to judge you, she said tentatively. It's just, with everything that's happened, I'd prefer to know. If I'm on the side of demons or angels. Artemis's lips pressed into a thin line. I'm not sure I could handle a repeat of last night. I sighed. It was now or never. I did say I wanted this. Yes, I did kill 4 of those men on the rooftop, I said slowly. They were Black Mask's people. They chased me for blocks, cornered me, and I made my choice. Julius. Her voice was soft. Empathetic. I could have left it there. But I had to be honest. They weren't the only ones, I continued. There are 3 more. She stiffened. The first 2 were Eddie's killers. Her eyes widened. The blood on your nails, when you showed up at Lowe's. My jaw tightened. I nodded. They gunned him down like a stray. Then stuffed him in the trunk of their car. Along with me. There was only one way I was getting out of that alive. My hands were clenched. And the last? Artemis's voice was shaking. I looked her in the eyes. Zash. She gasped. How? I told her about the fight, about how I tried to surrender, about the punch that triggered a black flash of lightning and ended him. She stared at me for a long time. Too long. And then it happened. The thing I tried to avoid. Her face changed. Not fear. Not disgust. Just distance. You promised not to judge, I said. Your body count is near double digits, Julius. And you lied to me. You wouldn't have helped me if I told you I just killed 2 people before I showed up. You couldn't have known that, she said sharply. You made that decision for me. I wasn't ready to talk about it. I snapped. God. I had just discovered my abilities, buried my best friend, and I was trying to keep my mom and Sasha safe. And the weeks after, she asked, rising to her feet. What stopped you then? Did you even trust me? Of course I did, I growled, standing to face her. You're the only one who knows about the revenge plan. The only one I've told anything. I went from pickpocketing and scams to a one-man crusade against the guy who killed my best friend and is still hunting me. Forgive me if I needed time to adjust. Don't act like you're innocent in this, Artemis shot back. You and Eddie knew how dangerous Black Mask was. You went after him anyway. Did you really think you'd get away with it? Her words cut deep. What choice did we have? I shouted. You might have it bad, but Eddie and I had it worse. We went to bed starving. We had to turn to crime to survive. Eddie's sister was one bad trip away from the morgue. What we did was stupid, but don't pretend like we had real options. Silence stretched between us. Her anger faded slowly, replaced with something more restrained. You're repeating the same mistake, she said quietly. Going after Black Mask will either get you killed, or thrown in Belle Reve. You're 15, Julius. You have your whole life ahead of you. You should take your own advice, I cut in. Your father and sister have disappointed you how many times? But you still gave them the benefit of the doubt. Even put off calling in Batman, just in case they had something to help your mom. You're a criminal too, now. And you're still risking everything, even asking for help from someone you just called a killer. So tell me, Artemis, what does that make you? Someone who deeply cares about you, she said, voice soft. Please. Reach out to Gordon. Maybe work something out with Batman. That's what I plan to do. He could help with the charges. Help you take down Black Mask, for good this time. I had a snarky comeback. It was right there on my tongue. But I hesitated. Cooperating with a leaguer sounded good on paper. But I'd seen how it played out in practice. Black Mask would walk. And everyone I cared about would have targets on their backs. She knew that. She knew how I felt about all those so-called heroes. You could have just told me you were done helping, I said, turning away. Julius. But I was already gone, shimmering behind curtain's barrier. Chapter 33, SDC 33. Robin's POV. Batman was right, again. I grumbled as I replayed the finals of the underground tournament Julius had signed up for in Ivy's Fight Club. After he disappeared into Ivy's domain, it didn't take a genius to put two and two together. A young meta testing his limits, bolder than you'd expect for someone his age, but with his criminal record, not outside the realm of possibility. What followed was one of the most astonishing displays of skill and meta development I've ever seen. He went from inconsistent bursts of power, enhanced physicality, healing, and some strange limited invulnerability manipulation, to outright decimating Zash, even after the psycho juiced himself up on venom. That final punch didn't just knock him out, it generated a shockwave and blew Zash's head clean off his shoulders. My body went cold the first time I saw it. My mood hadn't improved much since. At least he seemed torn up about it. Torn up enough not to take my head off if I tried to drag him in. Wouldn't count on it. So, long-range containment strategies it is. I nodded to myself, toggling through the underground's upcoming exhibition matches, but there was no mention of him. The winner of the other bracket had an exhibition lined up with a meta, but not Julius. He got out, then. I guess cash and glory weren't enough to keep him around. Kind of surprising, for a 15-year-old thief. He's going to try and kill Black Mask, even if it costs him his life. I'll just have to bring him in first, won't I? Rising from Bruce's chair in the Batcave, I closed all my tabs and walked to the glass case holding my Robin suit. A smile tugged at my lips. This was going to be fun. Couldn't wait to see the look on Bruce's face when I bring him in. Julius's POV. Check the news tonight. I sent the message to Penguin, slipped my phone into my briefcase, and started the truck. It roared to life, but just as I shifted into drive, my leg froze. No. I froze. Artemis's words twisted in my ear. You're repeating the same mistake. Was I? Giving Penguin so much leash, letting him hold the cards. I was already recording conversations and gathering evidence, building a failsafe for when he inevitably double-crossed me. But maybe it was time to go further. Stronger metas than me have faced Batman, the police, and the crime bosses in this town, and lost. I needed something my predecessors didn't have. An edge over every single one of them. Short of killing them, nothing seemed as effective as blackmail. Batman. Robin. Black Mask. Penguin. Everyone hides secrets. And once I had them, I owned them. At least temporarily. I'd need an unhackable computer and a few reliable agents to help forward information to out-of-state police and reporters. Can't have anyone I'm blackmailing figuring out I was coming for them. It was a crude beginning, but a bright one nonetheless. But it also meant sneaking around, buying listening devices, cameras, and leveling up all my espionage-related skills. I rubbed the back of my neck. I suppose it could be worse. The thought steadied me. I pulled the truck from the alley, made 2 tight turns, and parked across from the store where it all started. To the outside world, it was a dying record store with spotty traffic. In the back. Something else entirely. My recent hit had forced them to up security. I wondered if any of them were left over from last time. I slipped on my mask and did one final check. Smoke bombs hung off my sides. Katana in the first inventory slot. Beretta in my hands. Knuckle dusters sat in the second slot. Grenades were in my third. And my tape recorder rested under my vest, recording, just in case someone got cocky. I tied the steering wheel to a metal rod, keeping the wheel steady while I weighed down the accelerator. The truck launched forward, tires screaming, and crashed through the front of the store with a metallic shriek. Screams followed. I rushed forward, cursed energy propelling each step. I slipped through the opening, expecting masks men with their guns raised. But I'd overestimated them. Or underestimated what a semi could do. Half the store was rubble. The other half was empty, except for the bleeding clerk behind the counter. Tattoos, piercings, bloodied forehead. She blinked at me in confusion, then reached under the desk. I put 2 in her chest, and she dropped. She wasn't dead, wooden bullets don't kill like that. But I doubted extracting those splinters would be painless. My perception flared. Cameras. I picked them off one by one with clean, precise shots. Congratulations, you've learned Gun Mastery LV1. That came easier than expected. Likely thanks to my high stats. The counter was easy to vault. There she was. Unconscious. A sawn-off shotgun rested under the register. Clever. I unloaded it, tossed the gun into the street, and flung the shells in the opposite direction. Then the door burst open. They came in hot, bathing the store in hot lead. But I was ready. A curtain of cursed energy wrapped around me and the clerk. I ducked behind the desk, watching Black Mask's goons burn through magazines. Eventually, they slowed. One passed by, AK at the ready. Another peeked into the truck wreckage. You think he already left? The first said. No, the second answered. There is no they. Just him. The boss warned us, said to be careful. You've seen the news. Unless he's bulletproof, he's not getting through us, a third sneered. But a fourth, girl, young, jittery, snorted. I didn't recognize her voice or the other 3. Black Mask must have switched them out after the first attack. We're way in over our heads. He's killed 6 of us already. We need to get the cash out. The bullets flew fast. 2 in the chest of the big one. 2 more for the smart girl. Gunfire converged on the booth, but I was already gone. Blood burst behind me. Shit. The clerk was dead. I dove, melding back into reality, putting 2 shots in the knees and vests of the 3rd and 4th gunmen. I flipped and came down with a kick, driving a rising grunt back into the ground. I swapped my guns for the knuckles, hands hitting the floor as I spun. My foot cracked into the jaw of another. Fist rocketed forward, no cursed energy, just raw power, and knocked the first man cold. I rose, guns back in hand, and advanced. There was movement in the back room. Energy pulsed through me, and I ran. 3 men waited inside the room. 1 stood guard with a tire iron, of all things. The 2nd stuffed a duffel bag in cash, and the 3rd, I recognized. Hendrik. I clenched my jaw. He was the asshole who woke up that night that Eddie died. He was still as severe as I remembered, standing over 6 feet tall, muscular, in full military gear, earpiece in place. He didn't spare me so much as a look, raising the radio his earpiece connected to. "He's here, sir. Putting you on speaker now." I almost laughed. Of course, Black Mask wanted to gloat. "You had to know this was a trap. Same spot where your friend died?" The semi-truck threw me for a loop. "But sure as sunshine, here you are again, trying to top the worst day of your life." "The cops won't come for you," he said, savoring every word. "And I just sent your location to every bounty hunter in Gotham." "Let them come," I said. Black Mask laughed. "Of course you're not afraid. You're the slayer of slayers. The boy who killed Zash. Fail or win, I'll be watching. Do your best not to disappoint." Chapter 34, SDC 34. I raised my gun immediately and fired at the 2nd man and Hendrik, but he was already on the move, ducking under the shot while his fist shot toward my liver. I twisted out of the way as I flared curse energy and put some distance between us, emptying my guns into Hendrik's side. He took it like a champ. He even tried retrieving his own weapon before finally collapsing, bleeding from several shallow wounds. That turned out to be a mistake on my part, as the 2nd man burst out of the room, nearly a foot taller and twice as muscular as Hendrik. My fingers were a blur, firing until both magazines ran dry as the venom-infused monster bounded toward me. Visions of that final tournament fight came and went as I dug deep and steadied myself, receiving him without my technique. He went over my shoulder with a throw, and I sprang back to my feet just in time to send him crashing into the wall with a kick to the neck. Switching out my guns for my new knuckle dusters, I swung before he could rise again, shattering his jaw with the first punch and caving in his head with the second. Blood coated my mask and face, but I didn't stop. A triumphant scream rang out behind me, and I spun around in time to see Hendrik buff up. His muscles swelled to twice their original size, straining his bulletproof vest to the point of bursting. Behind him stood a 3rd enhanced man, shouldering a bag full of money. He gave me a terrified look before sprinting toward the rear exit, a metal door with a keypad lock. Hendrik spread his hands wide, as if to say, "Stop," grinning when he saw the knuckle dusters on my fists. He was still covered in wounds, but now they were only as large as pinpricks. "You should have stuck to the real thing," he laughed. "I remember you. One moment, I was across the hall, the next, his head whipped sideways with a sickening crack, his neck snapping from the force of my punch. I tumbled forward, overdrive still active, and burst ahead again, snagging the closing metal door just before it shut. The bagman was halfway through the alley when I caught up, bowling him over from behind. I didn't bother flipping him over, content to bash his head against the stone until he went limp. His breathing was shallow. Thankfully, he wasn't dead. I'd scared. I couldn't say the same for my other victims. The whole display had only cost me 60 CE. I flipped on curtain instinctively and took the moment to gather myself. The timing couldn't have been better. 2 men slipped into the alley a moment later, torchlight slicing through the darkness, guns in hand. I hurriedly stuffed the brass knuckles into one of the many pockets on my vest and reloaded my guns, switching out their magazines. I vanished the bag of money. They were just a few feet away when I pulled the triggers, nailing them both in the head. The shots took them off their feet, and I rushed in close, putting one more rounds in their skulls for good measure before dispelling curtain. I holstered my guns and grabbed theirs, my gloved hand wrapping around one trigger. Killing them was the smart thing to do, but I found myself hesitating. They were already down, probably learned their lesson. Plus, they'd be the fourth and fifth people to die by my hands today, assuming I hadn't inadvertently crushed someone with my semi. It was already bloody enough. Reluctantly, I tossed the gun aside and ran off, taking a sharp turn when I saw two buildings close enough to do what I needed. I sprinted up the wall, bouncing off with enough force to propel me to the second and back again until my hand wrapped around the edge of the roof. I dragged myself up, a bit winded. Sirens echoed in the distance, likely racing toward the scene, and I took off, bounding from rooftop to rooftop, heading toward a very specific manhole cover. I was only a few buildings away when I sensed it, a subtle shift in the air. A whistle, almost too faint to hear. I activated curse energy reinforcement and threw myself sideways. A circular disc bit into a nearby air conditioning unit and exploded, releasing a thick pinkish foam that coated a chunk of the rooftop. My guess? Some kind of restriction agent, probably used by bounty hunters. Several more discs followed, and I danced away, dodging, twisting, racing toward the edge. By some miracle, I stopped just in time to avoid the last one and landed on my ass. I was back up and flipping backwards before the next bomb launched. With a burst of overdrive, I rushed toward the structure housing the stairs that led into the building, disappearing behind it just as I passed the wall, slipping into the shadows with curtain. The pink foam bomb detonated a second later, but I was well outside its range, standing a few steps away from where I had initially started, a scowl forming on my face. There was a long moment of silence before I saw it. Someone swung in from the direction of the attack on what looked like a grappling hook. He touched down a few steps away from me, right at the very limit of curtain, and I recognized him instantly. He was about my height, dressed in a ridiculous red and black costume. He even had a cape and a utility belt. Fucking Robin. I froze. If he was here, then Batman couldn't be far behind. Shit. I thought I had more time. What were my options? Run. Hide. Plead my innocence. That was long gone. I scanned the darkness with my enhanced sight, searching for any sign of the Dark Knight, but I saw nothing. Then again, I didn't expect to. Batman's sleuthing was world-class. So, it came back to running. Just as I was about to do that, I heard Robin speak as he turned toward the staircase, squinting and stalking forward. He moved with careful, confident steps that I mirrored as he rounded the corner, unknowingly slipping inside and outside of curtain. He let out a sigh of frustration. I can't believe he pulled a Batman on me, he muttered, then cursed under his breath. Bruce is never going to let me live this down. My eyes went wide. Bruce. Batman's name was Bruce. And he wasn't here. Couldn't be, not with the way Robin was talking. My hand reached for my gun. Should I? I could learn the names of two of my greatest adversaries in a single night. Greed eventually won out over caution, and my hands moved in a flash. The scuff of my boot alerted him before I fired, and he dove, almost too fast to track. But on his way up, he took several bullets to the side. The ones that hit his cape sounded hollow, but the rest had him spasming. He pulled out his grappling hook and fired it into the water tank of a far-off building as he sprinted toward the edge. I fired more shots, aiming for his hand. All of them missed. A few screwed into his cloak and his exposed leg. He flowed like a wraith, zigzagging and twisting over the ledge just before I could follow. Robin dropped low before launching himself upward, out of my reach. Shit. What the hell was I thinking? trying to get the drop on Batman's protege. I holstered my guns and rubbed my forehead. Still, the name stuck. Bruce. I wasn't walking away with nothing. I turned around and leapt off the building with a running start, landing silently with a flare of inverse, then continued toward the manhole. With a grunt, I slid the cover aside, climbed in, and replaced it. The smell hit me like an avalanche, especially with my enhanced senses, forcing me to disable reinforcement while I traversed the narrow walkways, leading deeper into the city. Bruce had to be Bruce Wayne. It made sense. He was the only one with the money and influence. I palmed my mask, stunned. I couldn't believe nobody had pieced it together yet. Dead parents, years partying around the world, only to return as a more serious businessman. Batman appeared right around that time, didn't he? And Robin, he had to be that Richard kid Bruce adopted after his parents died. The circus background would explain how someone so young could keep up with Gotham's worst. A small smile crept onto my face. First night of information gathering, and I'd stumbled onto the motherlode. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I was in the middle of congratulating myself when something shifted in the water and threw itself at me. It was writhing, cloying, thick enough that I couldn't tear it off, even with my strength. No matter how hard I pushed and fought, it stayed latched on and swallowed my limbs. Only overdrive allowed me to exert any sort of momentum, but not for long. Within seconds, it became painfully clear that I was dealing with something sentient. The sinister laugh that followed confirmed its identity. Easiest 50K I've ever made. Clayface. I held out some hope he was going to take me in alive, until the wave went over my head and dug into my nose and mouth. Then, I summoned a grenade in my open palm. This was dangerous, but fuck it. At least death would be quick. I flared overdrive one last time, even though I was teetering on the edge of consciousness, and pulled the pin, letting the grenade fall. It drifted deep into the clay, and I spiked in verse. The crushing intensified. Bones screeched, muscles spasmed, and skin burst. Every inch of me was in agony. Then, there was a flash of white. And relief washed over me. Chapter 35, SDC 35. Pain. It was the first thing I felt, not fear, not confusion. Just a searing, bone-deep pain that gripped every nerve ending like I owed it money. I groaned, half-conscious, blinking sluggishly through a haze of blood and grit. My vision was fractured, colors muted and blurry on one side. I was nearly blind in one eye, I realized grimly. The other eye stung with the thick mix of dust, sweat, and blood trickling down my forehead. Shrapnel had embedded itself in my legs, arms, neck, even a piece was stuck in my cheek. But my chest was spared. My vest had done its job. I didn't know whether to curse Clayface, who was now nothing but a vibrating clump of clay, or thank God for my innate technique. I tried to move. Immediately regretted it. My legs buckled. Muscles spasmed. Something popped inside me. I bit down on a scream and started crawling, because that was all I could do. My fingers dug into concrete, slime, and refuse as I dragged my broken body inch by inch away from what would likely become a crime scene any minute. I didn't know how long I crawled, but I followed a familiar route, one I'd memorized in preparation for this exact moment. The sewers stretched and twisted as I healed, and eventually, the trail of blood I'd left behind dried up. Hours passed. By the time I reached the right manhole, I was on my feet again, barely. But I didn't climb up. Not yet. After everything that had happened tonight, I was extra cautious. I pushed past the manhole and continued walking deeper into the sewer's bowels. I didn't stop until I was halfway to the pumping station. Then I doubled back. I came up to the surface to the familiar stench of the Narrows. I was right at the edge. My shelter was an old, half-demolished apartment building. Too unstable and exposed for most squatters, but not for me. The top floor was safe enough. The stairs and elevator had been destroyed, which made it perfect. You had to climb to reach it. It had windows on all sides, giving me multiple exits if I needed to run. I collapsed onto an inflatable air mattress and spilled out the contents of my inventory. Clothes, weapons, spare mags, burner phones, all of it. Then I just sat there, soaking in the stillness. The silence. The receding pain. Finally, I opened my notifications. Vitality +4. Endurance +2. Cursed energy +4. Stealth LV 3. Gun mastery LV 2. You've reached LV 8. +1 to all stats and 2 free points. I leveled up. That made sense, considering how many people I'd killed and fought off tonight. Jesus. The damage must have been worse than I thought. My survival had been more luck than skill. That needed to change. It would, with time. Practice. Stats. Experience. But all of that came at a price, and the next time, I might not be lucky enough to crawl away. When Penguin's message came, I was almost surprised. Apparently, the heist was all over the news. Reporters called it, gang violence gone wrong. Cute. Come to the club. We need to talk. I stared at the message for a long time before typing out my reply. Not risking travel. Meet me at the overlook by Gotham River, Dockside 7. Midnight. Come alone. Of course, I knew he wouldn't come alone. This was about control. And people like Penguin only respected one thing, power. At midnight, I was already in place, hidden beneath curtain, having spent the last few hours watching and waiting. Practicing my stealth. I'd brought everything with me, my gear, my weapons, and then some. My recent level up had boosted inventory again. I had a new slot, and a 200-pound limit now. At 12:15, a car pulled onto the abandoned stretch of river. 3 bulky men spilled out, eyes scanning the water and the overpass. One of them I recognized, Henry. The musclehead who hated me for no particular reason. The other 2 were unfamiliar, but all of them were armed and dangerous. Then the car door opened again, and Penguin waddled out. His eyes swept the area in irritation. Henry was the first to speak. That trumped-up little shit. Who does he think he is? On top of that, he's late. Next time I see him. You will do nothing, Penguin snapped, stamping his cane. He's already here. Probably watching us right now. I don't see him, Henry muttered, eyes narrowed. I'm right here, I said, stepping out of the shadows. My hands were tucked into my hoodie. I'd swapped out my blood-stained clothes for something clean, though I still smelled like death. Could really use a bath. I hit record on the tape recorder in my pocket. Guns immediately trained on me. Henry looked the most eager, fingers twitching on his Glock. You brought friends, I said casually. Penguin lit a cigar and took a drag. Of course I did. Couldn't very well walk into a potential trap unprotected. I tilted my head. If you think 3 men are enough to stop me, then you clearly haven't been paying attention to the news. Is that a threat? Penguin asked. Just very obvious facts. Henry's face tightened. I fulfilled the terms of our deal well before the deadline, I continued. So if we're done dick measuring, can we finally talk business? I don't buy it. Henry snapped. We're supposed to believe you took out Black Mask's hunters and raided a stash house by yourself. He sneered. I could snap you in half without even trying. Or you could just shoot me, I offered, tapping the center of my forehead. Right here. I'm trying not to ruin another shirt. Henry's mouth opened, then closed. The other guards exchanged confused looks. Penguin watched silently, gaze sharpening. If this is some trick. I hope you shoot half as well as you talk, I interrupted, and you brought a silencer. Don't want to attract attention. Henry hesitated, then looked at Penguin, who gave him nothing. With a frustrated grunt, he reached into his coat, screwed on a silencer, and took aim. He stepped closer to make sure he didn't miss. Last chance, he warned. Just do it, I said. Haven't got all. The shot rang out. A muffled pop. Then, ping, the bullet dropped to the floor, completely intact. The sheer look of terror on Henry's face nearly made me laugh. The guards' guns trembled. Penguin's eyes widened. And no. He cheated somehow, Henry stammered. The kid's the real thing, Penguin murmured, smiling as he stepped forward. Tim said you ate bullets like it was nothing, but I didn't believe him until I saw it for myself. He shot me a sidelong glance. So, how does it work? Weren't you the one who gave me that speech about leverage? Penguin laughed. So I did. And it seems you've learned well. $10,000, $1 million property, and 50% of all cash acquired, that was the deal, yes? It was a damn good deal. But then again, I already had everything I needed to walk away forever. The cash from tonight's job was easily north of $1 million. I hadn't counted yet. That it was, I said. And I'm ready to get to work, assuming you are too. Penguin smirked and pulled a card from his pocket. Call this number in 3 days. A car will come to fetch you so you can meet the team. Of course, he started without me. I expected nothing less. How close are you to bringing him down? Closer than you'd expect, he said, yet further than I intended. Talk to the team. They'll brief you on the details. He handed me an envelope thick with cash. I scanned the shadows once more before pocketing it. He seemed amused by my paranoia. I expect great things from you, kid. Don't disappoint me. There was something in his voice, an edge that made my skin crawl. I feared not for myself, but for everyone else in my life. It had been a while since I talked to Candace. Or Sasha. Maybe it was time I called them. Chapter 36, SDC 36. Julius POV. The bills were stacked up in front of me, rows and rows of them. $1.2 million, to be exact. It was both of my stashes combined, and with a wave of my hand, I slotted them into a single cursed inventory slot. It was more money than I ever thought I'd see in my lifetime. If you'd asked me a week ago, I wouldn't have had a clue what to do with it. But now, I had a few ideas. I reached for my burner and dialed a number I'd memorized years ago. It rang. Julius. Candace's voice came through, thick with relief. There was a tiredness to it I didn't remember, more guarded, worn down. Yeah. I heard her breath catch, like she'd been holding it this whole time. I've been calling for over a week. I thought, she stopped herself. I didn't know if you were. I was off the grid, I said. An opportunity came up. Artemis told me as much. I blinked. You called Artemis? You left me no choice. What's a mother supposed to do? She didn't mention that when we last, anyway, it was nice of her to help you out. She sounded worried, Candace added. Some of it had to do with her situation, but a lot of it was about you. Yeah, I said quietly. I haven't exactly been making the safest choices lately. You've always marched to the beat of your own drum, she sighed, and I winced. All I can ask is that you think more about the people who love you. A long moment passed. I searched for something to say. Anything. I can't give you what you want, I whispered. My throat tightened as the words left me. I know, she murmured. And as much as I appreciate the call, I get the feeling you didn't just phone to check in on me or Sasha. I twisted my lips. Partly. But also, I came into some money. A lot, actually. Enough to get you somewhere safe, far away from Gotham, away from the people who want to hurt you. You're not talking about Tim, are you? She said slowly. Sasha told me what happened. She said you broke his legs and made him disappear. My breath hitched. She also told me what happened to Eddie. Her voice cracked. Why didn't you tell me? Because I knew you wouldn't leave if I did. You're right, she said. I wouldn't have. Silence settled between us like a weight. I've also seen the news. The rooftop. I was cornered, I cut in, voice automatic. I made a desperate call. You say that like it was easy. It wasn't, I swallowed. It still isn't. I know what you're doing, Julius, she said gently. Black Mask, he killed him, didn't he? And now you're out for revenge. But this is suicide. Maybe, I admitted. Then why? You know why. My voice was low. The police won't do anything, not even if I handed them proof. Batman and his sidekick are better, sure, but they tried once and failed. Mask's bigger than ever now. He won't go down easy. And even if he does, he won't stay down for long. I paused. Somebody has to fight for Eddie. She was quiet for a long time. I know better than to try and talk you out of this, she said, resigned. You've always done what you thought was right. All I ask, is that you live. If not for me, then for him. Her words cut deeper than I expected. I could count the number of times Candace had ever reached me like that. That made her request all the more real. All the more painful. I licked my lips. I'll send the money soon. When it gets there, I need you to move fast. Pack light and go. Tell no one, not your friends, not the neighbors. No one. I'll be waiting for your call, then, she said softly. I love you, she whispered. It sounded like something she'd been holding onto for years. Tell Sasha I'm thinking of her, I said, cutting the call. I stared at the phone for a second, then drifted back into the mattress behind me. Robin's POV. Alfred dabbed gauze against my shoulder, and I flinched despite myself. Hold still, Master Richard. It hurts, I muttered through clenched teeth. Then perhaps you should take advice when it's given, Alfred replied mechanically, though there was the faintest trace of mirth in his voice. The welts burned under the antiseptic. Dozens of them, tight, angry circles of red. I groaned. Julius didn't use live rounds, but the wooden bullets hurt worse than a bee sting. Across the cave, Batman stood with his arms folded, cape brushing the floor. Silent. Watching. Judging. I swallowed. Alfred finally stepped back with a sigh, setting the tray of supplies down. I've done what I can. What you need now is time and rest. I hope you'll listen this time. Thanks, I grumbled, avoiding his eyes. Bruce raised a shattered bullet fragment sealed in a transparent evidence bag, the one they pulled from my suit. This, Batman said, is the reason I cautioned observation over action. He killed people, Bruce, I hissed. You knew about the robbery. You knew he used wooden rounds, bullets we've traced back to Ivy's black market. You knew he had combat experience. So tell me, why didn't you call for backup immediately? There wasn't time, I said defensively. Wasn't there? Bruce arched a brow. I've seen the crime scene. Tracked him into the sewers where he fought Clayface, and won. My eyes widened. How? He detonated a grenade and healed his wounds with his regenerative meta abilities. It's more potent than we even theorized. That's insane. Bruce must have seen the shock on my face, because his tone sharpened. If there was a time to intervene, it was during Clayface's ambush. You could have established a relationship with him. Clayface might have even aborted the attack had he been alerted to your presence, allowing you to trace him back to his hideout. Instead, you provoked an attack and inadvertently gave up our identities to someone dangerous and unpredictable. I didn't know he could turn invisible. I shot back, not even entertaining the possibility that he somehow hadn't heard me or couldn't deduce Bruce's and my real identities. That's not an excuse, Bruce said coldly. You haven't slipped like this in years. Something about this made it personal. My lips thinned. I wanted to argue, deny it, but he could read me like a book. I got careless, I admitted, throwing up my hands. But I can fix it. I've been digging into his background. I think a softer approach might work with the right incentives. He grew up rough, Bruce. Worse than most. He's angry, lost. We could reach him. No, Bruce said flatly. The word hurt harder than the welts on my back. But if we work together. You're off the case, he cut in. I'll handle Julius Spencer myself. I muscled through the pain, rising to my feet. I've been following him for weeks. This was supposed to be mine. Mistakes and all. Ordinarily, I would have allowed that, Bruce said. But your mistake has complicated things. I can't afford a maybe. My stomach dropped. Bruce. He turned away, facing the back computer. I'm starting to rethink your introduction to the League, he said. Maybe you're not as ready as I thought. Comment. Chapter 37, SDC 37. So. I didn't upload the second chapter one promised. That's totally on me. But in my defense, I was so busy working through the plot of the second act that it kind of got away from me. It was a lot more difficult than I anticipated. And introducing a new element I'd been saving for down the line kind of threw me off. Anyway, I'll be compensating for it by uploading a spare chapter sometime during the week. Don't know when. Yet. If you want to read ahead or support me, there's Patreon. The goal for the week is the same. 300 for one extra chapter. 500 for two extra chapter. Read ahead on patreon.com/artndcreativewriting. Now on to the show. The knocks came quick and sharp, and Shady Slim slid open the narrow metal window he used to deal with all his clients. Julius, he whispered, squinting. Then he laughed, catching me off guard. After last night, I figured you'd be halfway to the Canadian border by now. I don't back down from a fight, I said. You should know that about me by now. He peered at me, measuring. You give any more thought to my proposal? He still wanted me to stir the pot with the Russians, blow up Black Mask's blooming relationship with them. I peeled $7,000 from the wad tucked in my hoodie and slid it through. For what I owe you. I'm not about to piss off a major faction over Soviet-era grenades, I said. Even if they had been excellent. A frown tugged at his mouth. But our interests might align down the road, I added, and that seemed enough for Slim for now. You're really doing it, huh? He asked. Taking on a crime boss. Alone. I'm obviously not, I said, smiling faintly. Not when I have you as an ally. Slim's lips thinned. I think you misunderstand the nature of our relationship, Julius. And I think you underestimate me, I replied, and hit the rewind button on my tape recorder. Then play. His voice echoed from the little speaker, cutting through the quiet. Slim didn't flinch, but I saw it. A flicker. A shift. Impressed, not angry. Blackmail, huh, he said. Didn't think you had it in you. I exhaled. I needed to buy your silence, and money was only going to take me so far. You haven't even made an offer yet. Well, I'm making one now. I leaned in. I need a new identity. Planning for life after. Something like that. He hummed, ducked into the back, and returned a minute later with a card. Lim, he said. He's helped everyone from murderers to white-collar criminals to rapists. Doesn't discriminate. How does a guy like that stay protected? Slim grinned. Genius-level IQ and a private army in Bloodhaven. I gave a low whistle. His services aren't cheap, he added. But I doubt that'll be a problem for you. I added a few more thousands to the pile. Slim jotted something on the card and handed it over. Best to call from now on, he said. Wouldn't want to attract the wrong kind of attention. Right, I said. We made the exchange, and I disappeared into the night before he could look up again. He stood there for a long moment, muttering to himself. The number on the card burned a hole in pocket. Eventually, in an alley far from my safe house and even farther from any cameras, I dialed. The ringtone was a blast of Japanese rap. Someone yelled in at least 3 languages before finally answering. What do you want? The voice was sharp, American young. I blinked. Shady gave me your info. Said you could get me a clean ID. ID, Shilim muttered. That's all anyone wants anymore. Nobody asks for anything exciting. A pause. Then, he spoke again. Come to Bloodhaven. I'll send the address. And bring 20 grand. What kind of ID costs that much? Mine, he said flatly. You haven't heard much about me, have you? When I do a job, I do it right. Credit cards. Birth certificates. School records. The works. Be grateful I'm only charging you that much. Noon. Don't be late. The call ended. 5 hours later, I was on my way to Bloodhaven under a fishing transport that allowed me slip past cops, opportunists, and bounty hunters. I arrived before noon and checked into a motel within walking distance of the meeting spot. I knew better than to assume Shilim wasn't already aware of my arrival. After a long overdue shower, I dressed comfortably and headed out. I stopped at a mom-and-pop grocery store, picked out one of those care packages, and slipped an envelope with 20 grand in large bills at the bottom. Dropped it off at the post office, tagged and addressed to my mother's current location. It should arrive within the week. Task 1, done. The address Shilim gave me led to a 4-star hotel. The moment I stepped inside, every pair of eyes followed. 2 men walked toward. One had a beer gut and deep-set eyes ringed in purple. The other was rail-thin and covered in tattoos. Neither of them looked like fighters. Probably because everyone else in here was. Come on, beer gut said. Boss doesn't like waiting. No weapons check, no pat down. That struck me as odd, until we reached the top floor. 7 guards flanked the entrance to the suite, all of whom were visibly armed. A metal detector like the ones at airports sat dead center. I stepped through clean, but the woman in front raised her hand, stopping me cold. She patted me down hard, zero hesitation, and gave the nod to let me through. Shalim's office looked like a teenager's dream, if that teenager had infinite money and no supervision. One wall was a kaleidoscope of screens, some displaying code that moved faster than I could track, while others ran video games. He lounged in a leather recliner that looked custom-made, surrounded by snack piles and 2 barely dressed women lounging in the corner like set pieces. When he spotted me, he hopped to his feet. Tall. Much taller than me. But there was something unmistakably young in the way he moved and spoke. Julius Spencer, he grinned. The man, the myth, the legend. I made a killing off you, you know. He crossed the room, knocking a knuckle against my chest. His eyebrows rose. Solid. I didn't bother acting surprised. Of course, he knew. Apparently, everyone who was anyone did. Shame you didn't stick around, he said. Would have loved to see you in a meta match. He snapped his fingers. The women stood and sauntered out without a word. They were supermodel pretty, except they didn't starve themselves, and had curves in all of the right places. He caught me watching. I know, right? He smirked. You're younger than I expected. He shrugged. Genius IQ. Was I supposed to wait until I was in my 20s to enjoy myself? He flopped back into his chair and reached behind it, producing a small leather bag. He tossed it to me, and I threw the envelope of cash. He didn't count it. It went over his shoulder, joining the pile of junk food and magazines. "Why handle this personally?" I asked. "You could have passed this off to any one of your people." He laughed. "I could have. But how often do you get to meet another sorcerer?" My blood ran cold. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. He leaned in slightly, voice low but electric. "You heard me." Everything in the room went still. What did you just say?" He grinned wider, like a kid getting away with something. "A sorcerer. Just like you." Comment. Chapter 38, SDC 38. "You're lying," I whispered, taking a step back, which only seemed to delight him. My hand curled into a knuckle, and I flared my cursed energy on instinct. Whoa, Shilim raised his hands. "No need for that. I can prove it easily enough." He let out a long exhale, and then I felt it. His cursed energy. It was like a pond compared to my puddle, and it made me go stiff. There was an edge to it, too, something feral. It contrasted sharply with his jovial tone and reminded me exactly what kind of people Shilim did business with. He had to be grade 2 or higher. Much higher. A sudden stab of fear hit me. What the hell was going on? I took a breath, slowly releasing my hold on cursed energy. I thought I was the only one. He snorted. So did I until Artisan introduced me to everyone. My eyes went wide. Who the fuck was Artisan? "I get it," he said, "pissed my pants when I saw him a few years back too. But relax, you didn't break any rules. Neither of us did. You didn't know I was a sorcerer when you asked for the connect, and I was just curious about an up-and-coming pit fighter." He winked. Then he rose to his feet, fast, and clamped a hand on my shoulder. "Still, I can't believe you pulled off a black flash. Do you know how rare that is?" He shook his head. "Course you do. I haven't seen someone land one since." "Oops. That'd be saying too much." "I don't understand." I muttered. "You're not supposed to." "Not yet," he said, slapping me on the back. "Still, just to be safe, best keep the details of this little meeting between us, eh?" "Sure." I managed, still reeling from the discovery that there were others like me. "Well, best be on your way then," he said, nodding to himself and sinking back into his chair. I stood there for a long moment before I finally found my voice again. Thank you. For the ID." His eyes flicked back to the code on his screen. He shrugged. "You paid for it." A tense silence passed before I turned to leave. "Good luck with the whole black mask thing," he called after me. "Be real interested to see how that turns out." I walked out of his office, and out of the building, with more questions than ever. I had been so sure. "That you were the only one who could use jujutsu sorcery." I snorted. It seemed short-sighted in retrospect. The system had said I'd inherited from a blood relative. Stands to reason that my dad was probably a sorcerer. Might even be part of his mysterious organization I was just hearing about. Unless he was in his 70s or had a degenerative disease, he probably didn't die of natural causes either. I swallowed. They probably knew how he died. Might have even had a hand in it, too. It felt strange feeling grief for a man I hardly knew. Whatever happened, I wasn't about to begin a second crusade. I had enough enemies already. Had the system been lying when it said the world's stores of negative energy were untapped? I groaned. I didn't like this one bit. Batman, the police, and Dark Mask were already enough of a headache. Now I had to deal with other sorcerers. At least Shilim hadn't been hostile. That was an improvement over most of the encounters I'd had. But that wasn't a guarantee it would stay that way. I wondered, did the others have a system too? How many techniques did they have? How high were their stats? I set my jaw, thumbing the new identity card in my pocket. Just when I thought I was finally getting ahead, if only slightly, someone came along and pulled the rug out from under me. I was getting tired of this shit. 2 days passed in relative silence as I explored Bloodhaven in a haze of frustration. It was just as rundown as Gotham, maybe worse. And it was chaotic. No major crime bosses. No metahumans. Just old-school gangs, crimes, and corruption. The homeless and street kids were easy to talk to, especially after I promised to buy them burgers. They told me Shelim was a new player in the city. Showed up about a year ago, bought out a hotel, and made it his fortress ever since. Everyone, from the feds to some of Gotham's heaviest hitters, had paid him a visit at least once. He was the unofficial king of the city, even if he didn't act like one. He had no street presence. Didn't back the cops or the gangs. The only parts of Bloodhaven he seemed to care about were the girls and the schools. Apparently, he'd tossed $250,000 to a few schools a few months ago. I was impressed, but frustrated. I'd hoped for more useful intel. Nearly getting mugged on my second night ended up being the highlight of the trip. Some homeless guy I'd fed ratted me out to 3 idiots with clubs, and one with a knife. I'd been so out of it, so distracted, that I let the first one rock me in the jaw with a club. It hurt like hell, but that pain brought clarity. This was how I was going to keep up. Stay ahead. Of Batman, of the cops, of everybody. I had thought my sorcery was what made me special, but maybe, just maybe, my meta ability had always been the real edge. I gained stats faster, healed quicker, and I was barely scratching the surface of what my body and mind could endure. The second blow doubled me over. I took it, no cursed reinforcement. 48 hours. That's how long it took me to recover from any wound, no matter how grievous. Cuts. Burns. Explosions. Poisons. Acids. Electrocution. A knee caught me under the chin. Again, I took it head-on, whipping backwards, slamming into a dumpster. I spat out a clump of blood as I rose back to my feet. The blows rained down. They kept yelling at me, patting me down for cash they wouldn't find. And just when my insides and outsides began to feel like mush, I swung back, ribs cracked and clothes bloody. The first guy went flying from a single kick. I slammed the second one's head against a wall so hard he crumpled. The third bolted, dragging the snitching homeless guy with him. Chumps. I wiped myself clean and switched out clothes afterward, then popped over to the laundromat to take care of my dirty laundry. My next stop was the hardware store. My conversation with Avery came back. It essentially boiled down to my body needing more stimuli to learn to heal better, to grow. With all of my primary stats near 50, I couldn't rely on jogs, weightlifting and brawls anymore. A more aggressive approach was needed. I bought a car battery and some jumper cables. Then I swung by a chemical supply shop and picked up a bottle of muriatic acid. It was normally cleaning bricks and concrete, but in the right concentration. Burned skin. Blisters. Just the kind of starter kit I needed for superhuman endurance. Finally, I stopped at a local electronics store. Bought the best laptop they had and stocked up on flash drives, tape recorders, burners, and cheap home security cameras. Just because I'd had an epiphany didn't mean I was going to slack on my spycraft. I spent the night studying human anatomy and local laws. I needed to know exactly what I'd need to gather if I wanted to put someone away, or blackmail them effectively. I returned to Gotham just before daybreak, using the same method I used to get out, stowing away on a supply truck heading into the city. Once I was back at my crash pad and completely healed, I took one last look at my status page before I dialed the number the Penguin gave me. Class, Sorcerer, Level 8, 3rd grade. Titles, Touched by the Sparks of Black. Techniques, Inverse LV3. Health, 490/490. Cursed energy, 400/400. Stamina, 500/500. Stats. STR, 35 AGI, 42. PUR, 49 VIT, 49. END, 45 CP, 50. Skills. Cursed inventory LV4. Hand-to-hand combat LV3. Cursed energy reinforcement LV4. Cursed energy manipulation LV4. Stealth LV3. Curtain LV3. Gun mastery LV2. Acrobatics LV2. Meta ability, enhanced regeneration. Free points 6. I'm ready, I said with a cool breath. Let's get to work. Chapter 39, SDC 39. Hi there, I smiled down at a young girl crouched near the corner of a street food stand in the cold. We were right on the edge of Black Mask's domain, just a 5-minute drive from Penguin's turf. You know, I said, you've got a better shot at getting breakfast if you stand somewhere people can actually see you. She looked up at me warily, her eyes scanning my compression shirt, jacket, combat boots, and tactical pants. She was a scrappy-looking blonde with a big nose and a few missing teeth. She sniffed. I've got a better shot than the rest of them hanging too close, she said, nodding toward the group of kids nearby. They stood with wide eyes and soft voices, quietly trying to charm early morning workers out of their burritos. The woman running the stand had deep-set eyes and the worn-out look of someone who'd spent too many mornings chasing kids away. In my day, waiting by the kiosk worked, I said with a nostalgic smile. Give it an hour or two, and you're full enough to last the whole day. Eddie and I caught myself. She noticed but didn't press. Had any bites yet? I asked, shifting my weight from side to side. She shook her head. Slow morning. This thing between Mask and that kid's got everyone spooked. That bad? People are already leaving, she tooted. As if the rest of Gotham is any safer. Can't say I blame them, I murmured, scanning the line before glancing back at her. Wanna help me cut the line? She gave me a look, half suspicious, half curious. I've got a thing across town and I'm running low on time. We could help each other out. She narrowed her eyes at me, then smirked. I want 5 burritos. 2, I countered, matching her look. 3. I sighed in mock defeat, pulling out 2 20s. You drive a hard bargain. Fine. Grab me 3, 2, and a bottle of water. She grinned and snatched the cash, darting off with purpose. As I expected, the adults let her squeeze through the line. She joined the other kids, jostling and elbowing her way to the front. The vendor was about to send her packing until the girl flashed the bills and placed the order. She returned victorious, handing me my food with a proud smile and tearing into hers. Not bad work, kid, I said, giving her a fist bump. She grinned up at me. Well, I said, turning toward the car idling across the street, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, she echoed, blinking. I laughed. You think I'm giving up my shortcut to the best burritos in town? 2 identical women and a tall, gaunt man waited for me in the back seat of the sedan. The women were Asian, tall, athletic, and impossibly graceful. Their delicate features barely moved, their posture stiff as statues. They gave off serious League of Shadows vibes. So did the man. He was pale, vampire pale. His white hair was neatly slicked back, and his deep, sunken eyes seemed to bore into you. I started recording before he even opened his mouth. My name is Shade. I'll be running this operation, he said. His voice was whisper-thin. Wispy, almost eerie. Not what I expected from the leader of a covert strike team. And what's the plan exactly? I asked. Patience, he replied. You'll see. And for the rest of the trip, I was just that, patient and quiet. We all were. At some point, I started on my burritos, earning a few sidelong glances from the twins. I shrugged. I'm hungry. We took several turns before entering one of Gotham's more affluent neighborhoods. Eventually, the car dipped into a narrow alley behind a trendy bar. Shade led us down into a concealed basement entrance. The place was decked out, multiple computer systems, walls lined with whiteboards and pinned photos, fiber optic cables running like veins through the concrete, and live security feeds. Behind a reinforced steel door, I caught a glimpse of an armory out of a weapon nut's wet dream: guns, knives, swords, staves, throwing stars. You name it. Shade stepped forward and peeled off his dark coat, revealing a sharply tailored waistcoat over a crisp white shirt and perfectly creased suit pants. He picked up a remote and clicked it, bringing a graphic up on a massive screen. It was an organizational chart. At the top, Black Mask. Below, a spiderweb of nameless faces and shadowy figures. That Black Mask's network? I asked. Yes, he said. He's even bigger than he was last time. I muttered. Everyone in the Narrows thought the bastard was still licking his wounds, recovering. But he hadn't just rebuilt, he'd expanded. Quietly. Strategically. Maybe even beyond what Batman suspected. In addition to drugs, guns, and money laundering, he was into cybercrime, real estate racketeering, loan sharking, and insider trading. Some of his lieutenants handled multiple operations, but his two biggest earners were drugs and cybercrime. Drugs kept him flush and operational, while cybercrime gave him leverage in the form of blackmail on everyone from low-level judges to jurors, cops, and city officials. Once he had dirt, he'd force them to take a bribe and spend it, binding them to him like shackles. Our first target is Thomas, Shade said, pulling up a close-up of a tattooed gangster in a sleek, dapper suit. He's been part of the inner circle since day one. Held the organization together while Black Mask was away. His loyalty is why he has to fall first. Another slide. He has a weakness for women, Shade added, displaying a series of surveillance images, Thomas laughing, drinking, and partying with the twins. I did a double take. The twins stood silently to my right, still as statues, ignoring my look. It was easy to extract information from him, Shade said. We got his passwords, supplier IDs, and the location of a local factory being used to manufacture prescription pills, Molly, and other party drugs. I gave a low whistle. Hitting that would put a serious dent in his empire. Extra points if we can get him over-leveraged before we burn it down. My sentiments exactly. Shade moved to the next slide. These are the locations of his safe houses, distribution hubs, and top dealers. We'll eliminate them all using methods that match your MO ideally, that'll force him to centralize. Once he does, we strike his factory and his vault, hobbling him. Sounds good in theory, I said, but I already see problems. The charges and evidence against you are being handled, Shade said suddenly, startling me. That was going to be my fifth point, but damn. Already? I narrowed my eyes. How? They cannot charge you with evidence that no longer exists. Of course. A younger me would have seen this as a gift, but I recognized it for what it was, a sword of Damocles hanging over my head. Stay in line or else. And the bounty hunters? Warned to avoid hunting in Gotham's more affluent sectors. SWAT teams have orders to shoot on sight. Good to know, I said, struggling to keep the awe from my voice. But that's not my biggest issue. What's stopping Black Mask from relocating after a few hits? I know I would. Pride, Shade said. An opportunity cost. He won't admit it, but your last hit shook him. Especially the video store. He pulled up footage of the aftermath. He's funneled a small fortune into reinforcing his safe houses. He'll buy metas, Venom users, and mercs before he even considers moving. On the off chance he does move early, we have Thomas to fall back on. He's familiar with Siona's tactics and assets. He'll know what the man will do. He won't volunteer that information willingly. Nor do I expect him to, Shade replied coolly. I let that answer slide for now, doubling back to the more immediate problem. There's still the issue of the locations themselves. They'll be mini-fortresses. Even Batman won't be able to tackle multiple head-on. You underestimate what Batman is willing to endure for this city, Shade replied. You'll leak intel on the safe houses. Let him share the burden. That's risky, I said, gut twisting with unease. Batman's no fool. He'll know he's being played. Won't matter, Shade said flatly. He'll still act. Better him than the feds. He might give the information to the feds. Eventually. But not before the damage is done. I folded my arms. And what about you? While I'm busy being shot at and lying to one of the most dangerous men in Gotham, what exactly will you be doing? Providing backup, of course, he said, utterly unbothered. The girls and I are excellent spies. Better operatives. He raised a hand, and the shadow under his feet pulsed and rippled across the floor. An identical puddle of darkness appeared near the bottom racks of the armory. Without warning, he reached into the black and pulled out a combat knife. I handle exfil, he said, tossing the knife, letting it spin midair before catching it by the hilt. Though I can handle myself in a fight. Whatever fear or unease I felt, I kept it off my face. It was getting easier. Maybe it was the high stats. Maybe it was the practice. Quite the meta power, I muttered. He had to be the first to die when shit hit the fan. And what about you girls? I asked. They're world-class martial artists, Shade answered for them. And your trainers and partners. Joy. I had 1,000 more questions. Shade answered most of them surprisingly well. Like me, he expected the plan to go tits up at some point, but I had to admit, the man could plan. He had contingencies for his contingency plans, even though I clocked a few lies here and there. Didn't matter. I kept him talking and got more audio. I left the meeting feeling bittersweet. Shade and the twins were here as much to handle me as they were to dismantle Black Mask. I didn't like the flimsy protection or the veiled threats, but it was par for the course. Honestly, it was better than I expected from Penguin. Still, I was glad I'd been recording. It gave me plenty of leverage, especially for my first meeting with Bruce. Chapter 40, SDC 40. The first strike was a week out, and I dove headlong into preparation with everything I had. I started with an acid bath in a metal tub I'd bought for the Narrows hideout. There was nowhere else I could have pulled it off without attracting too much attention. The first mix dissolved skin and melted fat. I nearly passed out from the pain, but my body adjusted with each subsequent dip. My skin grew tougher. My lungs and eyes followed suit. By midweek, I was stabbing myself just to force my regeneration to work harder. But with my increased vitality, I had to hurt myself worse every time, not that I minded. My meta ability was adjusting and reacting to the damage faster, but I wasn't ready to test it against truly lethal injuries just yet. After nights of mutilating torture, I spent my days at the underground hideout. Partly to train. Mostly to gather intel on my new teammates. Shade was elusive. An expert marksman who spent most of his time on the lair's second floor, a section I didn't even know existed, practicing at the gun range. The girls, when they weren't out on missions they literally couldn't talk about, trained like demons. They asked me to join them on the first day, right after a sweaty round of breakneck sparring and brutal hits. They simply pointed their staves at me and whispered something so faint I couldn't catch it. But I got the gist pretty quickly, stepping into the ring with a practice katana. It was the next weapon I'd chosen to learn. Sally's katana still lay in my inventory, and I needed a more deadly option when my fists failed me. I sparred without cursed energy. It was hell. They fought like an 8-limbed Azura. Every opening was a trap. Every move intended to deal lethal harm. But I weathered it. After the 10th round, they stopped. One of them exchanged a look with her sister, then walked to the weapons rack and returned with a wooden sword. My muscles tensed. I thought I was in for another beating, with my preferred weapon no less. But then the twins started demonstrating forms with the blade. I stared, confused, then began mimicking. By the end of the week, I was halfway decent with the sword, had logged dozens of hours at the range, and practiced coordinated attacks. D-Day arrived. The team split. Shade came with me. The girls went off on their own. Our first stop, a shuttered Art Deco theater in Gotham's older district. It had been closed to the public for over a year for renovations. Hell, the permits were legit, despite no actual work being done. According to Shade's intel packet, Black Mask had 4 men on the roof, 10 in the main hall, some armed with venom vials, and one young meta, Icicle Jr. Whether he was bucking against his father's unusually tight leash or doing him a favor, it was unclear. But he was by far the most dangerous element, and my job was to keep him and the rest of the goons busy while Shade slipped through the underground defenses and extracted the cash buried beneath the stage. Surprisingly, Shade gave me complete freedom on how to approach the job. I didn't waste it. I vaulted to the rooftop and activated Curtain. A murky semidome of cursed energy descended as I touched down, isolating the rooftop from the rest of the theater. They opened fire. I blurred forward with cursed energy reinforcement flaring. I kneed the first man in the nose, driving him into the wall. Shot the second twice in the head. Darted out of the third's gunfire. Wooden bullets rang out, destroying lights and plunging the rooftop into darkness. The third man fumbled for his radio, but it was too late. I wrapped my hands around his neck from behind and squeezed until he dropped. Shade emerged from the shadows beside me. Fast, but loud. Then again, that is your style. I gave a noncommittal shrug. Be careful with Icicle Jr., he said. He's cocky, but powerful. Put him down fast, but don't kill him. We can't afford to make an enemy of Icicle Sr. Really? Him. The old guard of Gotham is well connected. You might gain enemies we can't protect you from. As opposed to the robust protection I was already getting. I nearly scoffed but held my tongue. I dispelled Curtain and slipped through the roof entrance while Shade vanished into the dark again. I lowered myself onto the scaffolding that lined the ceiling, scanned the shadows, and screwed on my silencer. 4 men patrolled the catwalk. 6 more loitered below. Icicle Jr. sat laughing, teasing another guy about a girl. She's out of this world, I mean, not literally, but, whatever. She's special. How many girls do you know who look that good and can lift a car? You say that like it's a good thing, his friend said. She could literally crush you with her thighs. But the idiot just grinned. What a way to go. I rolled my eyes and started moving. I stalked tight corners, timing my movements. I activated Curtain just as the first guard rounded the bend. He didn't realize the danger until it was too late. A swipe disarmed him. A punch sent him reeling to one knee. A stomp finished the job. I covered him with a construction tarp and moved on. 3 more guards went down in silence. The 4th turned just as I dropped Curtain and phased back into reality. He fumbled with his gun, yelling. 2 bullets silenced him. But the noise had already blown my cover. It's negative, someone shouted as gunfire erupted. Curtain snapped back into place as I vanished. I reappeared on the main floor, wooden bullets firing. 1 man caught a shot to the neck, collapsing in a strangled yelp, blood gushing out. Another's knees exploded, pitching him forward. I winced at the sight. Not at the bullets that followed. Icicle Jr. was already moving, leaping to his feet. You might be bulletproof, but what about ice? He yelled. A dozen ice spears launched toward me. I let them shatter against my cursed energy, but immediately noticed the difference. They carried weight, more than any bullet I'd taken so far. Enough of them, and I'd be drained before the real fight even began. Can't have that. I dodged the next volley and tossed 2 smoke grenades into the crowd. The canisters hissed and spun, releasing thick plumes that burned the eyes and lungs. Even Icicle wasn't spared. I surged forward, titanium knuckles forming around my fists as I slipped into the fog. I shattered hands. Snapped shins. Broke jaws. All in seconds. But I'd underestimated the villain's kid. The temperature plummeted. That was my only warning before half the stage and seats iced over. The goons I'd incapacitated now hung mid-air, impaled by dozens of jagged spears. I stood several feet from where I'd originally landed, down a third of my cursed energy, frostbite burning along my arms. And there he was, Icicle Jr., behind layers of ice, surprised. I met his eyes, malice pouring out of me. Chapter 41, SDC 41. New week and I suppose some apologies are in order. I've stiffed you guys, again. And this time, it's a chapter short. Honestly, I wish I had a better excuse, but the creative juices aren't flowing as quickly as I want them to. Getting through a chapter used to be a breeze, now I find myself second-guessing lines and conversations. The one coming up with Batman, especially took a bit of patience from me. And too much time to be honest. Again, the story trajectory shifted, and I started wondering if including sorcerers was a mistake before ultimately deciding it wasn't. It was an honest crisis of faith, but I'm back now I'd like to think, and I already have a few chapters written. Can't wait for you to read them. Since I'm kind of slowing things down before we ramp them up so that I don't disappoint you. I wanted to attempt a single extra chapter this week. If you want to support my work, check out my Patreon at patreon.com/artandcreativewriting and my other story. 400 stones for 1 extra chapter. We can work our way up once I reach full speed again. Again, I'm sorry for stiffing you guys. Icicle Jr. blinked, visibly shaken. You're still standing, he muttered. That should have put down a rhino. I didn't answer. I just walked forward, slow, deliberate, my boots crunching cracked frost. He flinched. That told me everything I needed to know. He'd been overconfident. But then again, so had I. Icicle Jr. raised his arms and sent a barrage of jagged icicles, screaming my way. I tilted my head, flared cursed energy, and sidestepped just as I vanished behind a curtain, reshaping it into a narrow corridor with no small effort. It walled off the arena, forming a straight shot to the little shit. I reappeared beside him, my hand already in motion. He threw up a wall of ice on instinct. It wasn't enough. Overdrive flared, boosting my output by 50%. The wall shattered, and my knuckles dug into his ribs with a resounding crack, sending him flying. He rolled, coughing up spittle, clutching his side. The thin layer of ice guarding his flank splintered visibly. You hit like a truck, he gasped, scrambling to his feet. But I didn't give him time to recover. I closed the distance, weaving through desperate attacks, dodging spears and shards, vaulting over rising ice walls. He tried to snipe me mid-air, but I blasted through half of the spears with my guns and tanked the rest. He was mid-transformation when I reached him, frost crawling over his skin, thickening into something meaner, deadlier. But he was still too slow. I struck low, a feint to the legs. He raised a spike to block, but I spun, stepped inside his guard, and swept his legs out from under him. My titanium fist followed, shattering his icy mask. Blood burst from his broken nose. My other hand pressed a gun against his throat. Don't move, I growled, my breath fogging in the freezing air. His hands twitched, but he nodded, breathing ragged, eyes wide with fear and reluctant anger. Above, I caught a flicker of motion in the shadows. Shade was watching. That probably meant the vault was empty. I was tempted to break the kid's hand for good measure. Instead, I gave him a warning. Come at me again, and you'll walk away with worse than a broken nose, Junior. It won't matter who your father is. I stood up slowly, still aiming the gun. Tell Black Mask he should really hire better security. Then I vanished behind a curtain. I rejoined Shade in the alley behind the theater. His expression was unreadable. You didn't kill him. You said not to, I replied, giving him a pointed look. You wanted to. Of course I wanted to. The bloodlust had been thick enough to cut through. And it wasn't because he'd hurt me. No. Icicle had barely touched me. This was something more fragile. More dangerous. Pride. I needed to watch myself. The extreme training I'd been putting myself through wasn't helping. If anything, it was making things worse. We've got one more location to hit tonight, I said to Shade. And then, a very uncomfortable conversation. Shade remained silent as the darkness enveloped us and deposited us across from a swanky apartment building. The top floor held the vault, and the inhabitants were a mix of gangsters and civilians sucking off the teat of Black Mask. The building was isolated, too far from any rooftop to rappel into or approach unnoticed. Any other duo might have seen it as a challenge. Not us. Shade simply transported us inside using his shadows. Suffice it to say, the guards were surprised. They went down easily. The rest didn't. I must have put down 15 of them, including a venom-enhanced thug, before vanishing with Shade. He handed me several hefty duffel bags filled with cash, much to my surprise. I'd expected Penguin to skim more off the top. Hold on to it, I said. I need to stay light in case the deal with him goes south. I still think it's premature to approach the Dark Knight, Shade warned. He'll try to topple us and drag us all down in the arrests. Almost certainly, I said. But that was always going to happen. I'd rather negotiate from a position of strength than rely on his mercy when things go south. He won't perceive your isolation as strength. Quite the opposite. Securing hostages first would have guaranteed his cooperation for the time we require it. It would also split his focus, draw more attention, and attract the FBI. Maybe even leaguers. Fair. But are you sure this isn't about your fear of murder? He asked, and I raised a brow. Whatever gave you that idea? The wooden bullets speak volumes. They also minimize casualties, I said. I don't take life lightly. Your past missions suggest otherwise, Shade countered. A few were unintentional. But some were not. Most criminals start out like you, compassionate, desperate to cling to some scrap of morality in hopes it will save them. But it never does. You were always going to end up like this, with how you came up, the scams, the cons. You have power and skill that few ever will. Don't waste it on pointless morality. His words drilled into me, echoing sentiments I wasn't ready to admit out loud. He was right. I had been inconsistent with the death dealing. Either it was okay to kill people who came after me and mine, or it wasn't. And what about henchmen? Cops? Teenagers who didn't know better? I'm still taking the meeting, I said finally. It's my ass on the line, and your boss agrees with me. If Batman's ever going to make a deal with a criminal, it's going to be a teenage one. Shade looked at me with thinly veiled disapproval but didn't press further. Where to? The meeting place was a park, one that held deep significance for Batman and Dick Grayson. It was where the Flying Graysons met their end. I waited there for nearly 30 minutes before he showed. He didn't make a sound, no crunch of grass, no shifting air. One moment, he wasn't there. The next, he was. Batman stood well over 6 feet tall, built like an amateur bodybuilder, draped in a sleek, high-tech suit with clean lines and layered armor. That's some trick, I said. Thought you'd never show. You weren't exactly subtle. After the kind of damage I did tonight, I knew he'd come for me. He was less hostile than I expected. He studied me a moment before settling onto the bench beside me. I have a feeling you're not here to surrender. No. I slowly reached into my coat, pulling out a folder and a flash drive. Inside was a clipped conversation between Shade and me, details on the vaults, some names, and several references to Penguin. Names. Places. A general overview of Black Mask's rising organization. I can't bring the maniac down alone. You can't expect me to help you, Batman said. Why not? He's a dangerous psychopath who's killed thousands and ruined twice as many lives. And you're well on your way to becoming his spiritual successor. Chapter 42, SDC 42. Support me on patreon.com/artandcreativewriting. 400 power stones for one extra chapter. That's a bit of a stretch, even for you, I said, my voice dry. What did you expect? That I'd just lie down and die? You could have asked for help, Batman said. If you really wanted to. I eyed him like he'd lost his mind. And trust Gotham PD and the prosecutor's office? 90% of them are underpaid and in some crime boss's pocket. Some of them are even crazy enough to double-dip. I'd be dead before the week was out. And it's not like you have a public phone number. But you were never going to call, Batman said, voice steady. For you, this could only end one way, Black Mask in a body bag. It wasn't a question. It was a judgment. A grim, clinical diagnosis. I shrugged. It's the only real solution. Prison won't stop him. Witness protection can't hide me or my family forever. Batman's gaze sharpened. What about the families destroyed in your one-man war against Black Mask? Glenn Waters. Sonia Rivers. Derek Kavanaugh. They were just like you, street kids trying to feed their families, until they got caught in the crossfire. There's always going to be another great evil, another big bad you think deserves it. How long before you look in the mirror and realize it's you? His words were sharp, calculated to dig deep. And they did. I felt the twist of guilt, of horror, of a sick, gnawing doubt crawling up to the surface. And somehow, I still laughed. A rough, humorless chuckle broke the heavy air. What's your counteroffer? Bruce turned to face me fully, a hint of something behind his half-mask. That's where all that guilt trip was headed, wasn't it? I asked, tapping the thick stack of documents beside me. The operations in these locations need to stop. Either help me, or get out of the way. Is that a threat? You've looked into me well enough to know I don't bluff, I said, flat and simple. A long stretch of silence passed between us. Finally, Bruce broke it. I'll help you. But there are conditions. I rolled my eyes. Let me guess. No killing. From the shadows behind him, Bruce produced a briefcase I hadn't even noticed. He clicked it open and turned it toward me. Inside were 2 modified pistols, their magazines loaded with clear, capsule-like rounds. Paralytic shots, he said. Simple formula. Industry standard. Easy to reproduce. You trade in your wooden bullets and Berettas for these. I scowled. I just bought those damn guns. Those are practically useless unless I hit exposed skin. And your wooden bullets are a death sentence up close, he countered. They scatter inside the body. Impossible to remove. You have enough blood on your hands already. He pushed the briefcase closer. You sure it's not your hands you're worried about? I asked, my voice sharp and cutting. Because deep down, that was the truth they conveniently ignored. Half measures and platitudes, bandages and stitches slapped over an infected wound. Batman, Gordon, and the prosecutors took shortcuts and had the gall to be surprised when the street spat out something like me. When another kid overdosed on Penguin's coke or disappeared in the Narrows. When dozens died during Joker's latest open challenge to Batman. Bruce didn't answer the question. He just pressed on. Second condition, he said. You sit down with Gordon. Work out a real deal. Immunity. No loopholes. No technicalities. You cooperate, or it's void. I snorted. That all? It's the only way you're getting my help. And when Black Mask inevitably escapes? Or sends another army after me? I asked, voice rising despite myself. Then we'll make sure the case sticks this time. It wasn't the answer I wanted. It wasn't even close. But it was the best offer I was going to get. Bruce knew it. I knew it. This was never going to end cleanly. It was like he said, this could only end one way. But for now, we had a ceasefire. A brittle, blood-stained bargain that gave both sides what they really needed. Time. Time for Bruce to find a way to bury this mess before it could spread and infect his precious Gotham. And time for me to do what I'd always intended. Kill Black Mask. Tearing down his operations was fine. A bonus, really. But that was never the endgame. Assassination was. Getting away with it was. I had the money. Now I just needed the skill. The strength. The blackmail. The false identities. I let out a long breath, feeling the mountain of it settle across my shoulders. How hard could it be? Batman vanished just as suddenly as he'd appeared, into the night without so much as a warning. Black Mask POV. My steely gaze swept over my lieutenants, 5 of them, the men and women I entrusted with the success of my burgeoning criminal empire. I let the silence stretch before settling on Thomas. He fought to control his breathing. Good. Fear kept people honest. 1 location hit is retaliation. 3 is some idiot kid trying to prove a point. But 10 locations in 3 days, with Batman making guest appearances at 3 of them? I leaned forward, voice low and sharp. We've got a fucking leak, Tom. And I don't think it's one of your captains. Tom had the gall to look surprised, even offended. You can't think it's me. Why not? Celine, my accountant and loan shark, countered coolly. You stick your dick in anything with a pulse. Tom's face flushed. Yeah, but I don't tell them shit, he insisted, turning to me, desperate. I've been with you 5 years, boss. Have I ever let a bitch get between me and business? You do every night you open your home to outsiders. All it would take is one determined spy. Sweat beaded on Tom's forehead. His voice rose an octave. It's impossible. I've got the best security money can buy. My office is Fort Knox. I have more guards than I know what to do with. You should be looking at the rest of them. Henry lives in a fucking townhouse. Celine has kids. Anyone could squeeze those little shits for leverage. And don't even get me started on Goth Princess over here. A sharp look from me cut him off mid-rant. He shut his mouth, but the glare he threw across the table lingered. It was no secret how he and the others felt about Angelica, head of Cyber Division. She was raised in the cult that built the first version of my empire. When it fell, she didn't. She rose from the ashes like something out of a nightmare, sharp, calculating, ruthless. It was her work that had me walking out of Blackgate decades before my sentence should have ended. Normally, I let my lieutenants tear at each other like wolves. But if Angelica hadn't already defended herself, I might have spoken up. Thin, pale, with deep-set eyes that turned men to cowards, Angelica remained perfectly composed. My systems are flawless, she said simply. If there's a leak, it's human error. And there are 3 others who had almost as much access as Tom did. Are you defending me? Tom asked, baffled. I'm stating facts. Her voice was cold as the grave. I leaned back in my chair, tapping my gloved fingers once against the table. The sound echoed like a gunshot in the tense room. I'll find the leak soon enough, I said, my voice slow and razor-sharp. Pressure makes rats squeal. I let the promise hang in the air before continuing. In the meantime, our little vigilante problem needs to be dealt with. Julius was a gnat by himself. Annoying, but manageable. But with Batman sniffing around, and possible inside help, he's become a real threat. It's time he got our full attention. I smiled beneath my mask, though no one could see it. Up the bounty to 1 million. It should be enough to make the Penguin's soft ban on the rich side irrelevant. Offer 10,000 to anyone who provides information that leads to his capture or death. And tell our cop friends to keep their eyes peeled. This city bleeds for money. Make sure they know it. Brendan, a real estate mogul turned thug, grunted in his thick New Yorker accent. I didn't think Penguin would ally himself with the squirt. Penguin would work with the devil if it got him off, Celine muttered. But I don't think it's loyalty. The kid's probably paying him, with our money, to keep the cops off his back. Or Penguin could be using him to keep us off balance while he goes after our contacts, Tom added, in a rare moment of clarity. Maybe he wasn't completely useless. Still, it was nothing I hadn't already considered. There just wasn't enough proof to start a war. Not yet. And we couldn't afford it with the pressure we were under. I rose to my feet slowly, letting the leather creak with the movement, letting them feel the weight of it. I suppose, I said, voice as cold as a tomb, we'll find out soon enough. Chapter 43, SDC 43. Julius's POV. I sat, leaning back in a chair in a nondescript apartment building, 30 minutes away from the GCPD, with 3 men seated across from me. One stood shrouded in shadows, just a silhouette. The other 2, middle-aged and stern, stared at me while I flipped through the final pages of the deal they'd worked out. They were asking for a lot: financial trails, organizational intel, shipment routes, sabotage plans, and the names of dirty law enforcement officers on Black Mask and Penguin's payrolls. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Gordon and the other suit wanted me to admit to the rooftop murders, the stash house raids, and putting down multiple bodies. That's a lot to ask for something I already got, I said, lowering the paper stack and fixing the lawyer with a look. I thought this sit-down was supposed to be with Gordon. Sam is here to make sure everything is above board, Gordon said, his tone clipped, his stare pointed. I got the sense he wasn't as understanding about my past as Batman was. Otherwise, their prosecution will poke holes in our case. You don't want Black Mask walking away again. This is how we stop that. By signing a slave contract that'll bury me for life if a single detail falls through. I scoffed. I'm 15, not an imbecile. You've got circumstantial evidence at best, and even that vanished from police lockup. The best I can offer you is cooperation. Nothing more. If I don't find the intel, I don't find it, I'm not risking life and limb. The lawyer frowned. I thought you said he understood how this works. You're lucky to be getting this deal at all. I folded my arms and leaned back. Then charge me. Drag me into Gotham PD. Then put the deal in front of me. That would compromise your cover, the lawyer snapped. No one would trust you. You'd be in even more danger. I've got bounty hunters out for my blood, I said dryly. I'm already in danger. A long silence followed before Gordon broke the stalemate. He gave Sam a look that was worth 1,000 words. As long as you cooperate to the full extent of your abilities, Gordon said carefully, we'll guarantee your family's safety. We'll also make arrangements for you, regardless of the outcome. I grinned. Get all that in writing, and I'll happily sign. After I read through it, of course. This whole conversation was probably a waste of time, but you never knew. You should get going, Bruce said, breaking his silence and startling the lawyer. The dark night had been so still, it was easy to forget he was even there. They'll be expecting you. I checked my watch. He was right, of course. Me and the twins had last-minute ops training before tonight's job, and we were expecting trouble. I'll see you around, then, I said, rising. Can't say it's been a pleasure. 2 weeks had passed since that initial meeting, and I'd been a man on a mission, pushing, grinding, screaming through training sessions like my life depended on it. I'd even added electrocution and mild poisoning to the mix, anything to force growth. And I hadn't been disappointed. Class, Sorcerer, Level 9, 3rd grade. Titles, Touched by the Sparks of Black. Techniques, Inverse LV3. Health, 530/530. Cursed Energy, 580/580. Stamina, 510/510. Stats. STR, 43 AGI, 48. PUR, 54 VIT, 53. END, 51 CP, 58. Skills. Cursed Inventory LV4. Hand-to-hand Combat LV4. Cursed Energy Reinforcement LV4. Cursed Energy Manipulation LV4. Stealth LV5. Curtain LV3. Gun Mastery LV5. Acrobatics LV4. Swordsmanship LV3. Meta Ability, Enhanced Regeneration. Free points, 8. My growth spurt was finally kicking in. I'd grown nearly 2 inches in 2 weeks, and every stat point after 50 felt like a seismic shift. My stamina was freakish. My wounds healed faster than ever. My technique felt more stable, more robust, even though the skill itself hadn't leveled. And my perception? It was the most unnatural thing about me. I picked up everything faster, swordplay, firearms, hand-to-hand. I could tell when someone was lying from just a twitch in their posture. I could smell what they'd eaten, know if they'd had sex recently, even feel what mood they were in from the subtlest cues. Which is how I spotted my assassin before she struck. I was at a local store, stocking up on groceries, when I felt the air shift behind me. The woman had repositioned subtly, her hand reaching into her clutch just as her partner distracted me. We were in the vegetable aisle. I was hesitant to cause a scene, but when your life's on the line, hesitation gets you killed. I grabbed the woman's wrist inches before the needle touched my skin, some kind of poison. Her friend reached into her jacket, but I beat her to the draw, firing a tranquilizer dart into her chest as I shoved the first woman away and shot her square in the stomach. They both went down. The screaming started moments later as I tucked the tranq gun back into my coat. This one wasn't from Bruce. It was one of Penguin's, thoroughly scrubbed for trackers. I could handle Oswald watching me. Bruce? Not so much. Security guards arrived with weapons drawn. I raised my hands, trying to cut through the hysteria. They're not dead. Just unconscious, I said calmly, nodding at the woman I'd disarmed. That one tried to stick me with a needle. The other had a gun. So did you, one of the guards shot back, stepping forward. If I wanted to kill them, I'd have used a knife or taken her real gun, I said, irritated. Just search them. You'll see I'm telling the truth. The lead guard looked back at a younger man who'd hung near the entrance and gave him a nod. By the time he turned around again, I was gone, vanishing behind curtain. Disappearing was becoming an art form. 5 more attempts followed that week. 2 from bounty hunters. 1 from a dirty cop who tried to arrest me in broad daylight. Another from a pair of blonde twins with super strength. A single punch from one of them shattered Inverse and launched me clean off a rooftop. I had to use curtain again just to escape. But I finally had enough when Firefly attacked. Chapter 44, SDC 44. I groaned as my vitality worked through the last of the hemlock poison still in my system. The stuff wasn't potent enough to kill me, but microdosing before a workout made every rep hellish, which was better for me in the long run. Slowly, I began the agonizing process of undoing the straps on my weighted vest, checking on my recovering stats as I did. Vitality was over the 70% mark, and endurance sat just above 50%. Going to the gym, or anywhere, really, came with the risk of an assassination. Apparently, Black Mask had upped my bounty to a clean $1 million. That drew in both the crazies and the professionals. The city had truly turned against me, and I couldn't stay in a motel for more than 48 hours. Batman and Shade had both offered protection, but I wasn't inclined to accept help from either. It was for largely the same reason: they wanted every hour of every day. If I wasn't scouting a location for Shade, I was feeding intel to Bruce and keeping tabs on Penguin's operation. I even had a mission lined up with Robin to break into the Iceberg Lounge and snag some information after hours. I didn't want to tip the fragile balance I'd established as a go-between. A few more weeks of this, and I could finally go on the offensive. I had already arranged for someone to work on the IDs for Mom and Sasha. Some private investigator Marge knew. She was handling the transaction. I paid her a fat chunk of cash to buy her silence. I knew she was loyal, but not that loyal. And I didn't mind paying. Between the jobs, I had close to 7 million stashed in my inventory, a sum I was still surprised Penguin let me keep. No doubt Shade was his way of stiffing me, but the alternative had been the $5,000 he originally planned to pay me. I was just about to slip on a clean shirt after a shower when it happened. The pressure in the room dropped like someone had lit a match in a sealed space. My skin prickled. I smelled something: burned copper and melted plastic. Faint, but rising. Flaring cursed energy, I pushed off the carpeted floor, dashing across the room in a blink. I flipped the bed, frame and all, with one powerful movement and braced with inverse just as the explosion hit. The window blew inward, flames roaring into the room like a dragon's breath. The curtains lit up like tissue paper. The heat surged fast, too fast. The second explosion ripped the door off its hinges and slammed the bed into me. I endured it, even as flames licked at my side. Inverse did its job, turning what should have flash-fried me into a mild singe. With a grunt, I shoved the bed aside and launched myself through the shattered window into the parking lot. Screams filled the air. Desperate overnight guests poured out of their rooms in a panic. I looked up, and there he was. Firefly. His jetpack hummed behind him, wings keeping him aloft. He wore a green and yellow flame-retardant suit, a low, sinister chuckle bubbling from behind his mask. He cocked his flame gun. "Come on, kid. You're worth $1 million. Don't just stand there and gawk, make me work for it." I didn't answer. I fired 4 tranq shots straight at his neck, what should have been the weakest part of his suit. They bounced off. Fuck. His gun hissed and flared, spitting a stream of fire that licked my side as I dodged, spinning and vaulting over a car. Curtain swallowed me on the dismount, and I navigated the lot, putting vehicles between us. The first car exploded seconds after he started torching it. The second followed. I dove into the bushes before he could catch me, dispelling and reapplying curtain, circling the motel. I grabbed a fire extinguisher and an axe, scaling the roof. Half the building was already on fire, and a group of 10 guests found themselves stuck between a flaming car and the walls. Firefly cackled the whole time. I slipped my mask on. Still shirtless, just pants on, axe and extinguisher in hand, I crept to the edge of the roof, hidden beneath curtain. My grip tightened around the extinguisher. Just as I was about to call out, Firefly raised his voice, leveling the gun at the hostages. "Heard you were running with Batman. You wouldn't let these innocents fry, would you?" He slowly pushed on the trigger. "That bastard locked me up for 5 years. 5 fucking years. The cash is just icing now." I filled the axe with cursed energy and let it fly. It sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, knocking his gun aside. I threw the extinguisher to the guests and leapt from the roof, curtain dropping as I landed, gun drawn. The bullets punctured his wings, sending him spiraling. I could have shot his fuel tank and ended it. But I remembered what I was working toward. My freedom. Revenge. My family's safety. And the hostages. They wouldn't survive the blast. But that didn't mean I wouldn't take Firefly apart. I shot off before Firefly recovered, and he grabbed his gun. The nozzle of the weapon sputtered wide from where the axe had hit it, but it was still deadly. The fire came screaming at me, but I juked left, flared in verse, and fired my tranq gun at his visor. He flinched. I sped up with overdrive. By the time he reacted, I was already on top of him. My punch sent him spinning, but he didn't fall. His jetpack kicked back to life, stabilizing him. He cranked his gun again and let loose. A wide, searing stream of flame. It was the biggest one yet. It would have roasted the hostages who hadn't escaped. It could have overpowered my inverse. Fire dealt incremental damage to my technique, but concentrated heat at this level was like taking a bomb to the face. The smart move would have been to retreat, let him burn out his accelerant. But I didn't. Run. I found myself screaming at the hostages while I charged the fire, arms spread wide to take as much of the flame as I could, while I leaned on my technique. Inverse held until I was inches from the gun. I ripped it out of his hand with a flying kick and drove him into the dirt with another to the solar plexus. The pain hit all at once. Half my upper body was gone, twisted, red, and burned raw. It hurt worse than acid. Firefly scrambled for his weapon, but I stomped on his hand with overdrive, snapping bone. I shattered his visor with a punch. Another dislocated his jaw. A third would have crushed his throat, if a hand hadn't caught mine mid-swing. Cold. Strong. It barely stopped me. Batman. There was a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he looked at me, but I didn't care. My gaze returned to Firefly, and he looked at me with something akin to fear. "Are you?" Bruce began, but I cut him off. "I'll be fine," I said. Read ahead on patreon.com/artndcreativewriting. 400 Power Stones for extra chapter. Chapter 45, SDC 45. Robin's POV. "So, this is the Batcave?" I heard a familiar voice say, and I missed a keystroke as I prepared to run the final diagnostic on the decryption system I was working on. That voice. It's every bit as extravagant as I thought it'd be. "Wait, do you have display cases for your costumes?" "No. No way." I spun around, heart already climbing into my throat, and there he was. Julius. Dressed in a singed gas station shirt, charred pants clinging to blistered skin. He looked like a walking medical emergency. I winced. The burns were bad. Face, arms, neck, legs. He looked like he'd been roasted over an open fire. What the hell happened? "I got burned," he snorted, like it was a joke. "Didn't come back from the dead." "The Firefly attack," I stammered out, putting it together. "He stopped it," Bruce supplied. "Saved the lives of those staying at the motel and apprehended him. And yet there he was. Not even limping. Just standing there, like he wasn't missing most of his skin." "Shame about the motel, though," Julius said, glancing at the Batboat and then the Batmobile. "You really do have Bat-themed vehicles for every location," he said slowly. "I mean, you're a billionaire. Of course you do. I still can't believe nobody has put it together before now." My fists bunched up just looking at him. "Shouldn't he be at the hospital or something?" "He refused," Bruce explained. "And apparently he doesn't need it." "Yup," Julius said. "Just calories. Lots of it. Should be brand spanking new soon enough." You couldn't tell he was in agonizing pain by the sound of his voice. "How?" I demanded. "He's covered in third-degree burns. He shouldn't be conscious. Is just standing around like that even sanitary?" "I've lived through worse," he said offhandedly, like this was just another Tuesday. "So, what does a guy gotta do to get some lunch around here?" Alfred arrived not long after and led him upstairs. Julius walked like he didn't have half his skin trying to fall off. Didn't even flinch. As soon as I was sure he was out of earshot, I turned to Bruce and hissed, "You cut me out of the mission, and you lead him down here." Bruce pulled off his cowl. Under the house is the first place our enemies would look if the secret ever came out. He's the enemy, I jabbed a finger in the direction he left. He's also a kid who grew up desperate on the street who had to turn to a life of crime to support his family. He probably watched his friend die in front of him. And he's doing what he thinks he has to do to avenge his friend and keep his family safe, Bruce said. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of Bruce's mouth. He's a killer, Bruce, I snapped. Every bad guy in Gotham has some tragic backstory. It's no excuse. No, Bruce said. But it's certainly a catalyst. Drugs, corruption, crime, a failing economy, and a broken justice system. All ample ingredients to create people like Julius. The only difference between him and the hundreds of other kids in the Narrows is power and opportunity. How much different would I or you be if we were in his shoes? His situation. I scowled. But we have been in his shoes. You tracked down the man who hurt your parents. And you helped me do the same. I trailed off, memory bubbling to the surface. He's made his choice over and over again. He's not sorry about it, Bruce. Bruce nodded solemnly. Yet he took those burns to save 10 complete strangers from Firefly, and I know he could have ended that fight a lot sooner. You, of all people, know how great a shot he is. Yeah. I know. He doesn't get brownie points for following your rules. He does when his life is in danger, Batman said. I'm not letting him walk free, Dick. Not without fulfilling his part of the deal. I'm just showing him more consideration than most people ever have. I crossed my arms. Not everybody is sidekick material. The other leaguers thought I was insane for letting an 8-year-old kid fight crime with me, Bruce said, and I looked away. I can't believe he used that against me. I huffed. He was right, of course. Plus, there was no changing his mind now that it was made up. You might trust him, I said, but I'm keeping my eye on him. I turned back to the Bat computer and ran a diagnostic on the spyware Julius would be planting in Penguin's system. The idea was born out of sheer frustration and an intense desire not to go on a mission with him. I figured if we had everything we needed, we could close this case faster. Of course, Bruce approved it. It checked out. I pulled the flash drive. It should work on most advanced systems, I said. All he has to do is plug it in. Bruce gave me that look. The one that told me he disapproved. I'm not certain now is the time to broach the topic. He's been hunted day and night, Penguin is about to hit the drug factory, and we need to understand their endgame. It might be too late if we push this off. Bruce nodded, reluctantly. I will make the request. Strange, really. Me trying to reassure him. He probably wants this more than we do. Bruce only grunted. Julius. Lunch at the Wayne residence was, well, weird. Fancy. Silent. But worth it. I tore into the food like it had personally offended me. Alfred was a godsend, quiet, proper, but the man knew how to cook. Meats. Steamed veggies. Even the potatoes tasted expensive. You're all right, butler dude, I grinned at him, dabbing my mouth clean with the napkin. Bruce and Dick just watched. Like I was some puzzle they couldn't quite solve. Thank you, Master Julius. It's nice to have somebody appreciate my cooking. I tell you how good your cooking is at least once a week, Dick chimed in. And the gesture is appreciated, Alfred replied coolly. I was talking about somebody else at the table. Bruce didn't react to the jab. Instead, his eyes fixed on me. I saw calculation. Probing. Not just suspicion. I knew that look. He wanted something. If you're going to ask me about how my powers work. I began, but Robin cut in. You won't tell us even if we paid you. He wasn't wrong. I smiled anyway. He hated me. I could feel it in every word. He'd be right to. And yet. I couldn't bring myself to care. All right, out with it, I sighed. Ruin the rest of my day. Bruce explained the plan, and I held up the drive. Sleek, black, practically invisible. All I had to do was plug it into one of Penguin's computers. Easy. Right? If the hack is successful, we should have most of what Penguin has on Black Mask's organization, including the true identity of the leak. I know Thomas Blackwell, Bruce said. He is many things, but careless and disloyal isn't one of them. I interrogated him myself the first time around and couldn't get him to turn on his boss. Greater men have been brought low by beautiful women, I replied easily. Julius Caesar, half of the divorced elites of Gotham, need I go on? No, Bruce clipped. But don't underestimate Penguin. He didn't get this far by being careless. Of course not. Nobody who survives in Gotham gets far without claws. All right. I'll use it. See what is what. How long does it take to do what it needs to do? A pause. I didn't like that pause. 10 seconds or 5 minutes. It really depends on the type of encryption and security they have. I rubbed my forehead. Of course. And how do I get around the security cameras? You don't. You just need to be skilled enough to escape their notice. Robin's voice was neutral, but I could hear the challenge buried in it. He wanted me to mess up. He wanted proof that he was better than me. That I didn't belong here. I speared a sausage and chomped on it. All right, hotshot, I said to him. Show me what to do. What? He blinked, confused. I bet he didn't see that coming. 400 power stones for one extra chapter. Support me on patreon.com/artandcreativewriting. Chapter 46, SDC 46. Robin was a great teacher, much to his chagrin, and I picked up nearly everything he taught me after a single explanation. Appropriate spacing. Distractions. How to walk soundlessly. How to more naturally hide your actions and avoid cameras. But none of that prepared me for the silent scrutiny I received when I returned to base, fully healed. You're alive, Shade observed from his chair, and recovered. I blinked. Wait, were you spying on me while I got my ass toasted? No, he said simply, then clicked the remote on his table. The news flashed onto the screen, showing the tail end of my fight with Firefly. How someone managed to record it was beyond me. I was covered in third-degree burns, and Batman had stopped me just in time. Could this be a new sidekick or vigilante being mentored by the Dark Knight? Only time will tell. Well, at least our little plan is working, I said. The public's eating it up. They're calling you Samaritan, Shade replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. I laughed. The irony is practically punching you in the face. So, where did he take you? Shade asked, no preamble. A safe house, I lied smoothly. Same one we negotiated the deal at. I'd be a sitting duck at the hospital, and the hideout was too far away. I could have come for you, Shade countered. Batman was already there, I said. Figured it was smart to maintain distance. I think it's best if you stay here for a while, Shade said. We're closer than ever. Mask is finally consolidating his resources. I've run a scan of all his properties, and the most likely destination is that old bank near the morgue. The vault still works. It's easy to guard, and even easier to infiltrate. We should have the location of the drug factory in the next 2 days, he added. The plan is to hit both places simultaneously. I raised a brow. No offense to you and the twins, but I don't think we can take on 2 small armies. Don't worry about it, he said. I have a plan for that. I peered at him, more curious than ever. Any chance you're going to share that with me? I asked, settling on a desk near a monitor with an open port. All in good time, he answered, turning back to his computer. I slipped in the thumb drive when he looked away. It was tempting to wait, to check if Shade noticed the deception, but the smarter move was to leave, so I did. "I'll pick out a room," I said, leaving Shade to his work. I returned later that day when the girls came back and palmed the drive just as they left to train. The next morning, I finally received the news I'd been waiting on: Candace and Sasha's passports and IDs were done. It meant I was almost ready. 2 more level-ups, and I'd be second grade. Then, I'd finally be strong enough to strike out on my own. I also made a call to Batman to confirm the hack worked, and confirmed that he'd been right about Tom. Apparently, he wasn't the leak. Just a horny patsy dumb enough to keep a roster of regular girls. "If we get one girl to flip, it's enough to hit him with several prostitution charges," Bruce said. Ironic, isn't it? I laughed behind the protection of a curtain barrier. He went from fall guy to actual weak link. "Someone else is propping him up," Bruce said. "Using him to hide their collaboration with Penguin. And it could be any of the other 4. They all have the means and opportunity." He also confirmed that the drug factory's location was still a mystery. Shade had been telling the truth about that. Shade had dozens of potential sites but no confirmed target yet. The highlight of the call was Gordon's announcement of the police raid. He was living up to his reputation as a no-nonsense arbiter of justice. Gordon said something about not letting that much money or influence fall into the wrong hands. When I raised concerns about safety, he brushed them off. "It's not unusual for the police to tail people of interest," he said. "Besides, neither side will know where the leak came from." "But the mole will," I countered. "And they'll want answers. Then we bring Tom in before they start asking questions." Pressed the other lieutenants. "Sow doubt in their ranks. Insulate you." I massaged my brow. It was a stopgap solution, especially with Black Mask's reach, but that was a problem for future me. Hopefully, a me who'd be long gone. Bruce ended the call with a revelation that chilled me to the bone. Shade handled Penguin's spy network and blackmail ring. Cops, judges, administrators, politicians, everyone in power knew Shade's face and feared it. There was nowhere he couldn't reach. Shade wasn't just another asset. He was Penguin's nuclear option. And when the inevitable backstab came, he'd be the one twisting the knife. D-Day came, and Shade called me to the main room, not for intel about the factory raid, but for something else entirely. "Samaritan. I know you're watching, you cockroach." A masked man barked through a voice changer. He was dressed in all-black military gear and held a detonator in one hand. Behind him was a parked bus, surrounded by a police perimeter. Inside were people, men, women, children, all wearing collars with blinking timers. "You've got 30 minutes before I start blowing heads." I stared at the screen with a strange tightness in my chest, the faces of the hostages burning into my mind. Some of them were toddlers. Others were familiar. I recognized a face. Denise, my mother's sister. She'd housed Candace and Sasha when they'd initially fled the city. Now that they've moved on, she is the next best thing. Shit. Black Mask knew exactly what he was doing. He was done playing. This was his endgame. He was tired of the hits, the stealing, and the humiliation. There were probably several fireflies lying in wait. Going in was suicide. The smart thing would be to leave it to Batman. I felt Shade's gaze on me. 2 weeks in and I already have my own archenemy. "This is probably about the bounty," Shade said. I agreed. "And an obvious distraction," I added. "Mask probably wants us scrambling while he moves his money and guns, but to stoop to this? He knows your heroic persona isn't entirely manufactured." "You proved that with Firefly," Shade said with audible distaste. I didn't deny it. "And you see it as a problem?" I scoffed. "Tell me, there aren't any nieces or nephews you'd risk a job to save?" "In another life, maybe. But now I know better." "I suppose this is where you make your choice," he said. Stay the course and see this through, or leave now and never come back. I blinked. I'd expected Shade to be harsh, but not so dismissive. They're kids. I began. And not your problem, he cut me off. You'd be walking into your death. As opposed to what I'm doing here. Wasn't he planning to put a knife in my back any day now? What was the point of agreeing to this deal, of putting up with Penguin's bullshit, if I couldn't save my family when it mattered? Wasn't that the whole reason I started this crusade? Justice? Revenge? Batman's words echoed in my head. So did Artemis's. Aunt Denise wasn't going to be another Eddie. Not when I was alive. Not when I still drew breath. And as much as I've come to respect Batman, I can't count on him or the police to put it all on the line, not for me or her. I got Denise into this mess. And I was going to get her out. What about the job? You're not afraid I'll rat you out or something? The girls and I managed fine before your arrival, he said simply. And everything you know will be irrelevant in 24 hours. That was oddly specific. I thought you couldn't take down Black Mask without me. I asked. And we won't, Shade said. Dead or alive, you consume Sionis's thoughts. Even now, he underestimates us. He's about to lose it all. It was strange, saying goodbye. I half expected Shade to lunge at me. Start our final battle like we were in some movie. After all that anticipation, leaving like this felt anticlimactic but right. Gordon and Batman would be disappointed, but I didn't care. It's been a pleasure, Shade, I said, turning toward the armory. You don't mind, do you? Extra chapter as promised. Happy New Week. Chapter 47, SDC 47. SDC 47. I left the hideout armed with live Berettas, several assault rifles, all the grenades I could carry, and a fatter cursed energy reserve. Class, Sorcerer, Level 9, 3rd grade. Titles, Touched by the Sparks of Black. Techniques, Inverse LV3. Health, 530/530. Cursed Energy, 580/580. Stamina, 510/510. Stats. STR, 43+1. AGI, 48+1. PUR, 54. VIT, 53+5. END, 51+3. CP, 58+2+8. Skills. Cursed Inventory LV4. Hand-to-hand Combat LV4. Cursed Energy Reinforcement LV4. Cursed Energy Manipulation LV4. Stealth LV5. Curtain LV3+1. Gun Mastery LV5. Acrobatics LV4. Swordsmanship LV3. Meta Ability, Enhanced Regeneration. Free points, 0. I revved the motorcycle I stole and floored it, shattering every traffic law this corrupt city still bothered to enforce. I cut corners, blitzed through alleys, blew past red and yellow lights, and might have caused a car bump or two along the way. When the police gave chase, I ditched the bike and vanished behind a curtain, making the rest of the way on foot with 5 minutes to spare. The air at the scene buzzed with tension and noise. Eager Gothamites pressed against police barriers with phones, protest signs, and screams. Helicopters circled overhead. FBI agents and GCPD brass huddled under a tent, trying to talk down the masked man with a loudspeaker. You've got to ask for something else, Jim Gordon urged. Samaritan was burned within an inch of his life. You saw it on the news. He's probably still recovering. He can't be here, not in the time frame you're demanding. He'll come, the masked man said, unwavering. His mushy teenage heart can't afford another tragedy. He looked straight into one of the spotlight cameras and screamed, "Come here and face me like a man, or all their blood will be on your hands." He jabbed the detonator toward the hostage bus. Time's running out, hero. I scanned the rooftops and found Batman. Solo, as expected. Robin was probably in school. He just stood there, staring at the scene. Time was short, but I still switched on my burner and made the call. "You've been difficult to reach," Bruce said. "That was the point of keeping the burner off," I replied. "Please tell me you've got a better plan than standing there like a gargoyle." "You need to stay out of this," he said. "The situation's far more delicate than you realize." "Convince me," I said. Batman glanced at his wrist, then looked directly at and through me. "Curtain kept me hidden. Whoever that is under the mask is a world-class professional," he said. "He's got 4 snipers on surrounding rooftops, possible plants on the bus, a family member to guarantee your involvement, and a failsafe on the deadman switch in his hand. If we try to jam the signal or disrupt the radio link between the detonator and the bombs, they go off. If his thumb leaves the switch, same result. I'd bet he's rigged his snipers the same way. Any attempt to take even one out, and the whole thing unravels. The only real recourse," he added, "is another League member, someone fast or strong enough to rescue every hostage before the whole situation unravels." I swallowed. It was worse than I imagined. Black Mask was pulling out all the stops. "We're less than 3 minutes out," I said. "Aren't they cutting it a little close?" "Flash is wrapping up a robbery in Central City. Martian Manhunter is en route. Superman's tied up halfway around the world. Help's coming. You just have to be patient." I chewed the inside of my cheek. "Don't you have an EMP bomb in that ridiculous belt?" A pause. "As a matter of fact, I do. But there's no way to deliver it silently. Not without tipping him off." "I can do it," I said instantly. "Your disappearing trick," Batman said. "No one sees me unless I want them to." "That's convenient," he admitted. "And it just might work. So, are you giving me the bomb, or am I storming that bus without it?" "Threats and blackmail will only take you so far, Julius," he said. "One of these days, you'll have to trust someone. I'll look into counseling after I rescue my aunt." Batman sighed and suddenly sprang forward, leaping off the building. He fired his grappling hook mid-air to cushion his landing. I stepped out of curtain and loomed over me, a wall of muscle and armor. On paper, I could take him, but the pressure he gave off left me breathless. He reached into his cloak and handed me the grenade. I went to grab it, but he spoke first. "I know it's tempting to make a beeline for her, but she's not the only one counting on you. That fire changed you. Or maybe it revealed something that was always there. Poor impulse control. A genuine desire to help people. Don't lose sight of it when you're in there." I gave him a stiff nod, took the EMP, and turned away. 1 minute, 45 seconds left. "Thanks," I found myself saying. "You know, for the help. Don't make me regret it." I closed my eyes and shaped the most complex curtain I'd ever formed. A narrow corridor that shrank the closer it got to the bus. The barrier pressed flush against the side and stopped just below the windows. With a burst of overdrive, I shot forward, disappearing into curtain. It took 4 seconds to reach the bus's rear. I slid into position, activated the bomb, and rolled it underneath. Another curtain snapped up before the explosion, cutting the bus from the rest of the world. I rose, grabbed the roof, and kicked through the glass. The blast startled the culprits, and they rose. 5 of them, among 35 passengers. I flirted with the idea of the Berettas but settled on tranq guns. The men barked at each other, grabbed throats, and screamed, while the passengers resisted, bucked, and screamed. My fingers blurred, neck shot, cheek shot, rib shot. In my haste, I even accidentally hit a woman. The 4 plants went down easy. The 5th didn't. He had a knife at Denise's throat and a grenade with the pin pulled. His thumb rested on the spoon. "Step the fuck back, freak." He hit the transponder. The kid is in here. Can you hear me? The kid is in here. Static. Fuck me. The shivering crowd parted for me as I advanced, trank gun steady. Knife or grenade won't save you, you know. I've come too far to lose to the likes of you. He pressed the blade deeper into Denise's skin. She locked eyes with me, and I saw something that surprised me. Not recognition. No. Faith. I need a clear path, I said softly. Can you find me one? What the hell are you yammering? Denise stomped on his foot. He flinched. That was all I needed. 2 tranks to the shoulder. He still managed to nick Denise's neck as he fell, but it was the grenade that grabbed my attention. It tumbled from his hand. 4 seconds. That was how long it took for a grenade to detonate. I crossed the distance in the first second, grabbed the grenade in the second, chucked it out the window in the third, and regretted my choice in the fourth. The explosion went off outside the protective bubble of my curtain, alerting the cops, and my killers, that I was here. New week same challenge. Chapter 48, SDC 48. Get down. I screamed, and they ducked, expecting immediate bullet fire. The masked man's eyes snapped in our direction. He barked into his radio, likely calling the men assigned to guard the hostages. Nothing came through. Shit, he growled, eyes darting to the dead man's switch in his hand. Not one to take chances, I touched Denise's neck and made her collar vanish, then gestured to the rest of the bus. What are you waiting for? An invitation? Get over here, just in case. It was a stampede, but I moved quickly, working through the chaos. Dozens of collars vanished in seconds while the mercenary peered suspiciously toward the bus. I saw the police exchanging wary glances. Everyone could sense something was off, but no one knew exactly what. The masked man decided to act. He raised the dead man's switch. If any of you even dream of taking one fucking step, I stuck my trank gun out the window and squeezed the trigger. He moved fast enough to dodge the dart, and retaliated immediately, pulling a gun from his boot and firing in our direction. The bullets pinged off the bus walls, and the hostages screamed. Not good. He's superhuman like me. He's probably even faster if he can dodge a bullet he didn't see coming. Or maybe his perception is just that high. Stay down. You'll be fine. I reassured them. I'll take care of this. I had to handle this up close and personal. I shared one last look with my aunt. She squeezed my arm before I pulled away and ran out of the bus's double doors toward the masked man who was dozens of feet away. He was on his radio again, barking orders. The kid is here. Tear it all down and buy me time. I dialed Batman. Oddly, the call connected. I still couldn't wrap my head around why radio signals couldn't penetrate curtain, but telecommunications could. I'm forming an invisible tunnel to where I disappeared earlier. Let a rescue team through while I hold him off. Negative. Wait. I cut him off, reshaping curtain with a burst of cursed energy, which I had in spades now, along with a body that could make the most of my enhancement technique. My titanium knuckles materialized as I crossed curtain's reseeding threshold and came face to face with my executioner. He didn't waste a second. He opened fire, his pistols barking. Bullets pinged off me as I charged, leading with a heavy haymaker. He sidestepped easily. I twisted, summoning my katana in my offhand and slashing. It opened his forearm, blood gushing, a fact that seemed to surprise him. I switched my other knuckle out for a Beretta and returned fire. He ducked and dashed backward, twisting as he avoided every shot while returning fire of his own. I learned to dodge fast. You're not half bad, kid, he said, voice calm and focused now, his manic persona vanishing like a distant dream. Could have made a decent assassin, if you weren't such a bleeding heart. I fired at his head. He leaned just far enough to avoid it, pulling a blade from his boot in the same motion. With a flourish, it extended to katana length. Only fair. I charged, feinting a stab that flowed into a slash. He parried. His blade flicked toward my throat, but stopped dead. I pulled it into my inventory and stabbed with my other hand, summoning a dagger and flaring overdrive. The knife pierced his forearm, forcing him to release the dead man switch. He scowled and moved faster than before, grabbing my arm and twisting. I was airborne before I realized. A midair kick sent me flying. I flipped and landed on my feet, immediately shifting into a defensive stance. His knee strike cracked against my crossed forearms like a gunshot. I held my ground as he descended, slashing. The bloody dagger I'd used earlier was in his hands now, and we began our frenetic dance, his blade a blur of motion, striking at impossible angles. Even with my advantages, he pressed me hard. I retaliated with unpredictable bursts of speed, forcing him on the back foot. The entire time we fought, he kept me between him and the police, making sure they couldn't flank him. After nearly a minute of fighting, I saw my opening. I surged forward, pushing my body harder than I ever had, and slashed downward. He stepped back, just enough to make the blow shallow. It drew a bloody line from shoulder to hip. I moved in to finish him. That was when I saw it. A gas grenade inches from my feet. I couldn't reach it in time and sent it to my cursed inventory, and it bathed me with a cloud of greenish vapor that had me retching and coughing immediately. My legs gave out, and my throat burned. With me finally out of the way, gunfire erupted. Police rounds peppered the assassin. He danced back, and I could tell he was smiling. My throat closed up, but I forced myself upright. I'd trained for this. My body was used to this kind of punishment, even if I didn't recognize the poison. Controlling my cursed energy felt like braiding water, but reinforcement and inverse still came as naturally as breathing. The assassin paused mid-dodge, eyes locking on me. I saw a flicker of surprise. I guess Mask knew what he was talking about, he muttered. No half measures then. Take the shot. A flash of light. Something drilled into the side of my head, flipping me sideways. My vision swam, and my heart raced. Somehow, my technique still held. Was that a sniper? No. Not again. Not after everything. I twisted, crawling toward the bus. Gunfire. Screams. Chaos. We need assistance from the rear, someone shouted over the radio. The masked man's got people in the crowd too. Another shot. 2/3 of my cursed energy vanished from both hits. Through my fractured vision, I saw Batman burst from the curtain I'd opened earlier. He hurled a smoke bomb my way. It exploded, cloaking the area, shielding us from the sniper's scope. But the sense of safety vanished the moment I heard the clink of a grenade land nearby. Batman had his hand wrapped around mine, trying to drag me to safety when the explosion went off. My body reacted on instinct, surging up and hurling over him. I took the explosion in the back. It launched me from the smokescreen, with barely a sliver of cursed energy left and my health half drained. I coughed blood and clawed forward, desperate. This couldn't be it. I can't go like this. Not after everything. Helicopters thundered overhead. Noise and shouting came from every direction. I thought I saw Martian Manhunter speeding toward us. I still had too much to do. I never told Artemis I was sorry. I never told Mom. The last thing I saw was my aunt's horrified face as the cops dragged her away. A third bullet struck me. Everything went black. Chapter 49, SDC 49. Batman. No. A scream tore from my throat as it happened. Half of Julius's head exploded in a burst of blood and gore. Gasps echoed from the police and the rescued hostages alike, and the strange corridor he'd erected collapsed in an instant. Black spots danced in my vision. I stumbled as I rose, then again, forcing myself forward to reach his body. No follow-up shots came. Just silence. Batman. Are you alright? Gordon's voice buzzed over the comms. I didn't answer. I only moved when John Johns landed beside me. All but the final sniper escaped, he said. Emergency services are en route. I'm sorry I couldn't get here faster, Batman. This shouldn't have happened. The words trembled from my throat. I'm sorry, my friend, John said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I could go after him. No, I said sharply. If it's who I think it is, he's already gone. Deathstroke never takes a job without an exit plan. This Black Mask you mentioned, John said, he has more reach than we assumed. At that, a bitter thought cut through my grief. Maybe Julius had the right idea, killing him. Black Mask wasn't just some mobster. The firefight he orchestrated between the GCPD and his faceless thugs left dozens dead, criminals, civilians, officers alike. I should never have let him go in alone. He wasn't ready. Julius's ruined. I twitched. I froze. It darted, looking, searching, until it locked on me, dilated wide. My heart skipped a beat. Is he alive? John looked just as stunned. How? Half his brain's gone. I murmured, eyes wide. We need to get him to Gotham Memorial. Now. Before we lose him again, and tell them to bring every 4 bag they can find. Why? John asked. I swallowed hard. If I'm right, he's healing. And the process burns through nutrients like wildfire. Julius, POV. I drifted for what felt like forever, drowning in broken memories, flickering and replaying like static on an old screen. It started on a rooftop. A blond man with star-bright blue eyes stood before a striking Japanese woman, crisscrossed in scars. She was voluptuous and striking, with an impossible body sculpted over years of relentless training. We can change the world, Tyler, she said, her voice almost reverent. Unshackle the oppressed. Let negative energy flow freely, the way it's meant to. You're calling for anarchy, Tyler replied, his voice clipped. We were supposed to usher in a new age of jujutsu, not trigger Armageddon. A few might suffer at the start, she said. But that's a better fate than what we have now. A world ruled by metahumans and aliens. All it takes is one bad Superman. The ritual could level the playing field by restructuring every brain on Earth. Give everyone access to negative energy. That's easy for you to say, Tyler said bitterly. You were born with more than I'll ever have. She smiled, wicked and knowing. Give it a few generations. Even the weakest will be third-grade sorcerers. Strong enough to fend off local and minor extraterrestrial threats. What you're proposing is covert eugenics, Tyler said, horrified. The wars that would follow, don't even get me started on the cursed spirits that ritual would create. She cupped his face, smiling with sharp teeth. Evolution has a cost, she said. What's that Western phrase? Better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in war. The scene melted, and I was pulled further back, to an earlier time. Tyler was younger. He wandered the streets of Japan and came upon a moon-soaked alley. A teenage boy, bloodied, left to die in a puddle of stagnant water. His murderers already disappearing into the shadows. Tyler was tempted to pull them back, to rip them apart with a flick of curse technique, but the dying boy demanded his attention. He knelt beside him and placed a hand on his chest. The aura that flared from Tyler was thicker than anything I'd ever witnessed. Thicker than Shalim's by many magnitudes and far denser. He formed 2 streams of equal power, then smashed them together at just the right instant. From the chaos bloomed something radiant, something positive. The energy seeped into the boy's body, turned back the clock, and healed torn muscles. Breath returned. Life stirred. The resemblance was faint, but I saw it. The pink-haired boy and the woman from before, they were the same. Are you God? The boy's voice cracked. Tyler blinked, surprised, then laughed. Time flowed forward. Years passed. The boy had grown into a man, mid-20s now. Tyler remained unchanged. They stood across from each other in a sunbathed room. Are you sure about this? Tyler asked. Yes, the man said, firm. I promised I'd stand by you to the end. Help you usher in the new age. Tyler nodded solemnly. The terms of the binding vow are set. He placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Idle transfiguration. Cursed energy swelled. And I woke up, gasping, slick with sweat. Tubes in my arms. A hospital gown clung to my taller, thicker frame. Voices echoed down the hall, familiar. Bruce. Robin. Gordon. This ends tonight, Bruce said coldly. The backdoor Julius planted in Penguin's system gave us everything. We've identified the mole, Angelica. The quiet 18-year-old? Gordon asked, surprised. She's been planning this for a long time, Batman said. Black Mask exploited her mother's borderline personality disorder until she ended up in Arkham. Angelica likely freed him, built his network back up, so that she can take it for herself. She controls his most dangerous asset, Bruce continued. His blackmail dossier. That's what Penguin was really after. The destruction and robbery were just a distraction, and an excuse to gather Angelica's buyer's fee. $30 million. He was going to add her files to his own, Robin said. Would have made him untouchable. But she's not planning to hand them over, is she? Gordon asked. No. She's hired Deathstroke to kill him. And Penguin's sending Shade after her. If Julius were here, Robin muttered, he'd probably want us to step back and let the villains wipe each other out. He might not, Gordon said, voice softer. I wasn't his biggest fan, at the start or the end, but he changed. You changed him, Batman. He started pulling his punches. Saving people. I read the reports. He could have used bombs, grenades, and that damn barrier trick to take down Deathstroke. But he didn't, probably because it would have left the hostages exposed. My chest tightened. I hadn't even thought of that. Was he right? Had Batman changed me? Even if he'd pushed harder, Bruce said, the result likely wouldn't have changed. But I'm sure he'd appreciate the praise when he wakes up. Did the doctors say when that might be? Gordon asked. He's, technically fully healed, Robin admitted. But it's like he's taking his time. Then let's make sure his sacrifice meant something, Gordon said. We know who to hit. If we take them down tonight, we might just change Gotham for good. The voices faded down the hall. I lay there, breath shallow, rage slowly building beneath the relief. The memories of my looped dream played over and over again. Chapter 50, SDC 50. I pulled the IVs out, switched off the monitors, and unplugged the last cord from my chest before sitting up. Idle transfiguration. The technique echoed in my mind. It had turned man to woman, old to new. Human, to sorcerer. Was that where Shilim came from? Where I came from? Was I born a sorcerer, or did Tyler, my father, change me? I already knew the answer. The system was the farthest thing from organic. And I knew exactly why he gave it to me. It was because of her, the sorcerer my father made. She was wrong. I'd felt it in his memories, in his words, in the way his demeanor changed. In the first memory, he was already beginning to fear her. And she likely killed him. Cursed energy burst out of me, malevolent, thick, oppressive. Notifications flashed in the corner of my vision, but I ignored them. I wanted to sit in the rage. Stew in it. The comments Batman, Gordon, and Robin made were nothing compared to the memories, but they carried a similar weight. Was that what they really thought of me? A fallen hero? Even Robin mourned me like he knew me. Like he liked me. Batman was no different. But I knew the truth. They used me, just like I planned to use them. But somewhere along the way, I let them infect me with their philosophy. Let my hands be tied. Let my dreams take a backseat to their idealistic vision for the city. But this crusade was never about Gotham. I wasn't a hero. Or a villain. This was always about Black Mask. Weakening him. Killing him. Avenging Eddie. They got what they wanted. It was time I got mine. I stood, cursed energy stabilizing, and opened my status. +4 strength. +4 agility. +2 endurance. +4 perception. +10 vitality. +8 cursed energy. You've reached level 10. +1 to all stats. +2 free points. You've reached level 11. +8 free points. +5 to cursed energy. Congratulations. You've learned. Binding Vow LV1. Reverse Cursed Technique LV1. Inverse has reached LV4. Swordsmanship has reached LV4. Cursed Energy Reinforcement has reached LV5. Cursed Energy Manipulation has reached LV5. Curtain has reached LV5. Hand-to-hand combat has reached LV5. New title unlocked, Julius the Immortal. Survive an attack that should have killed you and live to brag about it. +20% to all regeneration. Class, Sorcerer, Level 11, 2nd grade. Titles, Touched by the Sparks of Black. Techniques, Inverse LV4. Health, 670/670. Cursed Energy, 760/760. Stamina, 560/560. Stats. STR, 50 AGI, 54. PUR, 54 VIT, 67. End, 56 CP, 76. Skills. Cursed Inventory LV7. Hand-to-hand Combat LV5. Cursed Energy Manipulation LV5. Cursed Energy Reinforcement LV5. Current Boost, 170%. Passive Boost, 50%. Drain, 1.8 CE/S. Overcharge. Temporarily increase reinforcement to specific body parts by drawing cursed energy from others, leaving them vulnerable. Current Boost, +80%. Effect, -80% Global Reinforcement Effectiveness. Cost, 17 CE per overcharge. Stealth LV5. Curtain LV5. Gun Mastery LV5. Acrobatics LV4. Swordsmanship LV4. Binding Vow LV1. A high-risk, high-reward pact with jujutsu that creates conditions for oneself or forms agreements with others. Reverse Cursed Technique LV1. Precisely multiply cursed energy to create positive energy. Can be used to regenerate the human body in all respects. Current output, low. Cost, 50 CE per second of healing. Free points, 10. I took a deep breath and rolled my neck. I felt like $1,000,000. Getting out of the hospital was easy under Curtain's protection. So was retrieving what was left of my clothes. My boots survived. So did my black shirt. No sign of my sword. Shame. But I couldn't exactly expect Batman to leave it lying around. The trek from the hospital was smoother than expected. I dodged cameras, spotted them miles away, and blended into the shadows, reappearing long enough to steal a bike. I gunned it toward Black Mask's mansion. Black Mask wasn't a hard man to find. He was either at his business or at home, and since it was the middle of the night, his mansion was a safe bet. What I didn't expect was the explosion that rocked the mansion as I reached the front gates. Glass shattered from the third-story window, and bodies flew out. Bloodied men hit the ground, their bodies cleaved down the middle like butchered meat. I slipped on a wooden mask and black gloves, then leapt the fence in one bound. I landed next to a corpse and scanned it, half curious, half concerned. Things just got a lot more complicated. I summoned my knuckle dusters and sprinted through the manicured garden on the property. Kicking the double door open, I found a room full of masked men, guns pointed at the stairwell leading up to the second floor, shivering. A beat passed. Then a gun finally swiveled toward me. I threw a knife into the gunman's forearm before he could aim at me. A burst of cursed energy carried me across the room. I shattered his mask with a punch, knocking him out cold. Before he even hit the ground, I grabbed his body and swung it into another group as they opened fire. I charged the other men in the room, returning fire with my own pistol. I winged some, kneecapped others, then dropped the stragglers with punches, before turning to the recovering group and repeating the same pattern. The massacre continued as I darted upstairs. Some fought, but most screamed and fled, more afraid of whatever was on the third floor than the masked fighter ripping through their boss's mansion. "Get out of the way," one yelled, swinging a machete. I caught his arm, swept his leg, and slammed him into the floor. He coughed blood. "Why you need to run? The rumors, they're true. He has a demon protecting him." "Who?" I dragged him close, already fearing the answer. "Black Mask," he whispered, pale as snow. I released him and he scrambled away, leaving his machete behind. I hefted it, less sure of myself than I'd been on the first floor. The air shifted as I broached the stairwell leading to the third floor. I tasted the blood before I saw it. The stairwell was painted in gore. Shattered, bisected corpses lay scattered, eyes wide with terror. The air buzzed with a visceral, almost inhuman flavor of cursed energy. For a moment, I hesitated. I knew what was waiting for me. Some warped creation of my father or the pink-haired woman. I swallowed, my grip on the machete tightening. I'd just woken up. Just hit second grade. The smarter move was to back off. Regroup. Grow. But the thought of delaying Black Mask's death, letting him keep hunting me and my family, snapped growing fear in half. I advanced up the bloody stairwell and arrived at a decimated hallway. Scratch marks tore through wood and plaster. Bodies stacked like meat. And at the end of the hall, Siona stood there. Mask in hand, purple cursed energy wafting off it. A cursed tool of some kind. Behind him loomed a shadowed monster, 7 feet tall with bladed arms and a mask identical to Siona's. Strangely, Siona's had almost no discernible cursed energy. But the creature behind him. It was strong. Stronger than anything I'd ever faced. It had nearly twice as much cursed energy as I did, but I wasn't afraid. Not with my inventory full of grenades and other deadly surprises. I spun the machete in my grip. Siona smiled. "To think, one phone call 2 months ago would bring us here," he said, grinning. "I'm glad you survived, negative. I paid Deathstroke $1 million to blow your brains out, but he delivered you to me instead. I guess I'm getting my money's worth, one way or the other." "That cursed spirit can't protect you," I said, my voice hard as steel. "I'm going to rip you limb from limb." I'd waited a long time for this. "You can see it?" Siona's asked, grin faltering. Then it returned and twisted. He laughed. "So that's why she gave me the mask. I always thought the deal was a bit too good." Chapter 51, SDC 51. SDC 51. "What are you going on about?" I demanded, a pang of confusion and fear shooting through me. "At least have the decency to admit it," Siona smirked. "Not that it matters. You're a dead man anyway. I'm nobody's pawn. Take out the trash, executioner." The monster shrieked, shaking the hall, and charged at me, swinging down with both arms. Cursed energy flooded into my machete and limbs as I stepped back, stopping just short of the descending arc. It hacked up floorboards, and I stabbed forward, aiming straight for the monster's mask. It snapped its neck, slashing upward, carving a wicked line straight at me. I twisted and lashed out, scoring a gash on its forearms and drawing blood. It let out a shriek packed with cursed energy that twisted the air. My eardrums ruptured from the force, even through inverse. Executioner's cursed energy output spiked. A purplish aura coated his body and legs as he sprang forward. I stood my ground, blade raised, parrying 3 rapid slashes that came down on me. I crossed my arms and tanked the 4th, it was a front kick. Vanishing my machete, I grabbed hold of the offending leg, heaved, twisted, and flung him through the drywall of the adjacent room, and followed after. The air shivered. I twisted to the side as a blade of cursed energy swept past me, followed by 5 more. I leapt forward, twisting midair to dodge 3, flipped to avoid the 4th, and tapped into overdrive as I leaned back to evade the 5th. The sudden shriek that followed hit me in the chest like a shotgun blast and hurled me through a wall. I climbed from the wreckage, unscathed, and paused, eyes sweeping the room. It was fancy. Old money fancy, like Bruce's place. The window was ajar, and on the bed lay 2 familiar figures with bloody holes in their chests, the Kakuri twins. Penguin must have sent them after Mask. Fuck. They were going to kill me eventually, but they'd been nice in their own way. Through the window, I heard the rev of engines and the telltale flash of red and blue. The police were here, likely for Black Mask. Batman's operation must have gone well. I pulled several explosive collars from my inventory and filled them with cursed energy. They went flying just as the second executioner barreled into the room. He swiped at the collars right as I fired. The explosion filled the room with light and flame, and I shut my eyes, weathering the storm. When they snapped open, half of the executioner's face was gone, but he was already healing. I wasn't about to stand by and let that happen. I advanced with a spike of overdrive, lashing out with a series of rapid slashes, pressing him back. Bloody wounds opened across his massive torso. One under his armpit. A stab to the stomach. A slice to the thigh. The machete chipped and warped as I kept the pressure on, parrying, twisting, dodging. I ended the chain of attacks with an enhanced kick after flipping over a slash. It sent him crashing through another wall, and I tossed a cursed energy-soaked collar at him, exploding it with a gunshot. In retaliation, Executioner let out a shriek so loud it cracked the walls and ceilings and even quelled some of the rising flames engulfing the 3rd floor. I spotted Black Mask bolting, I fired immediately. I got him in the left knee, and he tumbled down the left stairwell. Executioner struck a moment later, slashing down with his left blade packed with cursed energy. I flared inverse and tanked the hit with my forearm. It drove me to my knees and sliced through inverse, drawing a thin line of blood. Swapping my machete for my Beretta, I put 2 shots into Executioner's eye socket. It didn't deal damage, but it distracted him long enough for me to grab the offending arm, twist it, and slam him into the floor with a burst of overdrive. The floorboards gave way and we dropped a level. I rode him down, packing as much cursed energy as I could into a summoned brass knuckle, and punched. His head imploded, and his body rapidly bled out cursed energy. He was a formless husk by the time we hit the ground, and I locked eyes with Synona's, limping down the stairs. There was a flicker of fear on his face before he pulled his gun and opened fire. I blurred forward, zigzagging, dodging the shots, and slammed his head into the back wall, knocking him out cold. A loud whip cracked below as the mansion's front doors flew open. Dozens of men marched in. Time to get going. I hefted Black Mask by the scruff of the neck. For a moment, I was tempted to snap it, finally be done with the bastard, but the question stopped me. Who was his mysterious benefactor? What exactly was that mask? How much did the other sorcerers know about me? With a sigh, I raced up to the 3rd floor, leaving a trail of blood behind me, mostly from Black Mask. I used reversed cursed technique for the first time as we stopped outside the fancy room's window. I smashed two streams of negative energy together, multiplying them into glowing, translucent, sunshine-colored positive energy. First, I directed it to my forearm and ears. Then I turned the technique on Black Mask. The bullet popped out of his wound, and the hole clotted. I leapt from the window, falling 2 stories, and threw a tunnel of curtain around both of us. Synopsis sat in front of me, stripped to his underwear and strapped to a chair in my little hiding spot. The windows were boarded, and the walls padded up to keep the noise in. To the side was a small table, with a revolver, a knife, and everything I'd used to torture myself to get strong enough to take him down. Synopsis woke up with a laugh and a stifled groan. "You kept me alive after everything? You love the thrill as much as I do." I sat on the edge of the table in workout shorts. Wouldn't want to get the rest of my very limited wardrobe bloody. In the weeks I spent putting all this together, I must have killed you 1,000 times over in my head. Oddly, none of those scenarios included a chair, rope, and torture, which is hilarious, considering how much pain I put myself through. I laughed. "How else did you think I survived getting my brain blown out by a sniper?" I tapped the side of my head. If my vitality hadn't been as high as it had been when I was shot, I hate to think what would have happened. The grin on Synopsis' face faltered. "I guess I like to think I was beyond that," I said. "That there were some depths I would never sink to. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to this." I picked up the revolver, opened the cylinder, and slipped in a bullet. With a snap, the cylinder clicked back into place. I gave it a good spin and leveled it at him. "So, let's start with Russian roulette and see where the night takes us, eh?" "You're insane, kid," he said, regaining some of his levity. "But still an amateur. I'll die before you get anything out of me." I laughed. "No. You won't." I pointed at his leg, the one I'd shot, and pulled the trigger. The gun went off, and his scabbed wound exploded with blood. He screamed. "The reason you weren't screaming your head off when you woke up was because I healed you," I said slowly, watching him squirm and buck against his restraints. "Flesh wounds, fatal stabs, hell, even dismemberment. None of it will be enough to kill you. Not if I don't want you to die. This place is in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I've got nothing but time." I crouched down and stared him in the eye. "It might take a day, or a week, but you're going to talk. And only then, will I let you die." Chapter 52, not a chapter. Survey. What should be his next curse technique? 10 shadows. Disaster flames. Disaster waves. Disaster plants. Tool manipulation boosted. Certain weapons that are infused with cursed energy can be transformed into cursed tools and can be telekinetically manipulated. Other cursed tools can be added and manipulated with each subsequent level. Blood manipulation. Cloning technique. Auspicious beast summon. Ice formation. Blazing courage. Missile fist, a favorite when I was plotting, but I'm starting to think it's redundant when I considered it might just be a weaker reversal technique of inverse. Cursed energy discharge. Star Rage. Chapter 53, SDC 52. SDC 52. Black Mask held on longer than I expected. It took 5 whole days to break him. I went through my routine like clockwork. Pump his limbs full of lead, cut him up, and heal him just as he was about to bleed out, then cycle through the gauntlet I'd put myself through: poison, electric clamps, and acid. All the while, I repeated the same questions. "Who gave you that mask?" At some point, asking became harder than pulling the trigger. The brutal monotony of it was all-consuming. And Synopsis saw the weariness in me and mocked it. "I wonder who'll break first. Me or you?" I leveled an emotionless stare at him, driving my blade deep into his thigh, flirting with the femoral artery. Synopsis grunted as I twisted and pulled it out. Then, I repaired the damage with reverse curse technique. It came out scarred and half-healed, but it was decent progress for 5 days of practice. It was a while before he spoke again. "The torture is changing you," he said in a husky voice. "I can see it in your eyes. How long until you're just as twisted as me?" "Batman and I had this exact conversation," I said. It didn't sound any smarter coming from him. There was a vast difference between killing one-time offenders caught in bad situations and mass murderers like him. "Your conscience doesn't care about smarts and logic," he said. His blood-red eyes bore into me. It had been 2 whole days since I fed him. "It's stupid like that. My face will haunt your dreams, and it won't matter how insane you think I am." I wanted to scoff, but I knew he was right. I'd made peace with that. Trash was trash. I can stop this at any time. All you have to do is tell me what I want to know. You're a fool, you know. After everything I've done to you, after everything you know about me, the thing you're hung up on is the sorcerers? He laughed, shallow and bitter. "I'll die before I tell you about them." Those words stuck with me. And suddenly, it clicked. My blade dug into the same thigh I shot him, the same one I'd healed dozens of times over during our little torture session, the same one that had never healed right once, and sliced the femoral artery. Blood fountained out, drenching me in copper. I used reverse curse technique to stem the bleeding and slowly repair the artery, then the muscle and flesh. It was notably easier this go-around. Reverse cursed technique level 3. The notification told me why. "You took a binding vow, didn't you?" He grunted. "You mystical types drive a hard bargain. And I like my soul very much." I knew little more about binding vows than what the earlier notification and dreams had told me. I suspected that was due more to my current sorcerer rating than the nature of the technique itself. But from what I understood, binding vows were broad-reaching, virtually limitless, and hinged on sacrifice. They challenged motivation and limits. What was I willing to give up to gain an advantage? I frowned, thoughtful. "So, you can't tell me about them directly. What can you tell me?" "That they're powerful. Think Superman, but without mercy or understanding. And they've got plans for me," he said slowly, feverishly. "You think killing me won't have consequences? I'm well aware. But the alternative is letting you live." The conversation went on. Black Mask mostly wasted our time, offering nothing I didn't already know or suspect, even under pressure. He finally cracked when I returned with food, burgers and drinks. He ravished it like it was his last supper. The conversation turned contemplative as we ate, and I took his advice. I asked questions I'd always wanted answers to. "Why did you come after me so hard?" I asked. "You could have let it go after that night." "Would you have?" he countered, his dark eyes locking with mine as he chewed. "You stole from me, killed my boys, and tossed them in the Gotham River. Of course, I couldn't let that kind of disrespect stand." I stopped mid-chew. My muscles stiffened. He had a point. I wouldn't have stood for that kind of disrespect either, but I would have broken bones, not killed them. Not if I could help it. Black Mask grinned at my discomfort. Hilariously, he misjudged the reason for it. "What? You think I didn't know about the car? Left it at the bottom of the river as insurance. Dragging it out would have caused more problems than it solved. Though, in retrospect, maybe I should have. Hindsight's a bitch, isn't it? You could have lied," I pointed out. "You'd have killed me anyway," he said. "Batman couldn't stop you even if he tried. I'll never know why you showed up to rob me without a gun." "My friend didn't want me to," I admitted. He laughed. "You should be thanking me, then. All that pain must have bred that kind of weakness out of you." I scowled. "I'm 15. What's your excuse for letting a teenager outsmart you?" Black Mask blanched, face twisting in something I'd never seen before. Half anger, half embarrassment. Strange, seeing someone I'd obsessed over, feared, look so ordinary. So human. That ungrateful bitch. When I found her and her junkie mother, they were on the street, he seethed. I plucked them from the gutter. Made them what they were. He caught himself, but it was too late. You had to see it coming, I said. Her mother is in Arkham because of you. You gave her complete access. He snorted. Angelica's mother would have died if it weren't for me. The cult gave her purpose. Control. Meaning. I never claimed to be perfect, but the bitch knew what she was getting into. And I've been nothing but kind to her and her daughter. And this is the thanks I get. You love her, don't you? I said, putting the pieces together. It's the only reason you'd let this happen. She was his blind spot. He went rigid. His next bite was slower. I laughed. The king of the fucking underground broke the first rule of being a criminal, no weaknesses. He huffed, indignant. You think it's so easy. It sneaks up on you. I didn't disagree. I thought of the hostages I'd saved. Strangers I'd risked my life for. What would I do for Artemis? For the others? I crouched to his eye level. I'm going to kill her. My voice was calm, cold, and deliberate. The effect was immediate. Confusion. Then fear. Why, you can't be serious. She's done nothing to you. She got you out of prison. Probably hired Deathstroke for you. That's enough for me. Maybe Batman's got her in a cell now, but if she's anything like you, she won't stay there long. I'll bide my time. And when she least expects it, I'll kill her. Unless. Black Mask scowled. Unless I break the vow. I shrugged. She betrayed me. Tried to kill me. You really think I'd risk it? What was it you said about the conscience? It's a lot like the heart, I said. Sure, you would have preferred not to be on the receiving end of the double cross, but you've got to admit, it was impressive. Mask grunted. We sat in silence for a while before he finally spoke. Make a vow to me. The same kind the sorcerers did. That you won't lay a finger on her. That you won't try to get her killed. I promise, as long as you tell me everything you know about the sorcerers. Leave nothing out. I will. Siona's reluctantly nodded, and I channeled the new technique. The air crackled and twisted with power, thick invisible cords wrapped around us, sinking past our skin, muscles, and bones, settling on our souls. My skin rippled with goosebumps, and Mask shivered. It is done, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Now, start talking. I'd been right about a lot of things, but ignorant about so much more. The mask was indeed a cursed tool, but it wasn't given by artisan. No. It was by a Japanese woman with night black hair, striking gray eyes, and tattoos. She was surrounded by dozens of formless spirits, some birds, others monstrous like wolves and snakes. Siona said she gifted him one of her spirits to cement their deal, which involved identifying and transporting certain individuals the spirit located. I figured those people had the potential to be sorcerers but lacked the ability to harness cursed energy and an innate technique. Or, they were ingredients for the ritual my father mentioned. Mass human sacrifice. That was a terrifying concept to consider. As if things weren't bad enough, I also learned that Siona's had been in contact with Shilim. He'd helped orchestrate Black Mask's release and had been his point of contact with the big boss for a while. Is their name Artisan? I asked with bated breath. There was a flicker of confusion in his eyes before it happened. Blood vessels swelled. His eyes rolled back. He slumped. Dead. I sat there for a while, swallowing hard. At least I'd got my answers. I just wasn't proud of what I'd done to get them. And it confirmed something else, I was in even more danger than I realized. I needed to leave Gotham. Batman's POV. The mission ended up bloodier than I'd have liked. Gordon Swat intercepted Penguin on his way to the meeting spot and showed up just in time to stop Deathstroke from killing his target. Robin and I caught up to Angelica and Shade on Gotham Bridge, with a third party present, Satara. Shade had carved through her security and loyalists, even heavily wounding Brendan, the lieutenant who handled Mask's real estate. I hadn't flagged him as a turncoat. It was a welcome surprise. Satara bound Shade with a chain of light, anchoring him in the visible plane. After being arrested, Angelica refused to hand over the password to her drives, but Robin was confident we'd crack them. The real estate guy wasn't as stubborn. He flipped fast, offering intel on Black Mask in exchange for a lighter sentence. Gordon took the deal over the phone. It was enough to get a warrant for Black Mask's mansion. When SWAT arrived, the place was wrecked, half torn down, burning. Survivors didn't need convincing. They talked. Fast. Apparently, Black Mask had summoned a demon, and some kind of vigilante showed up to deal with both, then vanished. From the descriptions and weapons, I knew exactly who it was. Negative. You don't think? Gordon trailed off. I met his eyes. I'll get to the bottom of this, I said, turning to leave. I already knew where to start. Happy New Week. I've looked at the survey, and I've made my decision. I'm choosing clone technique. Sure, it'd prefer for a more offensive option, but having the versatility of a full team with just one technique seems too great an opportunity to pass up. Plus, with his meta ability, his pure physicality is probably going to end up his greatest asset. Comment. Chapter 54, SDC 53. Batman's POV. I found him on the 5th day of searching, or rather, he let me find him. His burner came online, and I traced it to the top floor of an abandoned building with a clear view of the surrounding street. It was also completely inaccessible without climbing gear or a grappling hook. The top floor was littered with the discarded remains of wire traps and a few other unidentifiable bits. He'd been ready to fight if he'd been discovered before he was ready. In the farthest room from the entrance, I found what looked like the remnants of a torture chamber, scrubbed clean. The place reeked of bleach. The walls and floors were unnaturally spotless. A black body bag, a burner phone, and a card lay at the center of the barren room. I was too late. I read the note. I left Gotham. I didn't kill Black Mask, even though I wanted to. Sorcerers did. He was running a child trafficking ring for them. You might want to look into that with substantial backup. Also, I have Black Mask's backup information cache. Come after me in any way, and I'll burn Gotham to the ground with you in it. I frowned. I didn't know what disturbed me more, the threat, the claims of sorcery, or the unmistakable signs of torture. Satara could easily confirm the sorcery angle, but the rest was far more complicated. I'd thought he was like me. Like Robin. Someone who could hold back the darkness. I'd seen that during the bus incident. During the fire. But this? Torture. Starvation. It was cold. Calculated. Ruthless. Stomach-turning, especially in someone so young. Julius made his choice. He'd made his intentions very clear since our first meeting. I didn't just believe him. I'd hoped he'd be better. But he was heading down a path I wasn't sure I could bring him back from, not unless he truly wanted it. And even then, the evidence was piling up. If he ended up in prison, and survived, it would mold him into something truly terrifying. And I didn't want that. The thread in the note didn't give me many options. Julius was smart. He probably set up some kind of automatic failsafe that would trigger if he didn't reset it often. The only person who could reach him now, was her. 3 months later. Music blared as I ran on my treadmill, speed maxed out at 20 miles per hour. I breathed. In and out. In and out. I tried to focus on my heartbeat. The music. The burn. Anything to stop the rising chaos in my head. I kept the tempo for over an hour before switching over to the free weights, weighted vests, and rings. I moved through exercises, maneuvers, and aerials that would have been impossible for me a month ago. I checked my status before heading out of the basement gym for a shower and a change of clothes. I had school today. Mom was in the kitchen frying bacon and eggs when I came down, motorcycle helmet and jacket in hand. It was mostly for my benefit. She'd noticed the accelerated development, but hadn't pried, simply nodding when I told her one evening while I made myself a literal mountain of steak. Sasha slouched at the table, doom-scrolling through her phone with the same apathetic look she'd had for months now. Rehab hadn't helped as much as I hoped. I wished I could wave away the pain with reversed cursed technique for her and myself. Candace whipped around when she saw me. She was dressed in one of her new office suits. She'd snagged a job at a local dealership, didn't take much more than some flirting and bullshitting. Her boss was a man and practically putty in her hands. Today was her first day. Looking good, Candace, I said, moving to the dishwasher and setting the table. Thanks. She beamed. Think I'm gonna get a sale on my first day? I shrugged. Stranger things have happened. Sasha scoffed. The building and dove out the window. With a flick of my cursed energy, I produced a matte black dirt bike. Not the most intimidating ride, but it was light and small enough to fit in my expanded inventory. With the lights off, I tore down the street, cutting through back alleys and makeshift ramps I'd set up ahead of time. I rolled up to the neighborhood just before midnight and opened a complex curtain corridor that led back to the house. As I drove up, I spotted someone sitting on the roof, sharing a blunt with Sasha. Artemis. Chapter 57, SDC 56. SDC 56. Artemis looked about the same. Perfect blonde hair, striking eyes, and a deadly confidence. The girls were catching up, bouncing from topic to topic. Artemis had apparently been reading a lot lately and taking school more seriously. Sasha was focused on taking one day at a time. You know, I thought I'd feel better after I saw the news story about you-know-who, but nothing changed. It's like I'm stuck in this twisted version of Groundhog Day, Sasha said, hugging her knees. Nothing changes inside my head. Artemis nodded. Revenge is hardly ever satisfying. Most ancient cultures have stories that confirm that much. You sound just like my therapist, Sasha said. She told me to give it time, but if I'm being honest, I'm glad he's dead. Even if I don't like how it happened. I know what you mean, Artemis sighed, leaning back on her shoulders. You should hear the talking heads in Gotham. They rave about how much safer the city is without Black Mask and Penguin in jail. But the truth? The territory wars are driving people insane. Even fucking Ivy is expanding. Something twisted in my gut. I was on the rooftop in a blink, bike stashed in inventory, mask off. I landed like a feather, a perk of inverse. You shouldn't be here, I said. They spun around. I stood behind them, crouched slightly, weight spread across the rooftop. Artemis quirked a smile. Long time no see. I know he sent you, I said to her, then turned to Sasha, looking at the blunt in her hand. I thought we had a deal. Don't lecture me like I'm some teenager, Sasha snapped. I practically raised you alongside Candace, and I lost my brother. If I want to smoke weed, I'll fucking smoke weed. I shrugged. Oh sure. Dive back in. It's not like we burned 10 grand getting you clean. It was blood money. What do you care anyway? If it was so easy, why weren't you drowning in it? I half screamed, catching myself. She threw me a withering stare. Getting blood on your hands doesn't make you a man, Julius. It just makes you broken. Sasha slipped back through the window. I scoffed and turned to Artemis, casting a curtain around us on instinct. See what I deal with? You're not exactly a ray of sunshine, she said, standing up. Yeah, you made that clear that morning on the rooftop, after admitting you went along with your family's plan, even though you knew it was wrong. Really? We're doing this again. Her voice softened. I admitted I was wrong to trust them, and you still listened to me. Oh yeah, I said, throwing my hands up. And becoming one of Batman's flying monkeys worked out great for me. She swallowed. I saw the news. Shot 3 times. Once in the fucking head because the Justice League couldn't be bothered to show up on time. And it only got that far because that asshole escaped prison. Batman dragged his feet the whole time. He could have ended it in one night. Julius. The bug Robin used to expose the mole. That could have been planted any time. But no. Batman had league business. And now he's pissed because I handled it. Handled it? You tortured a man to death. That's not justice. That's unhinged. And what's Batman doing? Catch and release. Like Blackgate's a rehab center. Half the scum there should be gunned down on principle. The other half locked away for good. He had thousands of deaths on his hands. You think I was gonna risk it? Your execution didn't help either, she snapped. Nowhere is safe. The Narrows are a war zone. Even Uptown is catching strays. Villains aren't pulling punches anymore because one of Batman's sidekicks killed someone. I never signed up to be one, I barked. Save a few people, and suddenly I'm a hero? Please. And don't forget, you told me to go to Batman in the first place. To work out a deal, something to help you. Pull your back from the edge. You know, Robin showed me the deal you signed and the evidence. They had enough to put him away, really put him away. I bunched my fists in frustration. That wouldn't have fucking worked because of the people he had on his side. I jabbed a finger at her. If you're waiting for an apology, don't hold your breath. You knew how this would end when you asked for my help. Don't act surprised. You're confusing me with Batman, Artemis bit back. You never admitted anything until you were 6 bodies deep and thought I was on your side. I clenched my jaw. Clearly I did a shit job, since you cut me off anyway. No. You did that. You vanished behind your little barrier before we could even finish the conversation. You were angry. Self-destructive. Still are. And you came back to twist the knife. I know Batman sent you to bring me in. If he thinks I won't release those tapes. He did send me. To talk you down. But that's not why I'm here. She paused. This is about Desmond Elliott. I blinked. What? The guy my family tricked me into kidnapping and exploiting. I'm familiar. That's not what stumps me. I tilted my head. You want my help? She nodded slowly. You were right. My family probably has the kill count of a small village. And yet I still love them. Still give them the benefit of the doubt. You're not so different. Gee, thanks, I muttered. She smiled. Just a little. You're welcome. I helped you when you shat the bed 5 months ago. Now I need that favor returned. I know where he's being held. Cadmus. In Metropolis. Where did the intel come from? I might have peeked at the Bat computer. Batman's been sitting on the info for weeks. Done nothing. It's driving me crazy. Desmond is being experimented on, or worse. And it's my fault. She looked raw. Vulnerable. It didn't make me any more eager to raid a corporate lab. So let me get this straight, I said. You want me to join you on an unsanctioned raid of a high-security, probably illegal, metagenetics lab, looking for a homicidal meta, on the off chance he's still alive. If we survive, we'll be hunted by a shadowy corporation, Batman, and probably Superman. You're not just asking me to risk my life. You're risking Sasha's, Mom's. My rap sheet means I don't walk away from this. Artemis lowered her eyes. I know what I'm asking. I wouldn't be here if I had another choice. Batman won't trust me after this. Mom might never forgive me. But I have to do this. It's the only way I sleep at night. I thought you, of all people, would understand. There was a stretch of nervous silence before I spoke. I'll help you, I said, despite my better judgment. Not because of your blatant manipulation, but because I owe you. She blinked. I wasn't sure that I would help. You trained me. Fought beside me. Backed me when no one else would. Eddie was my friend too. And I'm yours. Even if we don't like each other very much right now, I sighed. So, please tell me you have a plan. She scoffed. Come on, I'm desperate. Not suicidal. That inspires a lot of confidence. Chapter 58, SDC 57. We didn't get very far into planning before I found out most of Artemis's plan involved working with Robin. Cadmus belonged to Lex Luthor, one of the smartest, most ruthless businessmen and supervillains in the world. Stealing from him wouldn't come without consequences. That's why we needed Robin, to scramble our faces and hide our identities. For low-level vigilantes like us without League protection, killing us was child's play. For League-affiliated, it was a death sentence. Not that anyone had been crazy enough to actually try it. Artemis knew Batman would have her head if she went through with the Cadmus raid, and I agreed with him. After everything she'd been through, I had to wonder why she'd risk it all for someone who probably didn't deserve her help. But my biggest concern was Robin. I didn't trust him. Unless you've managed to cram 5 years of computer science and hacking into the 3 months you've spent playing high school student here, then he's the only way we can avoid detection completely, Artemis argued. I haven't gotten around to computer science yet, I said, but I've memorized all known sword forms and trained extensively with a mace, shield, bow staff, whip, baseball bat, and a construction hammer. Artemis blinked. Why a construction hammer? Mostly for fun, I said. It gets a bit boring after your 5th weapon. Do you want complete anonymity or not? She asked. I know you want to help, but you're not thrilled about putting the girls in danger either. Careful now, I said. Sasha might hear you. But yeah. Set the meeting up. I folded my arms. But remember, you came to me. I've been nice so far, but you really don't want to piss me off. Artemis looked more startled than afraid. I'll make the boundaries clear. He won't rat us out. I said. She let the conversation drop, and I didn't push the issue any further. This wasn't how I wanted my introduction to the League to happen, especially not after the Venom Factory debacle, but I suppose there was no time like the present. Truth was, I was buying time in Austin. Sure, I had a nice life and people I was starting to like, but it would have ended the second Batman showed up on my doorstep and called my bluff. Black Mask's intel died with him. The only real leverage I had left was Batman and Robin's identities. If push came to shove, I'd make good on my threat. But that would create more problems than it would solve. I needed the Justice League. They were the only ones with the resources and power to go up against the sorcerers, and actually win. After 3 months of training in side missions, I was still a middle-of-the-road second grade. Even with my physique, I didn't stand a chance against an experienced first grade or special grade, especially when you factored in their techniques. By now, Batman should have confirmed that my claims about sorcery weren't bullshit, which should make him at least open to negotiations. I had offers, and other threats, if he wasn't. It was risky, swinging out like this, but there'd be nowhere to run if Artisan succeeded in turning the world into a hellscape. My ulterior motives aside, I did mean what I said about repaying her, somewhat. It was what Eddie would have done, even if it wasn't the smartest choice. The drive to Metropolis was mostly quiet. Artemis and I traded barbs but avoided anything too deep, afraid of setting each other off. She came prepared, stealthware for both of us. I appreciated the gesture, even if it was a bit snug on someone my size. I stuck with my own clothes but took the mask, the bracer, and the tranq guns she'd prepped. Apparently, my reputation preceded me. We were supposed to meet Robin later that day to go over the plan. In the meantime, Artemis drove us to a building across from Cadmus. She was explaining the layout when it happened. An explosion ripped through the upper levels of the Cadmus building. Glass cascaded down. Smoke churned in thick plumes, tasting of scorched metals and alien chemicals, and the heat wave hit us across the street before we saw fire. I turned to Artemis, brow raised. That wouldn't happen to be part of your plan? No, she said, already unbuckling her seatbelt. We should check it out. In broad daylight? Without Robin's scrambler? I asked. We'll be on Luther's radar before we hit the front steps. Artemis had a confused look on her face. People could be hurt, Artemis said. I tried the hero thing once, I said. Didn't really end well for me. Okay then, she said, eyes darting in the direction of the burning building. They might be moving him. This might be our only shot. Another blast rang out, sharper, closer, as if to illustrate her point. Then came the screaming. She was out of the door before I could reply, draped in stealth wear. Her face, hair, body, even her eyes, were covered in black and gray matte clothing. Every step she took was soundless. She vaulted over a parked car, twisted mid-air to avoid an oncoming fire truck, and let loose a grappling arrow with her recurve bow as soon as she landed. The line zipped up, tethering the ground to a third-story window. She pulled a strange contraption from her utility belt and slid it up the rope incline. Use the line, she shouted at the scientists trapped inside. Flames roared 1 floor below them. Hey, is that Speedy? A firefighter asked as he dismounted from his truck as it parked. I thought Speedy was a dude, another commented. I let out an agonizing sigh and created a curtain corridor leading into an alley. I burst from it, sprinting toward the building. The acrid sting of smoke burned my throat. Sirens howled. Civilians staggered from the building, some coughing, others wild-eyed. Fire crews worked the hoses, water arcing toward the second floor where the fire raged hottest. And who's the new kid? Someone asked. I shot a glance at Artemis. I'm going in. There might still be people pinned down. The heat intensified inside. The lobby stank of melting plastic and fear. I pushed through the crowd, urging people toward the exits. On the second floor, a collapsed lab door revealed the worst scene yet. A man lay pinned under a toppled refrigeration unit, pale and gasping. 2 women hovered beside him, frantic. They flinched when they saw me. I'm here to help, I said, voice low but firm. I crouched, gripped the edge of the unit, and lifted. It groaned but came free with a grunt of effort. They pulled him out, hands shaking. The man looked up at me through watery eyes. Thank you, he whispered. Don't thank me yet, I said. Then I heard it, footsteps above. Voices. Fast, young. Blurs zipped past the windows. Get him out, I told them. Now. Building's not safe. I bolted for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. On the 4th floor, I slowed. Smoke curled along the ceiling, a low hiss in the distance like a gas line rupturing. Artemis stood with Robin and the others, Kid Flash, Aqualad, all mid-argument. Their silhouettes flickered in the haze. Artemis? Robin said. Why are you in stealth gear? We were supposed to meet here, remember, she said. You know the bad guys? Kid Flash asked, squinting. We both, in turn. With Batman, she muttered. Just as I was about to reveal myself, the elevator dinged open on the far end of the hall. Something stood in the carriage. Horns. Grayish skin. A long, twisted face. The thing looked straight at me. I stopped breathing. A sharp, alien pressure pushed into my thoughts, like icy fingers prying open my skull. I winced. So did it. What the fuck? Did it just try to read me? What the hell did I just get myself into? The elevator doors closed. Aqualad had caught a glimpse. His eyes flicked to where I stood, but my curtain was already up. You need to see this, he said, calling the others toward him. That elevator's not on the blueprints, Kid Flash muttered. Robin's holographic interface bloomed on his wrist. That's a high-speed express elevator. It shouldn't be in a 5-floor research facility. Underground lab, Artemis said under her breath. What underground lab? Kid Flash asked. Artemis hesitated, glanced at Robin, then sighed. A few months ago, I trusted the wrong people, and somebody paid for it. Mark Desmond. He was kidnapped. Batman tracked him here, but he's had us on standby for weeks now. So you thought you'd come and rescue him alone? Kid Flash asked. Crazy, but kind of metal. Batman made the right call, considering Luthor's influence in this city, Aqualad added. Storming the lab without due cause would have started a national outcry about superhero overreach. Yeah. Batman right all of the time, Artemis muttered. More like 95%, Robin said. But this? This is the 5. Secret monster in a secret elevator. Freak fire and strange monsters in elevators. It's all the reason they'd need. In fact, it'd be irresponsible not to investigate. Wally grinned. All right. First mission and we already get a damsel, a conspiracy, and a mysterious lab. Did you just call me a damsel? Artemis snapped. Before anyone could answer, Aqualad forced open the elevator doors. They peered in. That was my cue. Forgetting someone? I asked, stepping into view. My voice cut through the lingering smoke. Chapter 59, SDC 58. They all reacted immediately. Kid Flash spun on his heel, stance squared. Robin reached for a batarang. Artemis pulled her bow. Aqualad had a hand on his strange water weapons. Long time no see, boy wonder, I said through my mask, voice distorted. You. Robin tensed instantly, fingers inching closer to his weapons. Whatever messed up plan you've got going, it ends here. Does it now? I asked, turning my gaze to Artemis. I see you found some backup. Kid Flash blinked. You know Mr. Edgy here? He's the vigilante who, Aqualad began. Who I am doesn't matter, I interrupted, gesturing subtly toward the corners of the room with my chin. There were cameras. Robin noticed. So did Aqualad and Artemis. But Kid Flash was still in the dark. Only Artemis's answer matters. Do you still need me? She hesitated. Then nodded. I smiled beneath my mask. Good. Introducing myself mid-fight might have caused more problems than it solved. Fire up that scrambler of yours, I said to Robin, turning toward the lab. Let's get moving. But Kid Flash and Robin weren't ready. I'm clearly missing something, Wally said. He's the vigilante who did what? It doesn't matter, Robin cut in. Just don't let your guard down. He's dangerous. Thanks for the glowing endorsement, I said with a grin. Now, are we going or what? Robin tapped a few things on his gauntlets and led the descent, firing his grappling hook into the top of the elevator shaft. Aqualad and Kid Flash followed. Artemis lingered behind. Really? You didn't tell them I was coming? She winced. I hoped we'd talk somewhere less public. Given our history, can you really blame me? I can, I said, then gestured to the vent. After you, milady. She slid down the rope, and I followed. The rope burn was practically non-existent, not even enough to activate inverse. What was the rope made of? Must have been good shit. We stopped at sub-level 25. Behind a reinforced door lay a long, sterile corridor with rounded edges. Huge monsters lumbered past us, over 12 feet tall, with massive tusks, bark-colored skin, and hands the size of tree trunks. They walked on all fours in tight formation. Smaller, strange creatures clung to their heads, same features, oversized skulls, glowing horns. They passed us without aggression. A few glanced our way, but none changed direction. What in the name of Charles Darwin? I muttered. I don't know if we're lucky or if they're non-violent, Robin said. Either way, we can't stay here. We pushed deeper into the facility, navigating sealed rooms. Robin's handy holographic computer made quick work of security. The latest door revealed a massive chamber lined with glass containers, each holding another species of those monsters. This must be how Cadmus stayed off the radar, Kid Flash said. They're powering the place with these things. Even the name's a clue, Aqualad added. Cadmus, monsters created from dragon's teeth. This Cadmus is doing the same, Robin said, tapping into a terminal. Let's find out why. Look up Mark Desmond while you're at it. After all, it's the reason why we're here, I said, earning a sharp glare from Robin before he plugged in. A few seconds passed. The secret spilled out. The monsters were called genomorphs, specialized species bred for singular functions. The large ones had super strength. The smaller ones, telepathy. Thin, spindly ones had razor claws. We were in the room with the final species, the ones that generated electricity. I whistled. Breeding an army under Superman's nose. That's the kind of balls I expect from Luther. I can't find anything on Mark Desmond, Robin said, but I found something else, Project KR, hidden under multiple layers of encryption. I can't break through. My eyes snapped to the doors, just as they began to open. Get ready for a fight, I warned. Artemis raised her bow. Aqualad squared up. Don't move. A man burst through, gold helmet, shield in hand. Genomorphs followed him, razor-clawed variants, long and spindly. He recognized Robin and Kid Flash instantly, but Aqualad recognized him too. Guardian. A hero who had disappeared. But something was off about him. He called himself Chief of Security. When Kid Flash challenged the ethics of this lab, something flickered across his face, confusion, horror, then hard determination. The horns of the genomorph on his shoulder glowed. Take them down, no mercy, he barked. The razor-clawed genomorphs lunged. Robin threw a smoke grenade. Kid Flash rebounded between walls, throwing flying kicks. Artemis fired a binding arrow mid-leap. I charged Guardian, who was flanking Aqualad. He swung, fist and shield a blur, but I dodged, snapped an offending arm, and flipped him over my shoulder. He landed smoothly and countered with a sweeping kick. I leaned back and fired my tranq gun at the genomorph on his shoulder, nailing it in the chest. It shrieked and flew off. Guardian staggered, and I pressed my advantage, kicking him in the gut and sending him into one of the glass containers. The remaining genomorphs hissed and turned on me. I drew a mace from cursed inventory. It was medieval styled, with 8 spiked planes. I swung at half strength, sending 2 charging genomorphs flying. Then I dove into a closing elevator, just as Kid Flash finished chewing out Robin for leaving us behind. Artemis arrived seconds later, firing a boxing glove arrow that clocked another genomorph midair. We're going down. Aqualad asked. Dude, out is up. Kid Flash protested. We've got maybe a minute before they regroup. We need to call for backup and get out of here, I said. I agree, Aqualad said stiffly. It's time to contact the Justice League. Robin looked betrayed, like siding with me was some kind of treason. I agree too, Artemis added. But I don't think we should turn back. We haven't run into anything we can't handle. I blinked. Are you serious? I was starting to regret coming here. What we need to do is check out Project KR, Robin said. It's triple encrypted, so you know it's gotta be bad. It could be Desmond, or worse. You know, people use that same argument against superheroes, right? Robin gave me a hard look. The elevator doors slid open, revealing a floor that looked like it came straight out of a horror movie. Red, bulbous, shiny matter coated the walls, fused with tech that looked too advanced to be human. What the hell? I breathed. Whoa, Kid Flash echoed. Well, since we're here. Robin stepped forward. Aqualad sighed, resigned. I wasn't. I blocked the exit with my body. What the heck, dude? Kid Flash protested. What are you doing? Robin demanded. Saving you from yourselves, I said. Kid Flash hasn't even picked a side yet. You still haven't called the League. Who died and made you leader? Robin snapped. No one, I said. But if you want to lead, act like a damn leader. It's not just your life you're risking. It's everyone's. Robin deflated. Before he could respond, Kid Flash spoke up. I say we go, he said, glancing at me, then at Robin. I shook my head. In for a penny. Aqualad's gaze swept over us before he clicked his communicator. The Aquaman signal lit up red. Static buzzed. Is it supposed to do that? I asked. No, Aqualad replied. We're too deep underground. The signal can't reach a tower. Perfect, I muttered, staring down the corridor. Now will you move? Robin asked. Chapter 60, SDC 59. We ran through the strange level, quiet as a whisper, passing machine after stranger machine until we hit an intersection. The team spent all of 3 seconds deliberating before I spotted the xenomorph that started this all. He looked the same, dressed in white, resembling a matured version of the telepathic gnomes. Hold, he commanded, levitating several barrels of strange material and chucking them in our direction. We dodged and retaliated. Robin threw his batarang, and Artemis fired a boxing glove arrow. Their attacks froze mid-air, and with a twitch of the xenomorph's finger, reversed. He followed up by throwing 2 more strange canisters. The canisters exploded on impact. I shoved Artemis out of the path of her own arrow. Go. 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 I yelled. What was that about encountering nothing we couldn't handle? Really? You want to do this now? She shot back, just as Wally blurred past her. The xenomorph didn't give chase. I quickly found out why. The elevator we'd taken slid open. Guardian and a group of claw xenomorphs emerged. Shit. Ahead of us, Kid Flash held a circular, interlocking vault door open with some kind of cylinder. A confused African-American scientist sat nearby. Robin rushed past her, followed by Artemis, and right behind me was Aqualad, who promptly kicked the cylinder out of the doorway, locking us in the vault. Whatever complaints I had about Robin's leadership died in my throat when I saw what Project KR was. Or rather, who he was. He floated there, a teenager dressed in a white bodysuit with Superman's emblem on his chest. Above his head hovered 3 xenomorphs. Artemis' eyes widened. Kid Flash's jaw fell open, and Calder and Robin shared a disturbed look. Is that, Wally began. Yeah, Robin said. Superman's clone. The resemblance was uncanny. Well, that answers the Desmond question, I said. I can't believe they actually did it, Kid Flash said. Clone Superman. That's why the project was named KR. That's the atomic symbol for kryptonite. Robin. Hack, Aqualad ordered, and the younger boy got to work immediately. Robin confirmed it. His name was Superboy, a clone, force-grown in 16 weeks. His suit constantly fed him solar radiation, and the xenomorphs educated him telepathically. They're making him a slave, Kid Flash said, disgusted. We need to get him out. Now hold on just a minute, I said, earning confused looks. I can't be the only one who's put it together. He's a living weapon, probably the first of many. Do you know how little DNA it takes to clone someone? No. Artemis replied. Likely not a lot, I said. He's been programmed to follow Cadmus, and he shares DNA with Superman. If he's not on our side, and we let him go, we're screwed. We have to take that chance, Robin insisted. With him, we might stand a chance against all the Genomorphs. Aqualad nodded. Getting to the surface would also be easier, and we can contact the League and find your friend. He looked at Artemis, who gave a grateful nod. I almost rolled my eyes. Still not worth the risk. I can hide us from them long enough to reach the elevator shaft and go back the way we came. We wait until the Justice League is here before we free the murder robot. He's a human being, Calder said firmly. And what if they move him before we return? Artemis shot back. I was about to respond when a fist shattered the glass, and Superboy's eyes snapped open. The Genomorph's horns glowed. He was on us in a flash, charging Aqualad. I channeled cursed energy for the first time this mission, zipping forward to intercept, but I was too slow. Aqualad hit the ground, Superboy's fists raining down like meteors. The first punch bloodied his nose, the second burst his lips, and the third would have crushed his face if Kid Flash hadn't stopped the blow, yanking his arm back. Fuck. I speared Superboy off him, but he threw me away with a growl. I flipped mid-air, planted my feet on the terminal, and launched myself back, mace packed with cursed energy. Artemis fired an electric arrow into his chest as Robin lobbed a smoke bomb. The combination staggered him, giving me an opening for a clean hit to the jaw that sent him crashing through the glass cylinder he'd emerged from. Stop! Kid Flash shouted. We're on your side. Artemis. I called, nodding toward the Genomorphs. She understood instantly. Superboy roared again and blurred forward, too fast for most of us to follow. I tapped into overdrive, enhancing my vision. I raised my hand, activating inverse just in time. His punch, meant to mulch my skull, felt like a love tap. He blinked in surprise. I swung my mace into his jaw, sending him flipping into a wall of equipment. Artemis loosed an arrow into the chamber glass above the Genomorphs, shattering it. The telepathic gnomes spilled to the floor. Robin flung a gas bomb their way, it detonated, knocking them out cold. Calder and Kid Flash squared off against Superboy as he recovered. I stepped in beside them, naturally the toughest of the trio. You can trust us, Robin said from behind. We're trying to help. They were inside your head, Kid Flash added. They were trying to control you. No, Superboy growled, chest heaving. They were my family. Ah, shit. He ripped a steel panel from the wall and flung it at me. I slapped it away with inverse and cursed energy, but by then he was already on Wally. He swung. Wally dodged and countered with a flurry of punches to the gut. Superboy didn't flinch. He swiped wide. Wally barely dodged. Aqualad leapt on the Kryptonian's back, trying to electrocute him with his glowing tattoos, while Robin and Artemis fired a stun gun and arrow. Superboy caught the arrow and yanked Robin forward by the wires of the gun. I pulled Robin away just before Superboy rocketed into the ceiling with Aqualad, slamming him hard enough to shake the entire room. When he touched down, I closed the distance, springboarded off a console, and double-kicked Superboy in the face. Both boys landed on their backs and Aqualad quickly untangled himself. Aqualad, Kid Flash, press him back. I barked. Everyone else, keep the suppressive fire coming. I surged forward with a flying knee and summoned a second mace mid-air. Superboy dodged, only to take a kick from Calder and a punch from Kid Flash. I spun into a low sweep, he jumped, leaving himself open to Artemis' exploding arrow. It detonated, sending him flying. But he got back up faster than last time, leaping forward. Kid Flash sprang in with a roundhouse kick, but it was a mistake. Superboy caught his leg and twisted. There was a crack and a scream, Kid Flash dropped, shin snapped in half, howling in agony. A swipe to the jaw knocked him unconscious and into Robin and Artemis. Holy shit. My eyes widened. Calder and I rushed in. He arrived just before me and caught a punch to the face, sent flying with a broken nose. My maces came crashing down on Superboy's shoulders, driving him to his knees. His eyes snapped up, locking onto me. My heart skipped, and I stepped back, fearing he might laser my face off or something. But he didn't. He simply stared, remaining perfectly still. For a moment at least. But I recognized this lull wouldn't last. With a slow breath, I vanished my maces, replacing them with my titanium brass knuckles, warped and bent from overuse. Worn titanium brass knuckles. Soaked in the blood and cursed energy of a meta-sorcerer, these brass knuckles have gained the ability to strike at the physical and ethereal with greater force and precision. Cursed energy flooded them, far more than I'd ever managed before. Superboy lunged. I dodged, spiking overdrive, burying an energy-packed fist into his gut, lifting him off the ground. I chained it with a spinning kick that sent him flying, and I exploded forward, chasing after. His kick caught me in the face before I spotted it, driving me back. He descended with an elbow strike, I parried, shifting, then dug into his side with my knuckles, twice. He grunted sharply. He swung a back fist, I ducked, only to catch a flying knee to the chest just as I regained my footing. It unbalanced me, but not enough to stop my rising fist from meeting his descending one. We met punch for punch, kick for kick, speeding around the room, wrecking equipment and forming craters. I was the wind, slippery but deadly. He was a teen-sized wrecking ball I had to endure more than once to keep the team out of danger. They were huddled around a downed Aqualad and Kid Flash. But the longer the fight went on, the faster and stronger Superboy got. The more cursed energy I burned on overdrive and defense, the more he grew. He was quickly mastering himself, learning to better leverage his strength. Near the 1-minute mark, he finally caught me, seizing my wrist. He snapped it, pulled me close, and punched me in the gut so hard inverse collapsed. My suit ruptured. My inside spilled out. I went through the strange red fleshy layer bordering the wall and blinked awake under a dense layer of sand and stone. My heartbeat spiked. Everything hurt. My mind kicked into overdrive. Reversed cursed energy LV6. I activated the technique, healing my guts, wrist, and the other injuries I hadn't even noticed. Then I opened my status. Class, Sorcerer, Level 14, 2nd grade. Titles, Touched by the Sparks of Black, Julius the Immortal. Techniques, Inverse LV4. Health, 1290/1400. Cursed Energy, 1350/1800. Stamina, 1120/1340. Stats. STR, 110 AG, 120 plus 12 per, 130 vit, 140. End, 134 CP, 180. Skills. Cursed Inventory LV7. Hand-to-hand Combat LV6. Cursed Energy Manipulation LV6. Cursed Energy Reinforcement LV5. Stealth LV6. Curtain LV6. Gun Mastery LV6. Acrobatics LV6. Swordsmanship LV6. Binding Vow LV2. Reversed Cursed Technique LV6. Mace Mastery LV4. Hammer Mastery LV4. Staff Mastery LV4. Free points, 12. I dumped half my free points into dexterity and threw up a curtain before I emerged from the rubble. Superboy stood there, hand coated in blood, staring in horror, while Artemis stared at the wreck I was formerly under, terrified. He's okay, right? He has to be. I brought him here. He's fine, Robin said with confidence that didn't quite reach his face. I've seen him survive worse. I found their guilt strange. I'd made the choice to come here. To help her. To risk my life. I squatted down, pushing off the floor as I revved overdrive, soaking every inch of me in cursed energy. This wasn't the time to scrimp. The chief of it went into my fist. I tugged at the curtain, lengthening it, giving me even more cover before I exploded forward. Superboy's head turned in my direction by the third step. He got his hands up by the fourth, but it was too late. Black flash. His head whipped back with a loud crack, flashes of black lightning exploding outwards in every direction. He was thrown back, flipping ass over head, into the interlocking lab door. The impact was deafening, so powerful it warped the metal, opening it just enough for some of the genomorphs and scientists outside to peek through. I collapsed onto my knees as it happened again. Pure euphoria. Knowledge. Power. I was breathless. So were the rest of the team. Chapter 61, SDC 60. Robin's POV. My eyes went wide. He did it again. That sudden flash of speed, that ridiculous spike in power. Even Superboy hadn't hit that hard. It brought back memories of watching the arena fights the nights before I went after him all those months ago. Julius fell to his knees, breath heaving, eyes lit with a pure, terrifying euphoria. He looked like one of those junkies from the Narrows, medicated and out of his mind, but I had a gut feeling that whatever weakness he was feeling was only temporary. At least, I hoped it was. Because we were going to need that kind of power if we wanted to get out of here alive. As frustrating as it was to admit, he was our best shot. Julius was great under pressure, for a kid who's only been at this for 6 months. Get the door open, a high voice screeched from behind the warped metal, where Superboy now lay unconscious, blood smeared across his mouth. What just happened? Artemis stammered, arrow already knocked. He just turned the fight around, I said, still trying to process it. We might actually have a chance now. Julius's head snapped toward me, and then he moved. Or more accurately, blurred. That was all I could see when he and Superboy really started going at it. Blurs of motion broken only by bursts of clarity and deafening eruptions of pure force. It wasn't a fight, it was a storm. We don't have much time, Julius said, pulling me back to the moment. We need both of them in fighting shape if we're going to get the team out of here. I can heal them. But I need a few things from you. How? Artemis blinked, clearly confused. So was I. I knew he could heal fast, but not instantly heal after having your ribcage crushed and guts liquefied fast. A lot's changed in 6 months, Artemis. Yeah. No kidding. There was a screech and the sound of metal tearing. The hole Julius had made in the door was widening. Superboy was being dragged out, and through that gap, I could see more genomorphs gathering. The bigger ones, the species with super strength. Trolls. I gritted my teeth. You can't seriously be leveraging their lives for. That's exactly what I'm doing, he said flatly. The screeching got louder. One of the razor-claw genomorphs slipped a hand through. Out with it, I demanded. You guarantee I walk away after this, no arrests, no repercussions. Even if the League insists, you won't scrutinize my methods or question how I do things. Not now, not later. I can't promise you won't get arrested, I snapped instantly. It was a lot to ask. Negative wasn't just some edgy vigilante anymore. He was linked to the death of Black Mask, a mansion fire, and at least several murders throughout the state of Texas. Then I'll vanish, Julius said, locking eyes with Artemis. I'll leave her behind if I have to. I swallowed, stunned. Artemis looked aghast. Then furious. Julius. Artemis's anger seeped into her voice, but he didn't flinch, even as a razor claw forced its way further in. She fired a foam arrow that sealed the hole temporarily, along with the razor claw, but we both knew that'd only buy us seconds. He held out his hand. You're running out of time. I looked down at Wally, still bleeding, despite the brace I'd put on, and at Aqualad, who was missing teeth, dipping in and out of consciousness. This was on me. I led them down here. I suggested the Cadmus mission. I took his hand. He gave me a chilling smile as something ethereal settled over me, tightening around my body like invisible chains. You're about to enter into a binding vow, enforced by sorcery, he said, voice low and grave. None may break it, or suffer the consequences. Healing, for the 3 things I requested. Do you accept? There was a new darkness in his eyes. Something I hadn't seen before. Sorcery. I thought he was just a meta. What are the consequences? I asked, even though I didn't want the answer. But I had to ask. I had to know. Luther wouldn't let us live with the knowledge of Superboy. No matter how taboo it was to kill heroes, he'd make an exception. We were stuck. Caught between a rock and a very sharp, very deadly place. You die, Julius said simply. That's what happened to Black Mask. He broke the binding vow his sorcerer masters placed on him. You can't agree to this. Artemis shouted. But Julius was unmoving, even as a troll ripped the door wider. She grabbed his chest like she was trying to shake some sense into him, but his grip was locked around mine. I looked into his eyes and swallowed. This whole avoiding arrest thing, it only applies this one time, I said. He nodded. And suddenly, I wasn't so sure about his whole story of other sorcerers being responsible for Black Mask's death. The whole deal felt wrong. Unsettling. Downright devilish, if I'm being honest, but I still spoke the words. I accept the terms of the binding vow. The invisible chains snapped, tight. I felt them coil around my spine like cold wire. He let out a breath, satisfied. It is done. Artemis stumbled back, shocked by our decision, and Julius moved instantly, dropping to his knees and laying his hands on both of them. The change was immediate. Aqualad's nose straightened. His teeth regrew. Wally's leg bones healed with audible snaps and pops. You should probably get that, Julius said, absently, eyes never leaving his patients. The troll finally got the door open wide enough to fit through, and it was backed by a small pack of razor claws. Oh crud. Artemis was already firing, and I was right behind her, chucking batarangs and smoke bombs. Then, I grapple-hooked across the room and threw several foam bomb batarangs, forming a tight rectangle formation. They were tied to a remote trigger on my gauntlet. And I only had one shot to get this right. Hey, big guy. I called out, whistling. A deep, rumbling growl answered, as the troll turned to me, shifting through the smoke. Artemis flipped and twisted through the chaos, firing boxing glove arrows and swatting down claws with impressive precision. One razor claw tried pouncing on Julius. It didn't come close. It was struck down with several trank shots. The troll barreled toward me, shaking the ground with each lumbering step. Sweat dripped down my neck as it closed the distance. It was over 10 feet tall, built like a wall, and came at me like a freight train. I waited. 3 more steps. 2. Now. I hit the switch. The batarangs detonated, blooming in clouds of thick, pink adhesive foam that swallowed the troll from the neck down. It thrashed and roared, panicked and confused. I felt a weird pang of sympathy for it, before shoving it aside and spinning back toward Julius. He had just pulled his hands back. The boys were stirring, blinking, rubbing their heads, confused but healed. Chapter 62, SDC 61. Julius POV. Kid Flash rubbed the side of his head, blinking slowly as he looked up at me. What the heck happened? I believe we were incapacitated, then healed, Aqualad offered, rising to his feet. You can thank Robin for that, I said, turning away and firing at a pair of razor genomorphs with my trank guns. It took 5 shots to bring one down. I tried not to think about what it would take to stop the trolls. Superboy is down, and we need to get out of here, yesterday. You should be good to fight. How? Kid Flash asked, still dazed. You wanna ask questions, or escape? I replied. Kid Flash exchanged a glance with Aqualad. The Atlantean answered for both of them. Escape. Good. Then follow my lead. Did what? Zatara demanded, voice heated. He floated forward, his waistcoat billowing as he loomed over me. You forced them into a soul bind, he said. Who taught you such abominable magic? Sorcery, I corrected. If we're throwing accusations, let's be precise. I didn't ask for anyone's firstborn or demand immunity from the League. I asked for a one-time pass. Pretty cheap considering I saved their lives. Zatara scowled. You're the child Batman warned me about. I sensed 2 signatures that night, yours was one of them. I won't deny healing Black Mask, I said. But I didn't bind him. His enemies did. The same ones you'll be dealing with soon enough. Zatara narrowed his eyes. They're your enemies now too. You forcefully broke his vow. If you think invoking them will shield you. I don't need shielding, I cut in. But if you want to fight blind, be my guest. You don't even know what they're after. I'm a master magician. Don't presume to educate me. Only if you're sure you don't need my help, I said, flashing him a knowing smile. I turned to Batman. So. What now? We're not letting a 15-year-old strong-arm us, right? Flash said. Zatara, can't you break this vow? Wonder Woman asked. The magician's expression darkened. No. Soul contracts can't be broken, only fulfilled. That's why they're dangerous. Crafted right, they can enslave anyone. Even us. Gasps. Accusations. Distrust thickened in the air, even from the teens. I resisted the urge to scoff. Jesus Christ, I'm not Lex Luthor, I said, earning me more stiff stares, even one from Superman. I sighed, eyes still on Batman. Do I have to threaten you with the information packets I've gathered? Information packets? Shazam blinked. What information packets? Batman didn't answer. He continued to stare at me. There was a long stretch of quiet before he finally spoke. Let him leave, he said. He's got what he came to do. This conversation was always the goal. I didn't argue. I turned to Artemis, who looked surprised, and gave a wink. Call ahead next time you drop by, yeah. Then I walked toward the exit. The League, the legends, the icons, parted before me. At the door, I paused. Oh, P.S. I left a timed bomb on sublevel 4. 10 minutes. You want Desmond's research, you'll have to move fast. And with that, I was gone. Chapter 65, SDC 64. My fingers tapped the edge of my leather seat rhythmically as I processed the sheer implications of the fight I just witnessed. It was Tyler Sand's son. Negative. Julius Spencer. The boy the news was raving about. He was taller, faster, and stronger, but it was still him. Siona's told Lily all about him. He had some type of damage nullification technique paired with a space-related one. Separate, they might not be the stuff of special-grade power, but together, and with access to reversed cursed technique, he could be just as powerful as Neil. Probably more so, considering who his father is. The heights he could have reached by now if only his father had trusted me enough to bring him into the fold. I saw how he grew up. Tyler's self-righteousness robbed us both. There was a loud snap, and I looked down to see the armrest broken. I hadn't slipped like that in years. Artisan. I heard Lex Luthor's precocious voice sounding from my computer. Right. The conference. Something the matter? A curiosity, I said, my voice even, but I knew I'd already given too much away. They were a ruthless bunch, the Light. Individually, they were an inconvenience, but together, they could bring the world to its knees. Had I thought they could have been willing soldiers, I would have offered an olive branch. But they were too heady, too lost in their machinations, as was I. All of us had our goals, none seemingly contradicting each other, until they did. I would have thought you were overcome by the boy's display of sorcery, a low, raspy voice said. Vandal Savage. The binding magic he used is very specific. His healing was quite impressive too. I'd expected them to dance around the issue longer. You have an agent working against us? Queen Bee asked. Practitioners aside from my coven do exist. The word felt disgusting, but it was a necessary inconvenience while I conversed with my global allies. They're typically not as competent. I find that hard to believe, Savage said. In all of my years, I've never quite encountered your flavor of magic. Neither has Clarion. A burst of noise preceded the witch boy's voice. It was shrill, mocking, and sing-song. Their thread magic is boring. Chaos should have more flavor, character. Isn't that right, Tickle? A cat mewed in the background, much to my annoyance. He never went anywhere without that thing. It was obviously connected to his powers, but the details elude me. Reservations notwithstanding, I think Artisan is most equipped to deal with this brand of sorcery, Lex Luthor said. Bind him to us just like you've done the recruits. Power hadn't been what got me a seat at the table, ambition and strategy were. Vandal Savage had stumbled on my little collection ring in Singapore, recruiting children with an abundance of negative energy, and recruited me to do the same for the Light, but with slightly different parameters. We'd gone after wounded soldiers and those born with the metagene. Perfect candidates for biochemical experimentation and stress therapy designed to produce metahumans. I struggled in the beginning, especially with the soldiers. Many candidates reached their physical threshold with the slightest of pushes, and the end result proved to be entirely unremarkable and unsustainable. Their lifespans were cut short, and most didn't adjust well to the radical physical change. As for the metas, the bulk of them didn't evolve. They died, writhing, screaming messes in my hands. Out of the few that did, only a handful ended up with any worthwhile mutations. And of those few, only a fraction proved better than a handgun or didn't harm themselves in some way. The bindings on the survivors were never forced. Queen Bee saw that they agreed willingly in exchange for a stipend, a generous donation to their families, or some other vague, easily achievable promise. We split the survivors more or less equally, though some were favored over others by certain members. Naturally, the practice had been a boon for my cursed technique. I'd improved my creation process. I could more easily create sorcerers now. The sky-high cursed energy reserves were completely optional. I'd been ready to play the slow game, gathering sorcerers over the years until I was ready to strike, but Desmond's successes in cloning technology made me reconsider my timeline. What would be retained during the cloning process? The cursed energy reserves. The metagene. And just how powerful would I or one of my sorcerers become if we imbibed the Blockbuster venom serum Brain was developing? Of course, I finally responded. Then I asked, and what of the clone? Is it wise to leave him in the hands of the League? The discovery of Cadmus will set us back months on the KR project. An acceptable loss, Savage said. It will allow us to monitor his development before proceeding with the next iteration. And what of the Genomorphs? I asked. I found their data especially fascinating. It was a wonder how Luthor missed the signs. I took one look at them and instantly knew they were going to rebel. They will serve like they were made to, Lex proclaimed a bit too harshly. In the meantime, Brain interjected in his thick French accent, we will have plenty of distractions to occupy the League. Word has returned from Santa Prisca. The experiments were a success. Our new soldiers will be able to shift like Desmond did. I grinned. That is fantastic news. Indeed it is, Savage said. And could prove useful for our other problem. The screen at the center of the conference hall shifted, displaying the children that had stormed the building alongside Julius. POV, Julius. My fingers drummed on the window as I drowned out the noise with music. I was on a bus back to Austin. Metropolis had been one big fucking ass pull. I still couldn't believe I made it out of there alive, and with no concrete plan with the Justice League, no less. What was I thinking? We made such a fucking ruckus, I'd be surprised if the sorcerers didn't know I was involved with Cadmus or Lex Luthor. Zatanna had made it pretty clear they weren't going to be covering for me, but I could get lucky. Batman was too paranoid and compassionate to let my enemies take me if it came down to it, and most of the junior team would at least return the favor, hopefully. I chewed my finger. No. I can't rely on charity. That hasn't exactly been a winning strategy for me. What I needed was preparation, strength, and a shit ton of clout. I swallowed. The League of Shadows had all three in spades, but they are also shadowy assassins who've overthrown governments and destroyed lives. If Lex Luthor or the sorcerers paid them enough, they'd hand over my head gift-wrapped. No, I had to get all three myself. I'd always toyed with the idea of smuggling professionally. Maybe it was time I gave it a real whirl. At the very least, it would be very dangerous and help me reach first grade. POV, Robin. I followed Bruce as he trailed behind the other Leaguers. One by one, they vanished into the Zeta tube terminals with a flash of light. You wanted a word, he asked, turning back to me. We were the only ones left on the terminal now. About the vow in Cadmus. I would have made the same choice, he said. You were in a bad situation, and you had to cut a deal with a dangerous sorcerer. Julius is not dangerous, I found myself admitting. He's just, desperate, and angry, and a bit of an asshole. I still can't believe he packed a grenade launcher. He's crazy. He is a survivor, Batman said. And he'll manipulate you again, if you let him. But then again, if you hadn't gone into Cadmus without backup or informing the League. I frowned. But you gave us Mount Justice. You introduced Miss Martian and let Superboy stay. Everyone's picking out a bed right now. Because we understand that we cannot stop you, so we're helping you, Batman said. And while what you all accomplished was impressive, Cadmus was our worst nightmare. What if you died? What would the Flash tell Kid Flash's parents? What would I tell Artemis's mother? This life is dangerous enough without you taking unnecessary risks, especially under our watch. Batman let out a short breath. I'd never seen him this upset. He hadn't raised his voice. He hadn't yelled. But I'd spent enough time with him to know for certain. Things will be different with us from now on. Your next mission cannot go like the first, he said. Take the coming days to practice. Train together. Learn from each other. He turned around, ready to leave. What are you going to do about Julius? I asked. He's dealing with forces he doesn't understand, Batman said, and he's been lucky so far. I'm going to make sure he doesn't end up dead. Chapter 66, SDC 65. I arrived home sometime before dawn and slipped in through the back with my keys. Candace was in the living room, finishing up the morning vacuuming, when she spotted me. Back already? I sighed. The trip took entirely too long, and not long enough. Collapsing into a chair, I gathered myself for a moment before speaking. I'm going to need to disappear for a while, I said. I'm trying to be done with Gotham, but Gotham isn't done with me. What happened? She asked, setting the vacuum down and taking a seat beside me. Let's just say my abilities kind of run in the family, I muttered. My biological father was this super powerful meta who may or may not have started a secret society. That same society killed him. Now, they're after me. Jesus, Candace breathed, pulling me into a hug. Kind of put some of my problems into perspective. I withdrew gently. What kind of problems? She hesitated. The words tumbled out with a strained smile, her body soaked in fear. I found out the reason why my boss hired me. He's handsy, I said, trying not to let the anger seep into my voice. And you don't want me to take care of it. She nodded, exhaling with relief. I didn't know how to tell you. I smiled. It's fine. You don't need me to fight your battles. But the offer still stands. She gave me a tight squeeze. You're going to make some girl very happy someday. Assuming I don't get myself killed first, I added. I didn't say that. She admitted with hesitation. And I laughed. But you were thinking it. Reading people was a side benefit of high perception. I started noticing it when I hit 50, but now it was practically invasive. I could smell fear, taste doubt, and spot lies without even knowing how I knew. It was how I knew Mom was nervous. When do you leave? She asked. I don't know yet, I said. But I don't plan to drop out of school. The official cover should be homeschooling, and I'll complete all the assignments and schoolwork to make that even mildly believable. She raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised you even bother at this point. It's something to do, I admitted. And it shouldn't be hard to manage. It's just schoolwork. Besides, it'll be a welcome distraction from the work that comes next. I needed to call Shady Slim. If anyone had contacts in underground smuggling, it was him. I was open to moving anything non-lethal. Art, corporate secrets, rare weapons, paintings, even people, provided they checked out. I had the capital to start recruiting, and an entire planet to scour for the right talent. Ideally, they'd have meta powers, but I almost preferred it if they didn't. Once I was certain the Blockbuster serum was safe, I could strengthen them all. Might not even need a binding vow to keep them loyal at that point, but I was still going to make the ask. On the way back, I've also been thinking tons about Selena Kyle. She targeted collectors and elites from around the world, and then sold her acquisitions to the highest bidder. That kind of notoriety bought you clout. And clout gets you into rooms you have no business being in. Experimental weapons, biological enhancements, and magical artifacts, I could get it all and grow so powerful, the sorcerers wouldn't dare cross me. But all that came later. But for now, I had to focus on the ports and borders. That's where I'll find the competition. POV, Lily. So this is Austin. I raised a brow, irritated, as I surveyed the street before me. People bustled past, skyscrapers clawed at the sky, and the sun beat down like a curse. I was dressed in black, shaded beneath an umbrella, trying to keep the too bright sun away from my pale skin. It used to burn on contact. Now, it merely stung if I stayed out too long. Pile the skin defect atop the cancers I'd developed at 10, and I practically had one foot in the grave when she found and saved me. Artisan was my everything, vows or no. You lost, darling? A voice asked from beside me. I turned. The voice belonged to a tall man with a smile that was a little too wide and a glint of calculation in his eyes. He fancied himself a predator. Just taking in the new city, I said. Austin is a lot hotter than I expected. British, huh, he noted. Missed the milder weather? Was the umbrella and my ash-white skin not a dead giveaway? He laughed. Quick as a whip. I like that in a woman. What do you say I show you around? We could start with my favorite restaurant. Tempting, I hummed, but only if you show me a local school first. I'm supposed to start there next week. The man blinked. You're a student. And old enough, I emphasized. Is that going to be a problem? His grin widened a touch too far. I won't tell if you won't. Excellent, I said. It would be a pleasure killing him. POV, Julius. With a light sprint, I vaulted up the walls of Flanagan's 3-story home, stopping just outside Finn's bedroom window. He was asleep, and, like the dumbass he was, had left the window open. Easing it further, I slipped inside, masked, of course, and shot the sleeping giant with a tranq dart. It took some searching, but I found the stash beneath a few loose floorboards under his bed. Over 30 vials. Enough to last him months of rigorous training. Not nearly enough for me. I needed more venom. A lot more. If only I hadn't burned it all down, the bar, the labs, everything. During our little chat, Hector let it slip that there were other lieutenants like him. Men who were hedging their bets. But none had taken the initiative to cut the venom like he had. They were likely out, or selling it at insane markups. Either way, it wasn't sustainable. No. If I wanted a proper supply, I had to go straight to the source. Santa Prisca. I grumbled. Chapter 67, SDC 66. 688. 689. 670. I breathed out, finishing my latest set of one-arm push-ups. The gains had started showing the moment I began my first cycle. Given my ridiculous meta powers, I'd gone for the aggressive approach, a shot a day. I knew my body could take it, and I hadn't been wrong or disappointed by the results. Stats. STR, 110 plus 14 AGA, 122 plus 10 per, 130 vit, 140. End, 134 plus 16 CP, 180 plus 3. I hadn't seen gains like this, well, ever. And I was only 2 weeks in. It had taken that long to tie up loose ends, say a temporary goodbye to my school friends, and prepare myself for a jaunt to the border. It took some research, but I figured out which part of the border Bane used to traffic his green juice. It was my best shot at finding another lieutenant. Coincidentally, it was also a major hub for all sorts of awfulness, human trafficking, drugs, and more than a few whispered human rights violations. Laredo, Texas. I hit the town just before the sun bled across the horizon, painting the dry plains of South Texas in orange and rust. Heat shimmered off cracked asphalt as my ancient Ford pickup rumbled into the border city. Churches, chain stores, and quaint little businesses were scattered throughout. On the surface, it looked innocent enough. But peel back the layers, look closer at the ports and the forgotten edges of town, and the truth revealed itself. Laredo was propped up by drug money and well-meaning industrialists making a killing on both sides of the trade business. I drove through one of the more notorious parts of town, and they flagged me almost immediately, some kids outside a local food joint. They spoke Spanish, which I was decent at, and were careful not to mention me directly. But I knew spotters when I saw them. I used to be one, back when I was desperate to learn. It was also hard to miss the conspicuous truck making a delivery to a small shop around the corner. The driver had quite the bulge in the back of his pants. I found the nearest motel, rented a room, and picked a diner with a good view of the street. Somewhere I could watch and listen. I maintained a perpetual cloak on the roof and switched positions whenever my ears caught something interesting. Most leads went nowhere. Low-level dealers and thieves desperate to curry favor with someone higher up the chain. It wasn't until the end of the second day that I caught something I couldn't ignore. A conversation between an older woman in a form-fitting office dress and a young man who worked down at the docks. I'd come in for lunch when I heard them. "Come on, Ernesto, you bring the girls over. Don't tell me you're too proud to sample them." "I don't pay for pussy," Ernesto replied, knocking back a finger of something strong. "That's what I have a wife for." She laughed and leaned closer. "You going to cross the Rio Grande every time you want to nut?" He grunted as her fingers danced along his forearm. "You work so hard. Take care of everybody." "I just want someone to take care of you." "What you really want is your money back," Ernesto said, moving her hand away with a flat look. "And you're not getting a penny." She pouted, leaning in closer and biting her lip. "One of these days, Ernesto." "Well, today's not that day, Maria. Now, what do you want?" "A girl willing to work, if you can find me one." My face blanched. Their voices were low, barely a whisper, but to my ears, they screamed. How old? Ernesto asked, suddenly all business. 16, she whispered. I've got a client who's a bit rough, but he pays well. Well enough to cover the last one's debt. And an advance on the new one. She nodded stiffly, then drew a number on the table. Ernesto's eyes widened slightly. This can't happen again, he said. I don't care how much he pays. He can't keep breaking them. One of these days, a family member's going to come looking and raise hell. You worry too much, Maria said. And you don't worry enough, he snapped. When will you bring her around, she asked. Later tonight. Have it ready. Maria got up and squeezed Ernesto's arm, kissing him on the cheek. You're a lifesaver. The man snorted, eyes lingering far too long as she strutted out of the diner. I'd be lying if I said my first instinct wasn't to throttle the subhuman piece of shit. He was scum, through and through. Yet, he was the biggest lead I'd ever found. I tailed him from a distance, no cloak, just practicing my stealth as he handled mundane tasks, mail, clipped conversations with locals, dinner. Night fell, and he disappeared behind the back door of a restaurant around midnight. He descended a flight of stairs that opened into a room packed with migrants, sardined together like juvie on steroids. People were tightly packed in bunks upon bunks, and some wandered aimlessly. Fans and AC units blared, but they did nothing for the riotous mix of odors that clung to the air. The room straightened when he entered. I pulled out a tape recorder and started measuring. We've been here all week, an older woman said, voice level. We can't continue like this. We're moving as fast as we can, Ernesto replied. You know what happens if the government finds us. Deportation. Separation from your families. The end of our Laredo operation. We do this right, or we don't do it at all. But the coyote promised. They promise a lot of things, he interrupted, and force us to break them. A rumble of unease rippled through the crowd. Most weren't surprised. A few were discontent. You're here for another girl, aren't you? A man asked. This is what, twice this week. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, Ernesto said. But the club is the fastest way to pay off your debt. There aren't many options out there for people like us. You're nothing like us, a woman spat. I saw Ernesto's jaw tighten. He whistled toward the stairs. A few cooks came clomping down, armed. The murmurs rose, but Ernesto silenced them with a sharp whistle. All right. You know how this goes, he said. Step up if you're interested. There was a long hesitation. Young women glanced at their elders. Daughters slipped from their fathers' arms. Sisters from brothers. Whispered conversations. Desperate pleas. A few tried raising a commotion, but it died fast after some sharp barks from the armed men. 5 girls stepped forward. Ernesto chose 2 people roughly around my age. He led them upstairs and asked, low and menacing. How old are you? Don't lie to me, or I'll make you regret it. One girl was younger than Maria had asked for, 15. The other? 18, though she had one of those deceptively young faces. Wild guess which one he chose. I almost slit his throat right there, but that'd cause more problems than it solved. I couldn't stop at Ernesto or Maria or the restaurant workers. I'd have to scour this town, burn down businesses, and execute corrupt cops, all while avoiding government agencies. As loath as I was to admit it, the right thing to do was to hand over the evidence I've gathered so far to Batman. He's shown that he's halfway interested in doing the right thing. And Laredo could do with some Batman brand justice right now, even if I disapproved of it. It also meant I couldn't use Laredo as one of my channels. I'd have to smuggle somewhere up the river, or charter a ghost plane, or hire a coyote. That said, it didn't mean I couldn't save the girls and shut down the brothel in the meantime. Chapter 68, SDC 67. Ernesto dragged the younger girl out through the service exit and shoved her into the back of a waiting car. I followed on a bike I summoned from my inventory, keeping a safe distance. He pulled up behind a posh bar and guided the girl out by hand. "Wait," she said suddenly. I don't think I want to do this anymore." Ernesto shot her a harsh look. "You agreed to this. Too late for second thoughts." He dragged her through the club's back entrance, waved in by two burly men who didn't so much as flinch at the scene. I slipped in behind them, cloaking myself in the corridor's shadows. I resisted the urge to trank the guards and placed a call to Artemis instead. "Julius," she sounded surprised. "You're calling, after Metropolis?" "Let's sort out our drama another time," I said, briskly. "I'm sending over a recording now. Something big is going down in Laredo, and I need someone I can trust to blow it wide open." "Laredo?" she repeated. "What are you doing at the border? You want the tip or not?" I snapped. "There are basements full of undocumented migrants, underage girls being trafficked, and corruption oozing from every corner of this overdeveloped cesspool." "Oh." She trailed off. "Call me back when you get a hold of him." When I caught up to Ernesto, he was in a back room with Maria. She inspected the girl like a prized horse at auction. "She's underdeveloped, even for a 15-year-old. I thought that was the point." Ernesto replied dryly. Maria reached for the girl's jaw, but she jerked away. I want to go back. I've changed my mind." Maria raised a brow and glanced at Ernesto, who gave a small shrug. She slid closer, her long manicured nails resting lightly on the girl's shoulders. The girl flinched. "You know," Maria said, circling her, "I started out when I was your age, in a place not so different from this. The men were rough. My boss was rougher. She didn't just buy our debt like I do, she owned us, body and soul. You can imagine what it took to crawl out of there alive." She ran a finger across the girl's sleeve. "I'm fair to my girls. You earn your full fee the whole time you're here. A quarter goes to your debt, half to me, and the last quarter is yours. You can send it home, shoot it into your veins, or waste it on new clothes." Her eyes drifted over the girl's worn clothing. She cupped the girl's face gently. "You won't have to fear ICE, or gangs, or the police. They all know you're mine. And I protect what's mine." The girl's expression hardened. She pulled away. "What happened to the last girl?" she asked, voice wavering. "She left," Maria said with a sigh. "Paid off her debt and bolted from Laredo first chance she got. Can't say I blame her. Still, a shame to lose someone so talented." I still want to go back," the girl repeated. Maria's face went cold, her voice flatter than ever. "What's your name, little girl?" "Rose." Maria gave a small, joyless smile. "I thought you were smarter than that, Rose." She pulled a stack of bills from her pocket and handed them to Ernesto. Something flashed in Rose's eyes, betrayal, fear, and rage. Maria whistled. The door behind me clicked open. Two men entered, one heavy-set, the other thin and wiry. "You know what comes next," Maria said. "They don't have to hurt you." The girl shrank back, panic in her eyes, tears brimming. "You're monsters. Survive long enough," Maria said, "and you'll become just like me." "Not if I can help it," I said, materializing from the shadows with my fingers raised. Curtain unfurled like a wave, swallowing the room. Before it fully settled, the two enforcers were already fumbling for their guns. I tranked them in the shoulder and neck. I blurred forward and kicked Ernesto just as he reached for Rose. He slammed into the ceiling, cracking paneling, then collapsed in a heap. I turned my gun on Maria before she could pull hers. "You know," I said, "it takes a special kind of scum to trap underage girls in the same nightmare she claims to have escaped. Or is that just another lie, like the one about the girl before Rose getting out?" You self-righteous fool, Maria spat. She would have been safe. I would have made sure of it this time. Now she's dead to the only people who could have given her a life. I don't know if you heard her, I said, but, she doesn't want to be you. Hell, I'm not sure you want to be you. Ernesto groaned and moved, reaching for his gun. I stomped down on his neck, pinning him hard into the floor. He choked, and gurgled. I didn't ease up until he was blue in the face. Rose and Maria looked pale. You're a dead man, Ernesto wheezed. Haven't you been paying attention? I asked. No one's coming. It's just the four of us in here, and I've got so many questions. And the conversation? Enlightening. Predictably, Maria didn't completely own the club, not in any way that mattered. The corporations backing her were just shell fronts, all tied to the same handful of cartels. They bought off locals, owned property up and down the coastline, and had the police running interference whenever they could get away with it. I got names, locations, and the full picture of the operation. I recorded everything. Still, it took a few dangerous threats, specifically a syringe filled with a clear liquid I claimed was hemlock, to make Maria start talking. For someone pretending to be a boss, she folded fast. Just as I wrapped up the interrogation, came a knock on the door, and Maria screamed. The knocking grew louder, but not for the reason she feared. Ernesto and Maria had been in her office for nearly an hour by then, and not a sound had come from inside. Their phones had rung a dozen times, and I expected visitors. I unlocked the door and cracked it open. 4 men stood there. Only 2 had their guns drawn. I lashed out, kicked the first one's weapon away, and sent him flying into the hallway with a strong palm to the chest. The crashed into the others and they tumbled like bowling pins. The second gunman recovered quickly and took aim, but I flicked a dagger straight through his hand. He dropped the weapon with a cry. And I emptied my tranq gun into their bodies before they could react. Surprisingly, one of them, despite taking 3 darts in his chest, staggered to his feet. He stumbled clearly out of his mind with the quantity of chemicals flowing in his veins. There was a flash of recognition in his eyes, and his eyes darted to the gun in the corner. He took a dart to the throat before he even reached for the gun. Then my phone rang. Artemis. She was calling again. Batman was finally ready to talk. Chapter 69, SDC 68. Dark Knight, I called out, stepping back into the room. I thought you were avoiding me. Rose was huddled in a corner, white with fear, glancing between me and her former captors. Ernesto was unconscious. Maria, barely so. I changed that, swapping out my magazine and putting a bullet in her chest. What did you just do? Put that tranq gun you gave me to good use. Since, you know, I can't kill anyone without things going pear-shaped. You want League help on this? Why? Wasn't Artemis clear? Human trafficking ring. Underage kids trafficked for sex, etc. I've got even more voice recordings for you to review. I know you. This isn't just some random act of good. What's your endgame? Shit, I laughed. You make one binding vow and use force on a questionable individual, and suddenly the heroes write you off. Your inaction hurts more people than my actions ever could. Gotham. The borders. The cartel. How long do you think it'd take Superman to deal with them? 1 afternoon. An hour, if he really tried. We protect people. We don't govern them. It's not our place to. Yeah, I get it, I cut Batman off, stepping into the hallway for more privacy. I threw up another curtain. But I also get the sense you're the most pragmatic of the bunch. Those sorcerers. They're a real threat, the kind that should put a shiver down even your spine. The thing Zatanna doesn't get is that fighting them is like rolling dice. No 2 of us share techniques, I said. My father could warp souls with a single touch, and I'm tougher than stone. Imagine what a group of reality-bending sorcerers can accomplish. Wait, your father was one of them? Bruce asked, shocked. I'll tell you everything I know, I said, but only if you talk to the League. I'll even include information about the refugees, and let you retain my healing services. I know it's been on your mind. Bruce took his time. How do I know you'll keep your word this time? I won't fight with one hand tied behind my back, if that's what you're asking for, I said. That'll almost certainly get me killed. But I won't execute anyone who surrenders, provided you keep them locked up. If they escape, well, all bets are off. They won't like those terms, Batman said. Well, that's what I'm offering. Take it or leave it, before invisible monsters start showing up. Another pause. Another one of your omens. Talk it over. Send a team, I said. The longer I stay here, the more people I'll have to put down. And you know I don't do well with limitations. A team is already en route. I cut the call and let out a small sigh before re-entering the room. Rose had a gun. It immediately swiveled toward me. What are you doing? I raised a brow. Stay back, you freak, she said. I'm tired of letting men control my fate. I rolled my eyes. Maria is a woman. And you're more likely to hurt yourself with that thing than me. I took a single step forward, and she fired, center mass. I whistled. Not bad, I said, as she fired again. Then a third time. I didn't allow a fourth. I darted forward, snatching the gun from her hand. A bop on the forehead made her stumble, and I disarmed the weapon fully. Relax. I don't want you for sex or any other weird stuff. No offense, but you're a bit too trigger-happy for my tastes, I said. I've got an in with the Justice League. They'll take care of you, or you could leave. I produced a stack of cash. If you're lucky, you might not get caught. Rose's eyes went wide. I didn't expect me to be half decent. I asked. The mask and the call to Batman should have tipped you off. Unless you knew, and still pulled the trigger. I gave her a once-over. I'm thoroughly impressed. You shouldn't blindly put your faith in heroes. But you really shouldn't piss them off either. I added that last bit with a small growl. I liked this shirt. Now I'd have to replace it. I tossed the cash to her. She looked at it, conflicted, but eager. Stick with me, I said. I'll get you out of this place alive. I kept my promise, easily. Created a curtain linked to a window and dropped a story down. I caught Rose as she came down and put her on a bus out of town, money in her pocket. I could have done more for her. Probably should have. But for someone primarily focused on saving his own skin, I had a nasty habit of making other people's problems mine. Turning Rose loose like this was good practice in detachment, though I'm not sure exposing an entire smuggling ring helped my street cred. Still, it was disappointing to find no trace of venom. But I had names now, high-ranking suppliers in town who could hook me up. Green Arrow and Black Canary slipped out of the darkness. Arrow's usual smirk was absent, but his green suit blended surprisingly well with the color and chaos of Laredo. Black Canary fit right in, dressed like a working girl, albeit a conservative one. I smiled, slipping off my bench. Didn't know they were going to send the A-team. You've got quite the mouth on you, Green Arrow said. Heard the same about you, I replied, then turned to Canary. But not you, though. You're just as gorgeous in person. Arrow raised a brow. Did you just hit on my wife? Just paying her a compliment, I said with a cunning smile. We'll take it from here, Black Canary said. I sniffed and tossed her a burner phone. Everything's in there. I'll check into a local hotel. Catch the carnage from the best seat in the house. I slipped a pair of shades on and spun around. See you when I see you. He's a bit of an asshole, isn't he? Green Arrow muttered once I was a few steps away. I heard that. I called back, rounding a corner. 2 days passed before I felt confident enough to contact Maria's lead. He was an older man with an office near the docks. His security made Maria's place look like a cozy motel. Guards with semi-automatics. Cameras. Reinforced doors. Half a year ago, I might have torn through them. Now. I settled for sending a grenade launcher through his window to flush him out. Squatting on a container, I picked off 9 of the 10. The last one rolled out of the way and returned fire. Blurring, I dismounted, closed the distance, and palmed him in the gut, hard, sending him flying into the river water. I slid to a stop beside Miguel. You're a hard man to find, Miguel. I was in full gear, black fatigues, full mask, voice modulator. You're not a shadow, he said, leaning on his cane. Miguel was mid-40s, with a distinguished beard and fearless eyes. Shadows don't leave witnesses. Your rivals didn't send me, I said. This is all me. I hear you're the man to see for hard-to-find merchandise. Miguel stroked his beard. His small eyes bored into mine. And where did you hear that? Oh, here and there, I said. Hardly matters now. Venom. I need it. How many cases do you have? Miguel raised a brow. And here I thought you were smarter. Do you have it, or do I need to end our transaction? Careful now, boy, he said slowly. I may not be fast, but I'm hardly defenseless. You didn't answer my question. A long second passed. 50,000 per case. I scoffed. That's 5 times street value. Supply chain issues. Santa Prisca's locked up tight these days, I admitted. But I know when I'm being stiffed. Law of supply and demand, he said without flinching. The price won't bend. Will you? My grip tightened on my gun. I tilted my head at the man before I relented. 5 cases. Tomorrow. Same place, same time. If you try to double-cross me, I will know. And I will kill every last one of your men before I take my time with you. Miguel's lips quirked in a small smile. I vanished in a flash before he could speak. That finally got a reaction out of the statue of a man. He was definitely going to try something. But I'd be one step ahead. I planned to take his venom the first chance I got. Chapter 70, SDC 69. Miguel, predictably, didn't play ball. His last guard swam ashore with a wet, heaving splash and all the grace of a tadpole. Bring the car around, Stanley, he said. I have calls to make. What about everybody else? Stanley asked, scanning the wet stretch of port. Dozens of bodies lay around, unconscious. They have 2 legs, don't they? They can find their way home when they wake up. Miguel whipped his cloak around and strode toward the car park. Stanley, shivering and visibly shaken, brushed himself off and followed orders. I slipped a burner phone into Miguel's car just before they entered, then placed a call to my other burner to eavesdrop. The conversation was insightful. Miguel didn't fuck around. He made calls, about me. I'd left enough carnage in my wake for him to form a half-decent profile. I was a killer by necessity, but I was damned good at it. It didn't take Miguel long to link me to Maria's misfortune and Ernesto's pain. He even knew about the girl I tried to rescue, the one who skipped town. The only thing he didn't know was why I wanted the venom. I've seen tweakers, he said, weak boys eager to cheat their way into strength. But he's not that. The control. The power. He's something else entirely. What are you going to do, sir? Stanley asked. We'll let the professionals handle it, Miguel replied. Given everything I've seen, they may be the only ones who can. The shadows. I scoffed. Miguel was calling in the shadows after one meeting. Preemptive, sure, but smart. I wondered about his plan. Ambush at the delivery? Search and terminate? Why risk it? Either way, I wasn't about to stand by and let it happen. I followed him into his building, trailing silently behind using curtain, and slipped into the elevator with them as they rode to the top. They had just entered the apartment when I struck. "Stanley," Miguel called, "double security tonight. I have a feeling he'll be." Stanley's head slammed into the wall, leaving a bloody smear. I was careful not to kill him. Daggers flung into the room, taking out the cameras. I grabbed Miguel's hand without so much as sparing him a look and twisted. It snapped like a twig, and his gun came tumbling down. The proud arms dealer sang like a canary, not that anyone could hear him. I'd already sheathed us in another veil of curtain. I kicked the weapon into the far corner and let him go. He stumbled back, grunting, eyeing the door, but he knew he couldn't get past me. "I did warn you. Look what you made me do." I sighed. Stanley is the victim in all this. A dagger flickered into my fingers, and Miguel's eyes widened. "Where is the venom, Miguel? You don't want me to ask a third time." "You'll get nothing from me," Miguel hissed. "I've walked into rooms with the most dangerous men in the world, brokered deals that changed countries, and I've got enough blood on my hands to drown you twice over." I raised an amused brow and stepped up to him. My knife slid into his gut, twisted, and pulled, blood sprayed out in a graceful arc. Miguel let out a wet gasp, shock painting his features. He stumbled onto his feet, then went down again, but I caught him, holding onto his injured arm. He looked into my eyes, terrified, and then I healed him. His forearm snapped back into place with a wet snap and a scream, and he stared at it in disbelief. "You have minutes, Miguel," I said. "I can heal you, but you have to give me what I want." He gasped, choking blood, pain written all over his face. Conflict warred with his stubbornness. "It's all slipping away," I said wistfully. "Your kids, your family, your legacy. I wonder if heaven's real. Or hell. One guess where you're going?" Miguel's voice rattled out. How do I know you'll heal me?" "That's the thing, you don't," I said. "But can you really afford to piss me off? Spilling your guts is just the start. Clipped fingers. Pulled intestines. Broken bones. My healing could always use more practice." Miguel had gone deathly pale. I couldn't tell if it was from the blood loss or the fear. A pool of blood grew beneath him. "Before you answer, Miguel. Remember, there won't be another chance." He folded. Easily. He didn't have much more than the lieutenant back in Texas did. The bar owner hadn't been kidding when he said venom was drying up everywhere. I healed Miguel, but not before enforcing a binding vow. He could never lie to me, betray me, or come after me, directly or indirectly. No cheating, no loopholes. My finger drummed against the steering wheel as the car barreled down the road. Stray eyes glanced down at my system screen. "You've reached level 15. You've learned torture LV2. I swallowed. I figured that was coming sooner than later. Black Mask might have been my first, but I've learned a lot since that night, and have become considerably less squeamish at the prospect of torture. I've grown to enjoy it even. Which didn't bode well for my sanity. But when in Rome, right? This was war, and I was playing to win. And so far, my methods have served me. Binding Miguel was the right choice. He was too well connected, and I didn't come to Laredo to start a war. No, this was about venom and setting up a sit-down with the League. I'd achieved those goals, mostly. And my next stop was Gotham City. After almost a week, Slim finally got back to me. Apparently, he'd arranged a meeting with the Queen of Thieves herself, Selina Kyle. I chuckled. Her heists were legendary. With her contacts, I'd be. Something flickered at the edge of my awareness. A blur, stretching from a figure cloaked in darkness. I tasted it, cursed energy. Energy spooled from my abdomen and flooded my body, lighting every limb, muscle fiber, bone, and blood vessel in fire. The world slowed down, and I dove out of the window. My rented car folded in half in a breath and was hurled at me by shadowy tails. I moved off instinct, dodging the crushing blow and flinging a cursed energy-soaked dagger at my attacker. A tail cracked the asphalt where I just stood. The dark figure shifted slightly, easily dodging my blade. I narrowed my eyes and enhanced my night vision. The attacker was straight out of myth. 9 tails. 6 blood-red eyes. A bus-sized black fox. If you're going to kill me, the least you could do is tell me who sent you. 9 tails came crashing down on a single point, eviscerating concrete and launching a fountain of debris. I stepped back, weathered the storm with inverse, then accelerated, sword bathed in cursed energy. I lashed out, ripping a chunk of wispy black matter from the creature. It screeched. Then retaliated. The tails came in fast, one after another, from all angles. Above. Below. The sides. A blur. I tapped into overdrive, pushing my body farther, faster. The world slowed, but just barely. I leapt, twisted in midair, and lashed out with twin blades brimming with inverse and cursed energy, deflecting 2 converging tails. I landed on a gyrating tail, which the monster used to fling me further into the desert. Another tail rose up to skewer me. Mid-air, I summoned an empty crate and kicked off it for extra lift, dodging death again. While airborne, I materialized an assault rifle and let it bark. The bullets were laced with cursed energy. The fox didn't flinch. Fuck me. I could see the writing on the wall. This wasn't going to end well. Not unless I could pull off another spontaneous black flash. Since I didn't have that particular skill down yet, I went for the next best thing, raw power. I spent the rest of my stat points. +5 perception. +15 agility. STR, 124 AG, 147 per, 135 vit, 140 end, 150 CP, 188. The difference was immediate, especially with reinforcement. My pupils dilated. My muscles rippled. I tapped into overdrive again just in time. 2 tails snapped at me, but I was faster. Dust exploded from underfoot as I twisted, slicing through the tails with a precision that surprised even me. The monster bellowed. It was loud, and jagged, and music to my ears. I blurred toward it, a zigzagging afterimage, dodging tail lashes. My blade sang, and my inborn technique sputtered and sparked as it made fresh connections, patterns, and expressions of cursed energy. My inverse technique flowed beyond my skin, stretching, molding, twisting. Reaching down my arms, coating my blades, like they did with my knuckles. The pattern felt familiar, like curtain, but more compact, more effective. Cloak, I breathed. Cursed technique extension, cloak. The name came to me like a whisper on the wind. Cursed technique extension, inverse cloak.